Hello everyone, I'm Krish. Today's story is such an exciting one, and once it starts, you won't be able to look away. Let's dive into the Manhwa story.
Peapodong landed with all his might on the monster's skull. He immediately grabbed it, while the rest of the guys landed on the ground. The main character pulled out a fiery blade in front of him and gained maximum energy. This fiery stream rushed past the dragon into the sky. Xavier, at this time, the bloodthirster aimed his glowing blade. He hit the target right on the dragon, who was screaming. Lloyd also screamed bloodthirstily and attacked with a glowing super discharge. Our hero was kneeling and directing a powerful stream of energy spectrum towards the dragon. Xavier's glowing silhouette angrily bared his teeth. The brown-haired man also extended his hand with the energy spectrum. A notification popped up that the level of the mana heart skill had increased, and its ability to purify the poisonous mana of the undead had increased significantly. Alicia, flying from the air with her fire blade to help. She immediately delivered a sharp glowing blow. This energy blade hit the bone directly, destroying it. Targa opened his mouth and screamed furiously in pain. The protagonist angrily bulged his eyes through his fingers and realized that it worked and they would be able to win. A notification from the system that a new skill option had appeared, half human, half dragon. He absorbed a huge amount of dragon mana and its qualities were added to the heart of mana. A message that the dragons with whom fate would bring him together would show interest in him. Xavier at this time attacked the dragon with a sword. Alicia also bared her teeth angrily and swung her blade. The protagonist opened his mouth wide. He remembered asking the knight if it was so strange that he would be interested in this. The swordsman looked at the protagonist in surprise, noting that it was so, since he gave the impression of a person who was not interested in others at all. Lloyd slightly opened his mouth, noting that he thought he also did not quite understand the reason for his interest. He added that it was not like he was his friend. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him, emitting a red aura as the monster's tail floated in the air. Xavier watched in horror as he screamed the protagonist's name. A strong stream of energy surrounded the forest. The swordsman appeared above the protagonist, taking the blow. Lloyd's eyes widened in horror. Xavier opened his mouth wide, coughing up blood. The swordsman's blow sent trees flying, destroying them. The swordsman flew out of the forest, appearing above the water. He then fell into the water. Peapodong closed his eyes as the huge monster opened its mouth wide. The monster's purple aura grabbed its bony tail. The tail attached itself to the monster's body. Lloyd held out his shaking hand, calling Xavier's name. The protagonist stared in horror as the monster's paw appeared above him. Alicia pulled the protagonist out from under the monster's paw. She looked at the protagonist furiously, telling him to pull himself together and find a way to fix everything, like always. Alicia, her eyes widened, looking angrily at Lloyd. She stated that without him, the kingdom would go and that he should find a way to save Andre, like he saved her. The Count looked at the girl in fear, thinking that he did not know, and Andre's mana completely disappeared in an instant, and he did not have the ability to heal such a thing. A monster's head appeared in front of the guys. Xavier sank deeper and deeper into the water. The swordsman remained motionless in the water, noting that he needed to gather his mana. A small cloud of aura appeared in space. The knight noted that it would expand it and push the poles together. The cloud of aura began to decrease in size. The knight noted that his aura was disappearing, wondering if this was the end for him. Xavier went deeper and deeper into the water, noting that he had to save him. Alicia threw the protagonist on her back, running away from the monster. The monster's head moved after the boys. The protagonist looked ahead with a mad look, noting that he needed to use CP to see the ending spoiler, and he needed to collect more PR to become stronger. The swordsman continued to go deeper into the water without moving. The Count closed his eyes, noting that he had to save him, and he had to do it. Xavier bared his teeth, clenching them. The protagonist confidently looked ahead, stating that he would do it. Lloyd rested his knee on the queen's back, asking for permission to push off her back. The protagonist jumped off the queen's back, thinking that he would definitely save him. Xavier looked ahead with an enraged look, baring his teeth, after which he stretched out his hand in front of him. The protagonist dove into the water, holding out his hand to the swordsman. He noted that he would save his friend. The swordsman reached out his hand to the protagonist's hand, after which the boys grabbed each other. Lloyd puffed out his cheeks, looking at the knight, mentally telling him to absorb his mana. The swordsman bulged his eyes and bared his teeth. A blue aura emanated from the Count. Xavier began to absorb the protagonist's mana. Alicia stood near the water with a sword when the monster collected the aura near its mouth. Hippo appeared in the air in the form of a ball. He attacked the monster in the head, after which he bounced off it. A red column of energy flew past the queen. A huge explosion occurred from the impact. The boys held hands tightly while Xavier absorbed mana. The knight looked ahead in bewilderment, noting that something was wrong with Master Lloyd's mana. Blue spheres of mana were floating in space. The knight wondered if it was mana at all. The energy sphere moved to the side. Xavier noted that it resembled mana. A bright glow emanated from the energy sphere. The swordsman thought that it was some otherworldly completely different, as if it violated all the rules of this world. Jigoming flew through the air, releasing droppings. The droppings fell right on the monster's body, after which the monster abruptly moved to the side. Jigoming flew away from the monster in horror, chasing after it. Xavier closed his eyes and bared his teeth, noting that he could not control this. Peepodong threw Belle into the air. Belle turned her tail, releasing black smoke. A black cloud of smoke surrounded the monster. Alicia jumped into the air, swinging her sword, after which she seemed to be struck by lightning. The queen looked ahead in fury, noting that for the entire time, the monster flapped its wing, throwing the queen aside. Xavier closed his eyes, losing consciousness. He mentally asked for forgiveness from the one who took the form of Master Lloyd, adding that his mana, he cannot understand it. The knight slightly opened his eyes, mentally asking for forgiveness for leaving him. The protagonist bulged his eyes and bared his teeth. Xavier opened his eyes and mouth wide in fear. An energy clot began to appear in space. Several energy clots appeared in space. The system notified that after Xavier saw his face from hell, he realized that this is all beyond his understanding. Alicia grabbed her eye, falling to the ground. Jigoming flew past, picking up the queen. The system notified that Xavier controls the mana of another world, which he transferred to him, and the body of Xavier ignored some moments of cause and effect. The animals stood wary of each other, despite the monster. The huge monster opened its mouth, gathering energy. The protagonist widened his eyes and clenched his teeth. The system announced that every cell of Xavier's body was now functioning as Mana's heart. Spherical clots of energy began to appear in space. Huge white wings appeared behind the knight. The monster watched what was happening in bewilderment. Xavier rose to the shore, holding the protagonist in his arms. The protagonist lay in the knight's arms as water flowed out of his mouth. The monster stood motionless in front of the swordsman, noting that he had not even noticed it, but it suddenly appeared in front of him. Xavier threw the protagonist to the ground, after which he took out his weapon, moving his hand to the side. The monster watched the knight intently. Cutting blows began to appear on the monster's body. Xavier dealt many cutting blows to the monster's body, after which the monster evaporated into thin air. Pieces of the monster began to fall in front of the guys. The protagonist looked at the swordsman in surprise and noted that he had succeeded. Xavier radiated a rainbow aura with a serious look. The protagonist noted that he had become the strongest person mentioned in the novel, the Knight of Iron and Blood, the Supreme Master. The swordsman looked back at the protagonist when he called out to him. The guys were standing in front of the collapsed body of the monster. The protagonist looked at the knight with a slight grin, saying that from now on he would be at the head of all the showdowns. Lloyd mentally thanked the swordsman for surviving. Xavier bared his teeth in irritation, looking at the master, after which he grinned slightly, thinking that he could tell him the same thing. The animals rushed into the arms of the protagonist. The protagonist bowed before the queen when she approached them. Lloyd looked at the system window in surprise. A system notification appeared about the number of lives he saved, which was 31,145,782. Lloyd asked that if this zombie lizard had survived, it would have killed more than 10 million. The system announced that this was not true and the number of lives that this monster would have taken was lower than this number. The protagonist asked why he got so many points then, and that this was a bonus. The system announced that he assumed that among those lives he saved, there was one who started her own business. The protagonist looked at the system window in surprise. The system announced that the jobs that appeared thanks to this man's business saved a family that was dying of hunger when a child from this family grew up. He saved someone who fell into the water, and this someone turned out to be a doctor who created an incredible cure. The protagonist looked at the system window with a serious look. The system notified that all events that led to his actions were taken into account. That is why he received additional points. The life he saves affects not only this one life. The protagonist smirked slightly, thinking that if 1 DP could be converted into 1,000 gold coins, he would be the happiest person. The system notified him to forget about it. Xavier looked at the master, calling out to him. The knight stared at the protagonist, saying that he heard that the bone dragon did not die, asking if they should do something about it. The remains of the monster began to move. Xavier noted that it was already starting to move, asking if he should deal with it. Lloyd said that he should not. A system window appeared. Domination over the evil, level 2. The protagonist smirked maliciously, saying that he should quickly rise again. A system window appeared, who he can control, such as zombie monsters, ghosts. Lloyd smiled maliciously, emitting a red aura from his eye. He said that he was full of ideas where he could use his help. A system window appeared, who he can control, in which bone dragons appeared. A huge monster began to gather in front of the guys. The main character looked at the monster with a serious look. A red aura began to surround the monster. The system announced that the parasitic soul inside the dragon's bone had refused to submit to the evil's control, asking if he would like to cleanse the parasitic soul. Lloyd smiled maliciously, saying that of course he would. A red stream of energy appeared in front of the protagonist. The system announced that his mind had been transferred to the dragon's skull and he must defeat the king of black magic, Targa, and take possession of the dragon's skeleton. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at the system window, noting that he had transferred the soul to the dragon's bones right before the queen killed him. The protagonist looked behind him. Targa was sitting on his lap not far from the brown-haired man. The black mage bared his teeth. System windows appeared with Targa's characteristics. The protagonist noted that there was too much information, and he was not at all interested in it. The black mage slightly opened his mouth, starting to speak. The protagonist's eyes bulged in surprise. The man pressed his palms to the floor, saying that since childhood, his mana was cursed and the people of their village constantly offended and called him and his family names. Tears flowed from the eyes of the black mage. He said that his mother called him a demon. The protagonist frowned in bewilderment, looking at the man. Targa said that he ruined her life and that he was her greatest disappointment in life, but he still loved her, and then one day the villagers. The man raised his head when the protagonist called out to him. Lloyd looked at the black mage with a soulless gaze, asking what of it. Then he struck the black mage. From the blow, Targa's body dissolved into thin air. The system announced that he had managed to cleanse the parasitic soul. The protagonist stood in front of the guys unconscious. A blue aura began to emanate from the monster. The system announced that the bone dragon was now under the control of the evil spirit. The protagonist's spirit hovered next to him. Then it flew into his nose. The dragon bowed its head towards the protagonist. The system announced that he should greet the bone dragon, who had received a new self, and the words it would say to him would determine his relationship with it. The protagonist smiled maliciously, saying that he was his father. The dragon opened its mouth, collecting magical energy. Javier covered the boys with his wing. Lloyd wondered why he had failed to rein it in. The dragon shot a magical sphere into the air. A blue heart appeared in the sky from the aura. The dragon looked at the protagonist happily, calling him daddy. The protagonist grinned contentedly as the boys watched in bewilderment. Lloyd extended his hand to the dragon. He placed his palm on the monster's head, saying that he would give it a name. The monster looked intently at its father. The protagonist said that he had nothing of the cursed entity zombie in him, and that he was someone even dragons respected. The protagonist smiled contentedly, saying that he would be Yang. The boys looked at what was happening in horror, thinking that this sucked. The system announced that this sucked. The protagonist told everyone to shut up, adding that it was not his fault that natural sciences were easier for him. The system announced that he should not dare to humiliate natural science students. The protagonist and the animals began to hug Yang. Lloyd noted that this was his precious child, and now he could destroy any mountain in the blink of an eye, and he was his dear Yang, a real treasure, his most powerful machine. Alicia watched the protagonist in bewilderment. Then she turned her gaze to the swordsman, noting that he had probably reached the highest level and become a supreme master, a legendary state that could only be compared to the gods. The main character continued to hug his child. Alicia noted that Yang, and what a lame name that was a force capable of destroying an entire nation. The queen squinted at the protagonist. The brown-haired man smiled contentedly and gave her a thumbs up. Alicia noted that Lloyd, a man who could destroy the entire world in one morning, was now out of her control. The red-haired girl looked away with a sad look. The sun was shining brightly over the city. Alicia came out to her people, saying that with her hasty actions she had made the entire nation worry, and she took full responsibility for what she had done. The queen placed her hand on the glass sphere, noting that the reason why a great catastrophe had been avoided. The queen looked down, saying that she was imprisoned, and then suddenly fell silent. The main character shook his head from side to side. He looked at the queen with a pitiful look, folding his hands in front of him. Alicia smirked slightly, noting that the most powerful man on earth, a man with a dream of getting rich and living quietly on the outskirts, an insanely annoying person, adding that let him have it. The red-haired girl opened her mouth wide, saying that it was all thanks to Lloyd Frontera. The protagonist looked at the queen in confusion. Alicia stuck out her tongue, showing it to the protagonist. The protagonist smirked in confusion. A full moon was visible in the night sky. The protagonist smiled widely. He stated that the queen promised to pay him 2 billion gold for the restoration work, and he felt like he could jump on a dragon and fly. Javier sat across from the protagonist, crossing his legs. He asked that he had forgotten that they almost all died. Lloyd said that the key word was almost, and everyone was alive, no one died, and that was all that mattered. The swordsman looked at the master with narrowed eyes. The master said that now he can afford even more than just having fun all day, and now he can live like an emperor. Javier remembered the protagonist's mana. Lloyd looked at the swordsman in confusion. The knight asked that he was some kind of lord. The protagonist looked at Javier furiously. The knight added that he doubted it, and if he were him, he would definitely not make such a face. The protagonist asked that he should send him to hell. Javier looked at the protagonist with narrowed eyes. He asked where the real Lloyd Frontera was and that he was dead. The brown-haired man looked at the guy in confusion. He lowered his head, saying that he did not know. Lloyd looked away with an awkward grin, saying that when he woke up, he was already in his body. Xavier looked at the guy in surprise, asking that he had no intention of stealing Lloyd Frontera's body. The protagonist said that there was none, after which the swordsman lay down on the couch, closing his eyes. He said that then okay, and now let him sing him a lullaby. The brown-haired guy asked what it was all about, and he believed his words. The blue-haired guy slightly opened his mouth, noting that when he lies, he always makes such a shameless face that it is infuriating, and when he tells the truth, he immediately becomes so vulnerable. The protagonist looked at the guy in bewilderment, after which the guys turned their attention to the door they knocked on. Lloyd said that it was open. A bearded man opened the door. The protagonist asked who he was, that he just walked in there. Xavier looked at the man warily, saying that he did not feel his mana at all and he was not alive. The bearded man looked at the guys with a serious look. He said that he was the dragon Antiques, and to be precise, the messenger of Antiques, the true soul of the dragon he had defeated. The protagonist looked at the dragon's soul with a serious look, asking why it had come to them. Antiques asked that he was not even surprised. Lloyd asked what was surprising about that. Antiques noted that he had just said that he was a dragon, adding that he should not worry about it. The dragon's soul looked at the protagonist with a serious look, saying that in the name of the great dragon, he ordered him, Lloyd Frontera, to follow him to hell and save the true soul of Antiques. The protagonist lay down on the bed, covering himself with a blanket. He said that he did not want to, wishing him well. Antiques let tears fall from his eyes, grabbing the blanket. He said that he should not be like that, asking if he could help him. The protagonist asked why he was so stubborn, noting that he was not going to help him. The dragon's soul looked at the protagonist with a pleading look. He said that if he saved his soul, he would include him in the membership of the Dragon King. The brown-haired man slightly rose from the bed, asking that he was serious. The master looked back at the dragon's soul with a malicious grin, saying that he knew how to bargain and that he would listen to what benefits such a membership provides. The men were pulling fallen trees out of the water channel. 5 hours ago, the fighter shouted at the soldiers to increase the speed of restoring the channel, and they would send a separate group to sort out the fallen forest. The workers were dragging a huge tree on their shoulders. The fighter pointed to the side with a menacing look, shouting for them to take it in 1, 2. The protagonist sprawled on a chair, sipping a drink. The queen appeared next to him. Lloyd looked at the girl in fear, saying that he was burned. He thought he was just lying down to rest for a while. The protagonist looked at the swordsman with bewilderment, who was sipping his drink. He told the knight that he was supposed to be on guard, asking what kind of a high master he was if he couldn't even notice a man with his head in his glass, noting how awkward it was. The queen closed her eyes and smirked slightly. The protagonist bowed before the queen. Alicia said that he was the boss and it wasn't his job to carry heavy things. The master noted that this was true and he was just sorting out his thoughts. The red-haired girl asked why he said that he was burned. The queen looked back at the knight in armor, telling him to leave it. The protagonist stood with his hands on the ground, legs spread apart. Alicia told him to come closer as she had something to say and would have to whisper. Her Majesty stared at the protagonist. The protagonist wiggled his buttocks. The red-haired girl imagined herself slapping the protagonist's buttocks. Her Majesty squeezed her hand, noting that it was a sensational feeling. The queen closed her eyes, thinking that she should forget about it. If she became his enemy, then her kingdom would go. Alicia slapped the protagonist on the buttocks, thinking that she could not spank his buttocks just because she was a queen. After which the red-haired girl looked at her hand in shock. She noted that she wanted to spank him so much that she did it without realizing it. Lloyd continued to move his buttocks. He lowered his head to the ground, telling Her Highness that if he dared to insult her in any way, he would gladly accept the punishment. I looked at the protagonist in surprise. Xavier looked at the protagonist with disgust. He asked the master that he would gladly allow himself to be spanked, adding that he knew he was a pervert. The master said that it was a form of speech and that he should not say something that was not there. The system asked what the students of natural sciences used a form of speech. The master noted that the students of natural sciences knew this too. The queen leaned towards the master, asking where he had put the bone dragon, noting that if anyone saw it, there might be panic. Lloyd said that he had thought of this and ordered that it be sent to distant lands where no man had ever set foot. Her Highness looked at the protagonist with a serious look. She noted that he listened to him like a dog and was on his side, and the High Master and the Bone Dragon asked if he had ever thought about what kind of forces in this world were behind him. Her Highness's gaze was directed at the protagonist's buttocks. The protagonist said that he understood her concern. The brown-haired man continued to stand, bowing before Her Highness. He noted that this power was needed to maintain peace and stability and it would be madness to try to use it for his own benefit. The queen's gaze remained on the master's buttocks. Lloyd said that he only obeyed her and was her subject forever. The queen slightly opened her mouth, after which she grinned contentedly, thanking the protagonist. The brown-haired man stood with his buttocks raised up, thanking the queen for her beautiful words. White clouds floated over the castle. Alicia walked along the corridor, thinking that the force that controls another force. She smiled slightly, noting that he was stronger than he seemed. A terrible pain pierced the queen, after which she collapsed to the ground. Alicia grabbed her eye, which turned red, noting that the poison with which she was poisoned in the target castle, she cannot cleanse herself. A system window appeared, the number of lives that he saved, which began to subside. The protagonist looked at the window in bewilderment, wondering what was happening and why the numbers began to fall. A system notification appeared showing the number of lives he had saved, which was 18,124,392. The protagonist widened his eyes, wondering what in the life he had saved was dying and over 10 million would die. Lloyd thought that the dragon was not originally in the novel either. The master looked at the system window in fear, noting that this meant that unexpected and dangerous situations would continue to occur. The queen was lying on the bed, bent over. She widened her eyes, clutching her face with her hand. Alicia thought that Lloyd was a dangerous person and needed to be killed immediately, as he would hunt her. The red-haired girl opened her mouth, saying that Lloyd was not that kind of person. She thought that he needed to be killed first. The queen grabbed her blade, after which she stood on the floor. Her highness walked down the hallway with an enraged look, holding the blade in her hands. Antiques was kneeling opposite the protagonist. He said that his life ended like that, but the king of hell captured his soul because his heart reminded him of a dragon, he thought. The protagonist extended his hand in front of the dragon's soul, saying that he was not interested in his story at all. The dragon said that he needed to motivate him somehow. The master noted that he could not be motivated by his story, only by the conditions he would offer him. Javier crossed his arms over his chest, looking towards the door. The young master asked what goodies he would get. Antique said that if he had a membership in the Dragon King. The swordsman narrowed his eyes. The dragon said that he would have a share in the Dragon King's wealth, which was almost endless. The young master said that it sounded good, asking what else. The queen approached the protagonist's door as a red aura emanated from her blade. Antiques looked at the young master with a serious look, telling him not to waste such an opportunity, and he would also get another life and be able to resurrect if he died. The master looked at the dragon's soul in surprise. Javier slowly began to pull his sword out of its sheath. Alicia's eyes were wide and filled with blood. Lloyd said that it was not bad and that was exactly what he needed, asking how he would know if he was telling the truth. Antique said that he was a dragon and could not lie. Javier looked away warily. Lloyd said that was fine then and that he should go and seek help from someone else. The dragon's soul asked what he had to do to make him believe him. The swordsman abruptly opened the door. He looked out of the room holding the blade in his hands. The young master looked at the swordsman in bewilderment, asking if something was wrong. Javier noted that it was nothing special and that he had apparently just become too sensitive. The master said that it was unacceptable for a supreme master. Alicia hid behind the wall, leaning against the statue. She looked down in fear, wondering what was going on and what she was thinking. The main character smiled wickedly, pointing his finger at the dragon's soul. He asked how he could do that, noting that he would give him some magic that would guarantee his escape from hell, and would also take a soul oath, which would say that his soul would be forgotten forever and ever if he did not keep his promise. Antiques looked at the master in shock, asking how he knew about the soul oath, noting that only dragons knew about them. The main character asked if it mattered now, and whether he agreed or not, adding that if he thought about it for too long, he would just go to sleep. The dragon's soul said that he agreed. Antiques closed his eyes and extended his palm. He looked at the main character with a serious look, raising his hand. Antiques swore that if he did not keep his promise, his soul would be forgotten forever and ever. The main character asked what was that all about. The dragon's soul noted that this spell had no special effects. Antiques stared at the protagonist. The protagonist said that it had bothered him from the beginning, asking that his hair and beard were actually tentacles and why they kept moving when there was no wind. The dragon's soul said that it was because he was a dragon. Lloyd asked what that had to do with his hair and beard moving. Antiques drew a black marker on the protagonist's hand. He said that this was a spell to save him. He must put his hands together and shout the commandment of time and space, a spell to break the seal and show him the way, adding that if he did this for him, the gates to this world would open. Lloyd noted that he did not hear any power in this spell. The master looked at his palm curiously. The dragon said that when he cast the spell, he should imagine someone he knows well and the gate will open next to that person. The main character smiled widely, saying that it was awesome. The young master smiled widely, throwing his shovel over his shoulder, asking that they go to hell to get him an extra life. Lloyd told the swordsman that it was time to go. Antiques opened a blue portal. Javier looked at the master in confusion. He narrowed his eyes, noting that this was still hell, asking that he didn't think that he should have at least asked his opinion. The main character frowned in confusion, looking at the swordsman, asking what he had come up with, noting that he always goes where he tells him to. The main character jumped into the portal, telling Xavier that it was time to move on. The swordsman looked ahead in irritation, thinking that he increasingly felt like he was underpaid for his work. At that moment, a siren rang in all corners of hell, alerting the demons of an intrusion. The demon was holding a cell phone in his hands, which had an urgent message. The guys flew out of the portal, falling to the ground. The man who dared to enter hell, the demons, were already aware of what happened between this man and the Prince of Hell. The demons looked up in bewilderment. The author noted that they had only one thing in their thoughts. Lloyd was flying down with a serious expression on his face. The author noted that the great singer of hell had come to give a concert. A small blue soul ran through hell. The soul looked ahead with a worried expression on its face, after which the soul collided with the demon's leg. The evil spirit smiled maliciously, noting that they seemed to have an escaped soul. The demons looked at the soul with malicious expressions on their faces, lifting it up. The evil spirit asked how he dared to go against the system to escape. The tempter looked ahead with a mad expression, saying that he would chew him up, and then marinate him in sauce for a day, and then he would become sweet and sour pork. The demon widened his eyes, pressing his lips together. The soul closed his eyes, mentally asking for salvation, adding that he was scared. The protagonist's leg appeared in front of the devil's. The young master looked at the demon with a terrifying expression, telling him to answer his questions. The soul looked at the protagonist in fear, wondering what this was, noting that it was so scary. The devil, with an angry expression on his face, looked at the protagonist, saying that even if he was a great singer, he was still a mere mortal. The master hit the tempter with a shovel, after which he collapsed to the ground, folding his arms across his chest. The demon glared at the master, asking how he could attack him so suddenly, noting that he had broken his friend's jaw and he should apologize to him. The devil looked behind him, where the swordsman stood. Xavier asked what his friend was bothering him about now. Xavier looked at the demon with a cold gaze, saying what a good-natured demon he was. The devil's eyes widened. He turned to the swordsman, asking what he knew about him, adding that he should stop talking nonsense, because in reality, he was very cold-blooded and evil. The knight said that he was a good demon. The blue-haired boy glared at the devil, saying that his mother must have raised him with love. The demon looked at the knight, dumbfounded. Xavier slightly opened his mouth, saying that he would guess, asking what his mother had said, something about becoming a great demon that looked after everyone. The evil spirit bared its fangs. The swordsman said that she must have hugged him every day and told him that he was a sweet child who loved others. Tears began to flow from the devil's eyes. Xavier said that her words must have been a blessing to him, and they raised his confidence, and he must have grown up to be a good-natured demon since he was raised by such a good mother. The demon began to wipe the tears from his eyes, saying that it was not so. Xavier stood in front of the sobbing demon. The knight said that these feelings were also a part of him, and he should try to protect his emotions, asking what his mother said when he got angry. The demon said that his mother did not say such a thing. The swordsman squinted at the demon, saying that he hoped it would be kind to his mother. The protagonist watched in bewilderment, his eyes wide. The evil spirit swung his fist at the boy, telling him to take his words back right now. The protagonist watched in shock as the demon lightly hit Xavier in the chest. The devil said how cruel he was. Lloyd noted that perhaps he had overdone it a bit. Xavier asked in what sense. The protagonist said that he really was a master at breaking demons. The evil spirit rose slightly, clutching his head. The young master said that even so, there were still boundaries that should not be crossed. The demon asked what just happened. The protagonist hit the demon in the face again. The demon pressed himself against the knight's chest, continuing to sob. The protagonist mercilessly beat the evil spirit with a shovel. Red lava flowed onto the rocks. The tempter said that his mother, she told him that she was happy about his birth and said that he was her happiness. The beaten devil sat on his knees, looking at the protagonist. He said that he can ask whatever he wants and he will answer all his questions. The master threw the shovel over his shoulder, looking at the demon with disdain. He said that, apparently, he is finally ready to answer. The evil spirit noted that he did not even give him a chance to answer. The young master asked if he would answer if he did not beat him up. The evil one noted that he would not answer, after which he grinned maliciously, thinking that this man was acting in an unexpected way, as if all this meant nothing, and he was really starting to respect him. The main character picked up the demon's cell phone, asking what it was and that by any chance it was not a smartphone. The evil one sat on his knees in front of the protagonist, saying that it was a spirit phone. Lloyd asked why this phone was sending strange responses. The protagonist was holding a spirit phone, which showed a search for a quarter of hell. The devil said that the spirit phone did not have a search function, and he would not be able to find anything in the O, and even if he did, 40% of the information would be a lie. The young gentleman squinted at the mobile phone, saying that if 40% of the total amount was true, then this network was already much better than the human world. The demon asked that he realized that he was lying. Lloyd noted that demons were simply stuffed with lies. The young gentleman with a terrifying expression ate the devil's castle of the king of hell. The guys were sitting on their backs, jigoming, flying through hell. The evil one looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, noting that he said that the castle was in the west, asking why he was going to the east. The protagonist noted that this was because he lied, calling him a little bastard. The tempter grinned contentedly, blushing slightly. The protagonist noted that he was happy that he was scolding him. Lloyd looked at the demon with displeasure, saying that if he told him everything he knew about the king of hell, he would indulge him with choice obscenities as soon as they reached the castle. The devil said that it sounded tempting. Jigoming flew over the ground, where there was hot lava. The evil spirit noted that he was a man, asking how he could withstand the high temperatures of hell. The protagonist said that he was a shameless bastard, noting that he was asking the questions. The demon said that he even felt a little offended. A system notification appeared. The effect of the title experienced in wearing pants in Western countries is activated. 100% protection against dehydration in the hottest areas. The guys flew up to a huge skull. The protagonist asked that this is the castle of hell. The demon said that it was not so. The protagonist noted that it was great, and they were there. Jigoming landed on the ground. The guys got off the huge bird. The main character told the swordsman that it was time for them to fight the king of hell. The brown-haired man looked behind him when the demon called out to him. The tempter pointed a finger at himself, noting that he said that he would indulge him with some choice obscenities as soon as they arrived at the place. The main character looked at the devil with a furious look, saying that he didn't give a damn and for him to disappear from sight. The evil spirit looked at the main character in shock, after which he smiled happily, saying that he was literally starting to fall in love. Another demon grinned slightly, waving his hand at the swordsman. The knight smiled slightly at the demon goodbye. The guys approached the huge skull. The devils looked angrily to the side. The evil spirit asked what it was. The boys walked along the corridor of the building. The demon noted that not only did they come to hell themselves, but they also acted so confidently, asking that they had completely lost their minds. The main character looked at the demon with a furious expression on his face. The devil said that he was so scared. The protagonist looked at the evil spirit with a mad expression on his face. The young gentleman walked with a crazy smile, saying that hell turns out to be so easy. Javier noted that he should be careful because they do not know what awaits them ahead. A demon on a horse appeared on the boy's way. He said that he was the captain of the guard of the King of Hell's office, the general of the 2nd Brigade of Helliximus, asking how dare he stand in his way of the mission. Javier took out his blade and began to beat Helliximus. The protagonist noted that this was a series of careful blows. The young gentleman opened the huge doors, after which he looked ahead with a serious look. The King of Hell was sitting at the table with papers. The protagonist noted that he knew it. Halcaros looked ahead with an irritated expression, clutching his head. Lloyd noted that it was not a dream, what he saw for a short moment in the flames, and now he was sure of it. Lloyd bowed before the King of Hell, saying that he was Lloyd Frontera, a mortal, and paid his respects to the King of Hell. Halcaros slightly opened his mouth, asking why, of all the possible moments, he chose this one to appear, adding that he would not disturb him as he was busy. The protagonist licked his lips with his tongue. He looked at the King of Hell with a confident smile, asking that he would like to get rid of the work. The King of Hell's hand stopped, after which he looked at the protagonist, asking why ask obvious things. The young gentleman grinned sarcastically, saying that because he could help him solve this issue. The protagonist presented an image of a spirit phone. He noted that he would provide some information that he managed to learn thanks to the spirit phone. Halcaros was sitting at the table, sorting through papers. The protagonist noted 670,000 years, the number of years that the King of Hell had worked without a single break. Lloyd presented an image of an old man, noting that the previous King of Hell had worked without a break for 3.5 billion years, eventually becoming depressed and killing himself. The protagonist narrowed his gaze, noting that the current King of Hell knew that he would end up the same way as his predecessor. Carl looked at the young gentleman with a serious look, after which he closed his eyes and took off his glasses. The King of Hell folded his hands in front of him, asking how he could allow him to live a life where he would have free time. The young master smirked slightly, noting that it was a trade secret. Halcaros narrowed his eyes. He looked at the young master with annoyance, asking how he dared to bargain with the King of Hell, adding that he knew he was crazy, but he was going too far. The master pressed his palm to his chest, looking at the King of Hell with a smirk. He said that he could quarter him right now if he didn't like him so much. After which the brown-haired man smiled maliciously, saying that he should continue working for the next 3.5 billion years. The man looked at the guy in shock. The protagonist smirked maliciously. Javier looked at the King of Hell warily. The protagonist noted that there was no guarantee that Javier would be able to protect him here, because they were against the King of Hell and something that had an incomprehensible reserve of power. Lloyd added that there was some information he was counting on. The master recalled seeing the news with the demon in the spirit phone. He noted that the spirit phone was full of content where the King of Hell was cursed and the King of Hell ignored the laws and passed sentences at will, but there was no evidence of this, which meant the brown-haired man looked at the man with a frown, noting that the King of Hell is actually someone who strictly follows the law. Helcaros looked at the guys with a frightening look. The protagonist noted that he was willing to bet that he was an honest and decent worker. The King of Hell slightly opened his mouth, calling the protagonist by the name of Kim Soo-ho. Xavier looked at Helcaros with curiosity. The protagonist frowned in confusion. The man looked at the protagonist with a serious look, asking what he wanted. The main character smiled maliciously, thinking that he had an advantage over him. The one who was more desperate, he lost. The brown-haired man bowed down in front of the man, saying that the soul of antiques, which he holds there, he wishes to release it. The man snapped his fingers. A glass ball appeared in the air, in which a dragon was imprisoned. Helcaros asked what he was talking about it, noting that he was holding it here purely for his own pleasure and was of no value to him. Helcaros looked at the young master with irritation, asking that now that he had shown what he desired, was it time for me to answer his question and how he would help him get out of work. The brown-haired man smiled confidently, saying that he would build a fast road. There was a huge amount of paperwork in the office. The main character thought that although all this paperwork was a problem, the King of Hell had a more serious problem. The main character imagined demons who transported souls in carts. He noted that after the King of Hell's judgment, the souls are delivered to the Resurrection Gate, and the demons transport the souls in carts. Lloyd imagined the road in front of the demons being destroyed by lava. He noted that due to the extreme climate of Hell, the road constantly changes direction and the demons are too stupid to find the way themselves. Helcaros clutched his head while sitting in front of the map. The master noted that in the end, the King of Hell has to make a new path in real time, and this is the main reason why he cannot quit his job. He added that if they build a fast path for transporting souls, they will greatly reduce the workload of the King of Hell. The guys stood in front of Helcaros. Lloyd noted that for just Antiques' soul, he can free himself from work and relax. The King of Hell closed his eyes and put his glasses back on, after which he began to draw on the paper with a pen, saying that he will prepare a contract and he must implement his idea. The brown-haired man smiled maliciously, clenching his hand into a fist. He thought that this was great and the membership of the Dragon King was waiting for him. The King of Hell raised the papers with his power, saying that he spent a whole minute talking to him, and if the resurrection of microorganisms and bacteria is delayed for the existence of many living organisms. The papers flew up to the young master. Helcaros said that he did not have time to supply him with labor and materials, and the demons that wanted to work were already busy transporting souls, and he could do whatever he wanted with those who remained. The protagonist grinned maliciously, saying that he knew how to delegate responsibilities and he would only need one announcement from him on the spirit phone and the issue was resolved. Hot lava flowed down the rock. The guys were teleported to the hovering rock in the air. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, saying that the power of the King of Hell was really something incredible, and he was able to transport them with a snap of his finger. The protagonist turned his attention to the side. A huge black ball was hovering in front of them. The protagonist noted that this was the Resurrection Gate, and it looked like a black hole. Souls were sucked into the Resurrection Gate. The young master looked towards Xavier in surprise. The swordsman asked that his name was Kim Soo-ho. The swordsman narrowed his gaze, adding that although it did not matter what his name was, adding that he should tell him his plan. The young master raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at the knight. He thought that he already knew that he was not Lloyd Frontera, and it was difficult to say what was in his head. The boys stood with their backs to the hot lava. The master said that as he had just explained to the King of Hell, they would build a road out of cast iron. Xavier asked if cast iron could withstand lava. The master grinned maliciously, saying that if he did not know, he would not offer. The devil was holding a phone in his hand when he received a notification. It said that there would be a concert of the great singer of hell, the place was the end of the world, the time was in 5 hours. The devils began to smile madly. The tempter said that he was really organizing a concert and how great it was. The demons began to walk towards the place where the concert was taking place. The devil said that he could not believe that he would be able to hear the singer he had heard so much about live. The demon told them to walk faster. The evil one added that his heart was beating like crazy. The demons walked along the road. They noted that if he dared to sing out of tune or not hit the rhythm. The devils smiled maliciously, noting that they would throw eggs at him because he must be better than them. The main character crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the demons with a terrifying look. The tempters shouted for him to sing for them. They raised their hands up, clapping their hands. The protagonist began to spread his arms out to the sides. Then he took a step forward. Lloyd pressed his palm to his chest, slightly opening his mouth. The devils smiled madly, continuing to shout for him to sing for them. The protagonist looked at the evil spirits with disdain, saying that he would not sing. The devils looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. They began to raise their fists up, saying that they had come all this way just to hear him sing, asking why he did not sing. The young master looked at the demons furiously, noting that because he did not want to call them idiots. The demons looked angrily at the protagonist. They said that their blood pressure had risen and that they wanted to kill him. The devils began to wave their fists, shouting for him to keep his promise. The master looked at the knight, declaring that it was his turn. The knight walked to the edge of the cliff, asking that they considered promises to be kept. The demon shouted that of course a promise must be kept. In hell, black clouds floated above the earth. The demon shouted that he was right and he must keep his promise. Javier looked at the demons with a furious look, asking that they must all have been taught manners at home. Tears appeared in the eyes of the devils. They began to raise their hands up, saying that they were taking back their words and that he should not keep his promises, and now they did not know what to do. The protagonist laughed maliciously, pointing a finger at the demons. He said that they were idiots and very easy to fool. After which the devils bared their fangs, saying that they could not do this anymore and they had to catch him. Lloyd began to jump from side to side, saying that let them catch him if they could. The demons said that this pissed them off and that someone should do something to him. Lloyd thought that he would let them be angry and crazy, and let every part of their body be soaked with hatred for him. The young master with a distraught expression smiled widely, noting that when this happens, they will all become his free slaves. Ji-Goming flew in the air above the demons. The protagonist smiled maliciously, telling the demons that if they did not like to see him so much, then let him try to catch him. The devils looked at the protagonist angrily, saying that they would kill him. Ji-Goming landed next to the weak one with a displeased expression. Lloyd called the demons to him, telling them to attack him, and he was waiting for them. The demons asked what he thought. They will not get to him, noting that he will still dance. The devil ran with a stick in his hands, after which he put the stick down and leaned on it. The protagonist threw a stone towards the demon. When the demon flew over the lava, the stone hit him. The devils watched in horror. The demon began to fall to the ground, after which he landed on a piece of land surrounded by lava. The young gentleman looked at the demon with disdain, saying that it was such a pity. The devils widened their eyes in bewilderment. The demon wondered if he was really going to kill him, calling him a demon. The protagonist sprawled on a lounger. There was a hot bowl on the tower, the community center of the archdemon. The evil spirit stood in front of the guys with a microphone, saying that they were demons, asking how they dared to let him behave like this, adding that they had to kill him, which meant war. The evil spirit saddled the centipedes. The demon shouted to the lava centipede squad that it was time to fight. The demons moved along the ground on monsters. Lava centipedes are a creation of hell, whose scales allow them to withstand the high temperatures of lava. The evil spirit pointed to the side, shouting for them to follow him. In front of the guys there was an empty sun lounger. The demon asked where it had gone. Then the centipede suddenly stopped. The monster began to dangle from side to side. The devil asked what was going on and that something was wrong. Bez noted that, apparently, the centipede sensed something. In front of the demons there was a tunnel into the ground. A huge monster moved along the tunnel. The demon looked in bewilderment ahead, being on a centipede. In front of the evil spirit there appeared the guys and Ji-Goming, who was sitting in a hot bath. Javier was sharpening his blade. A huge bird was in the hot water. Lloyd looked at the demon with a crazy expression on his face, asking that they sensed a chicken. The devil widened his eyes. Lloyd said that it was one. Javier delivered slashing blows to the centipede. The beaten demon looked ahead in confusion. The protagonist widened his eyes, saying that it was two. The evil spirit widened his eyes in confusion when Javier made slashing blows. The centipedes continued to enter the tunnel. The protagonist continued counting. The demon said that they needed to retreat back. The evil spirit asked what was going on there. Hot lava flowed down the rock. The demon screamed that he was a murderer and asked for help. The protagonist counted the kills. The young master sat near the material tower, saying that there were 32,435 in total. Lloyd looked ahead with a terrifying look, noting that the free materials were received. He thought that the operation to catch centipedes with chicken soup was a success. The young master turned his gaze to the side. The demons stood on their feet and heads, with their hands behind their backs. The master noted that he also received labor. The brown-haired man looked at the devils with a mad smile, suggesting to open another layer of the earth. On the laptop, an image of the protagonist was visible. Helcaros watched what was happening, thinking that this guy had collected all the necessary information about him and other creatures of hell, and he knew all this in advance before suggesting the idea of the road. Helcaros noted that he was only thinking about how to capture him and make him his advisor. The image showed the maddened face of the protagonist. The king of hell goggled his eyes, wondering what if he could dump his responsibilities on him. The demons began to dig the ground, making a road. Lloyd noted that, of course, demons would never obediently do their job. The evil spirit ran away with tears in his eyes. Lloyd noted that they would try to escape. An evil Javier appeared in front of the tempter. The main character noted that this was a public surveillance system. Xavier dragged the devil by his horns. Lloyd noted that he was captured. The evil ones looked at the boys furiously, telling them to promise them freedom and promise them their rights. The protagonist noted that this was a riot. Xavier looked at the boys furiously, saying that this was what it meant to do the right thing. The young gentleman noted that these were offensive words. The evil ones covered their mouths with their hands, letting tears flow from their eyes. Lloyd noted that, however, even such cruel methods have a limit to their effectiveness. The devil carried a sack on his back, after which he fell to the ground. The demon asked the old man if he was okay. The protagonist approached the old man, calling out to him. The old man looked at the protagonist in surprise, who extended his hand to him. The protagonist squatted down, telling the old man to take his hand. The demon looked at the young gentleman in surprise, extending his hand to him, after which Lloyd tightly squeezed the demon's hand. He looked at the demon with a terrifying expression, telling him to get up quickly and start working and not to act like a weakling, because he could clearly see all his muscles. The protagonist began to shake the demon by the horns, saying that he had only helped the others for 5 seconds, and then began to shirk, adding that he would make him carry 5 times more luggage than he was carrying now. The demon hugged the old man, saying that he was a villain, real trash, and the most terrible person in the world. Tears flowed from the devil's eyes and they smiled contentedly. They noted that this is why they can't help themselves and only fall in love with him more. The demons looked at the embittered protagonist with admiration. The imp noted that he was a role model for all demons, and they should learn from him. Lloyd noted that he had completed the conquest of the demons' hearts. Hot lava flowed across the ground. A small red man was hiding behind a rock, after which he raised his head. Lloyd shouted for them to repeat after him. The red soul slightly opened his mouth, noting that this voice. The protagonist shouted that safety was the last thing. The small man peeked out from behind the rock. The protagonist walked along the dug road, saying that everything was like this and there were no concessions for demons like them. The soul widened its eyes. The young master looked away with a frightening look, saying that of course they would not have any breaks and they would rest after death. The red soul watched in horror, asking what this scoundrel was doing here. It was night in the Frontera estate a few years ago. One day, the real Lloyd flew out of his body as a ghost. His body was suddenly taken away and he watched it from the side. The hero stood up, clutching himself from the cold, and the soul wondered who this scoundrel was. The original rushed to attack and ordered to give up his body, but suddenly he hit the barrier. Holding his nose, the drunk wondered how this happened and who this scoundrel was, a magician or a demon. The protagonist began to wave his arms and said that he knew it and called the notifications, and the spirit thought that this creature was just crazy. But then a red portal began to open behind the original. A reaper came out from there with a watch in his hands. The real Lloyd looked at him in horror and turned to him. But the reaper was surprised to see him and wondered what it was. He hooked the soul with a scythe and called the manager, saying that he was currently on a business trip and received a message about the discovery of a soul. But then a strange red color, to which he was told that there was no registered sudden death and this was strange. But then death turned to the frightened spirit and asked him to calm down first. Reaper started to go into the portal and said that his case was a bit unusual for them and first they would need to figure out if it was a mistake on their part or something else happened. And the ghost thought that the appearance of this creature did not match its voice and behavior. The servant of hell slowly entering the portal asked to wait here first and they would contact him when they decided. The real Lloyd turned around and thought that in this way he was neither alive nor dead. Looking at Xavier with the protagonist, he was left with the one who stole his body for several years. And this scoundrel, the protagonist, was very different from him. He realized this during his work. The original in the past lay on the table with a drink and blamed his poor parents and ruined estates, and because of this he chose the worst path every day. But watching Kim's actions, he realized that the guy moved forward without resting and paid off his family's debts. Afterwards, the original imagined the look of his parents and realized that the eyes of his mother and father that looked at him before. He saw how his parents hugged the hero and realized that they had completely changed. The spirit saw how Hippo took water and said that this scoundrel uses strange magic and summons creatures, and if only he had such abilities too. But then Reaper appeared behind him and said that he doubted it, thus frightening the ghost. Then he flew a little closer and said that if this man did not have superpowers, he would drink all day long, but if he had such powers, he would hardly work hard. The original immediately became very anxious and ashamed. After Death smiled and apologized, and then said that he just overheard and thought it was strange, and in any case, his case has no precedent, but since he is a soul, he does not think he should be in this world. And then he, alarming the original, suggested to go and consult with the King of Hell. Watching Kim, the real Lloyd said that the villain who stole his body, watching him only brings pain, because it makes him realize all his shame. When the spirit came to Halkeros, he did not take any action, saying that there were no relevant laws. Then the original hid behind a rock and realized that he could not even reincarnate and could not even disappear, and from now on his life was wandering through hell day after day, avoiding the gaze of evil demons. However, there was something else. The original suddenly became aggressive and thought that that bastard should not be here. The hero walked through hell with a shovel and a nasty face. The protagonist flew over the hellish expanses. He scanned the area and thought that it was in complete disarray and he had to wander in circles. The familiar began to land, and Kim thought that this place should be flat, about 110 kilometers, although it is a bit long. The designer was flying with a shovel on his shoulder and thought about not eating and not resting, and then he came to his senses and thought about 30,000 demons who can neither eat nor rest, and soon he will be able to finish. He used scanning, walking along the terrain, and thought about checking if there is dangerous land. But then something small touched his cheek. Kim's face was crushed by Lloyd's blow. The protagonist flew away from the blow to the side, and then he fell to the ground holding his cheek. The aristocrat immediately jumped up from the ground and with wild aggression asked about what kind of nonsense was going on. But then the soul poked him in the eyes with its feet. When the hero leaned back holding his eyes and screaming, the soul began to hit him in the stomach. But then Peepadong stopped him by grabbing his shoulder. The hamster hit him in the stomach with all his might with his fist, throwing him back. Afterwards, the phantom started to pull him by the hair, and the original started to curse and kick. Then the rodent threw him to Baibong. Then the hero came up to him and made a terrible face again, and asked what kind of creature it was. Looking at Kim, Lloyd thought about how scary he was. Looking at the spirit, he thought exactly the same. But then the protagonist stopped and asked him to wait a little. The original got very angry when he guessed who it was, and started to talk about how he stole his body. Then the reincarnated one was a little dumbfounded and thought that it turned out that he had been in hell all this time. But then the real Lloyd surprised Kim by asking why he had dealt with so many difficulties and troubles, but still ended up in hell, because if he had stolen the body, he should have taken responsibility. Then the spirit burst into tears and said that his father and mother finally loved him when he became a human, and it was very sad, and then demanded that he come back quickly. The protagonist was dumbfounded by these words and fell silent. And then he put his hand in front of himself and asked him to calm down and listen to him for a bit, and he continued to shout that he was frozen to death and he was telling him to calm down. But then Peepadong hit him in the face and calmed him down. Kim went down a little lower and said that he was finally ready to talk and everything should be resolved through negotiations, and asked if this was true. But then the soul began to rage and flutter again and said that just recently a stupid rat beat him up, they are thugs, and he is a thief. But then the hamster hit him in the face again as a precaution. Then the original calmed down again and meaningfully remained silent. The reincarnated one pointed at him and, with his eyebrows drawn together, said that firstly, he was not here because he had died, but had made a contract with the king of hell and had come to do construction. The spirit began to get even more furious, and he continued and said that he had not stolen his body, and was also shocked when he opened his eyes, and Lloyd asked if he wanted him to believe it, and asked who he really was. Then the hero lowered himself a little and said that he was a timid and boring young man studying civil engineering in a country called the Republic of Korea, and then gave his real name. The original calmed down a little and said meaningfully, and he continued and asked if the spirit believed him, because he had nothing more to say. Javier watched the demons digging. But then he heard the dialogues of the hero and the soul, who said that none of this mattered, because he had come and demanded to take responsibility. The blonde looked away a little and heard his master say that after receiving this body, his family feels good, to which the original said that he appreciated it, and then asked how he dared to say it with his lips. And then the swordsman looked into the distance and thought about what only Kim could see, and wondered if he was talking to himself, but then realized that this speech. He frowned and thought that this was the real Lloyd. The soul continued to be indignant and said that if he had not interfered, he could have lived well and eaten well, but because of him he became a ghost without a residence permit. The hero scratched his chin and thought amidst the cries of responsibility, and then he raised his finger up and suggested acting differently. The reincarnated one again made a scary face and said that there was no point in helping him, so it was better to live well separately. The original was immediately dumbfounded by these words. Kim started to leave and said goodbye, and he started to catch up with him and put pressure on his conscience with insults. But Peepadong hit him in the face with his fist and threw him back. The soul began to cry lying on the ground. The hero turned around and watched him. The original was crying lying on the ground, and then the reincarnated one thought that this was the real son of Arcus and Marbella. The Korean stopped and kept silent meaningfully, and then he began to actively scratch his head in doubt. The spirit was all in tears and he turned to him. The protagonist picked him up by the collar and angrily said that he would help him if he stopped whining, to which he said that this is not what he should think about and called him a fake scoundrel. But then the real Lloyd was hit on the chin with a finger. Then he began to kick and asked why he was hit, to which he said, "What kind of fake is this?" The next moment, Kim put him in his jacket and said that in any case it would be better to shut up until the end of the construction and help him, and he asked about who would want to join him and asked to let go. But then, finding himself pinned in his pocket, he saw something terrible. All Kim's phantoms were in his pocket and were looking at him aggressively. Then the hero became serious while he had a fight in his pocket and ordered him to be quiet. And then the protagonist thought that the construction project was 110 kilometers long, and the sooner he finished, the sooner he would shut up this scoundrel. A trench was dug on the ground, and after the first stage of excavation work was completed, it was time to start the second stage, and to create a coating under the sleepers, they used stones from volcanic rocks. After they laid out the bundles on the excavation, and this was the third stage, to lay sleepers from the woven legs of a centipede. When the rails were laid on top of them, it was the fourth stage. They were made of centipede shells processed by Javier. And then, when Peepodong stood up, whom the hero called, the fifth stage began. The hamster began to jump and thereby exert pressure. Watching this, the protagonist thought that of course this is not the latest construction method, so the road is dusty and shakes like crazy, and this is probably the worst ride in history and someone can throw up, or there will be a mess, but Lloyd scrunched up his arrogant face and thought that he does not care. Then he pointed to the swordsman and told him that he was going to go check everything, and he should keep a good eye on everything. And then the original watched him with concern and did not understand that this was a fake. And while the hero was flying, scanning the area, he continued his thought and thought that he knew that there was a lot of work ahead, but he has been working without rest for more than a month. The spirit's face was worried and he didn't understand when he was resting or drinking, and he didn't understand how he could live like that. But then Reaper's words popped into his head that if he had such abilities, he wouldn't do anything. After that, the original looked at Belle's tail and kept silent meaningfully, and then thought about how he was a scoundrel, and then wondered if it was true that if he couldn't do anything, he would immediately run. At that time, Peepodong was kicking the railroad tracks. Somewhere in the lava lake, movements and shaking began. Waves spread across the lava and shook. Someone in the lake was watching and thinking that only 20,000 years had passed since he fell asleep, and some crazy bastard was making noise. The hamster began to kick even more aggressively. Lava began to actively flow from the flying islands from the shaking. The creature thought that it was too noisy. The lake began to boil and he thought that he could not stand it anymore. A huge object began to burst out of the magma. It turned out to be a huge elemental that demanded to be allowed to sleep. And then the aggressive Lloyd began to ask about what happened to his construction. Then the huge monster pointed at him and said that he was trying to endure, but there must be a line, and asked why they were making noise, and the demons ran in fear and screamed that he should have slept for another 100,000 years. All the demons fled screaming, and the hero began to throw them away, and they in response praised him for his selfishness. Dunkleos approached the railroad tracks and asked if it was because of them and suggested that if you step on them it will become quiet. He kicked them with all his might and they flew apart. At that moment, the protagonist immediately stopped, and then he ran to the monster, insulting him alternately. Lloyd again made such a face that could scare the devil himself and pointed his finger and said that life can be a little noisy, nothing terrible if he tolerates it, and then asked why he was causing chaos. Then the elemental was extremely outraged that some cockroach was accusing him. The demons immediately began to rejoice with pride and said that they were tired of humanity, and this one began to hope that he would kill the hero. Then Dunkleos began to warm up his fists and said that today one of them would die, addressing him as dude. The protagonist looked ahead in rage and called Javier. He began to use the wing technique of the sword master. Lloyd's face became terrifying and he asked to show how they solved such issues. But the blonde did not move. Then the aristocrat turned to him and asked why he did not attack. Then the swordsman simply looked forward and said that, frankly speaking, he believed that in this situation they should apologize because it was obvious that they disturbed the neighbors, but his boss did not agree with him. The designer literally made a face like a devil with goat eyes and said that he was the only one here who was disturbed and the only one who was restless. The demons saw this, received warm joy and realized that he had gone crazy. The elemental swung his leg to strike, and then with all his might he broke the ground. The land began to fall apart and collapse, and the devils tried to find a way to escape. Javier lifted his master into the sky on his wings and clicked his tongue in displeasure. After that, the swordsman went on the approach and flew to the target, leaving Lloyd on the ground. The sword master himself flew using the aura blade. He dealt many cutting blows to the enemy, and he immediately fell apart. But suddenly the particles began to gather together. The magma swirled into vortices. The blonde was alarmed to see this. The creature began to actively gather into one hole and twist. After Dunkleos remained alive and asked why he hit him and was even more indignant. Seeing this, the hero was dumbfounded and realized that his subordinate's attacks did not work. The elemental pouted his lips, preparing to release a stream. He abruptly opened his mouth and ejected magma. Xavier, seeing this, froze in horror. The guy began to actively parry the stream flying at him. The hero tried to dodge the lava fragments and asked his subordinate to stop and not do this. He turned around with a smile and took the sword away, and then he began to fight back even more actively, after which the protagonist screamed that his life is not a joke. Then the sword master flew above the elemental and was about to deliver a slash. He swung his blade, sparks flying. The monster was chopped into even pieces by the blows. It shattered into many drops, but then it began to come back together. The monster took a victorious pose and said that it was invincible, and then he pointed his finger at the blonde and said that he had just been on his side and asked why he was attacking. To which Xavier looked calmly and said that, first of all, he was a night guard, and besides, if he went on a rampage, the demons would also be in danger. Then the elemental pointed his finger at himself and said that he would not touch the demons, so it was time to leave because he seemed to be a person with some convictions, and then asked who was the victim and who was the bad guy. Xavier glowed brighter and frowned at him, and he continued and said that this scoundrel has no conscience, and he is so bad that he has to protect him, going against his principles. Then the blonde put his hand to his chin in alarm, and Lloyd screamed in horror and asked why he was thinking seriously. Then the original crawled out from under the hero's cloak and told him to run faster, because this creature cannot be killed, and he can only help him if he survives. But the protagonist pushed him back with his finger. The aristocrat looked menacingly in front of him and said that you can only run away after trying everything possible. The spirit was very surprised and remembered the chapter where the bone dragon appeared and he abandoned the queen. He was very worried and thought that wasn't that bastard the first to run away. Then the hero became even more menacing and told the drunkard to look closely at what a person who works tirelessly can do. Then the ghost became worried and thought about whether he should pretend to be cool. The elemental stood in front of Kim and looked at him. Somewhere in the permafrost, there was a northern light. The ice dragon sat on a cliff and looked into the distance. He did not move from his place and thought about how cold it was here and wondered when his father would call him. He remembered the hero, who said with a gentle look that he should be in a place that people should never see, at the very edge of the north. The dragon looked ahead and thought about missing his dad. The elemental raised his fist to strike and screamed. Xavier cut off his hand with his sword, and the hero held out his hand with a sign in front of him. He prepared himself and was going to scream at the top of his lungs about the law of space and time, and demanded that the ban be broken and he be directed to the path he should take. The symbol on his hand lit up and he thought about the place where Yang was. The human sign began to run quickly and he thought that the effect was really cool. The dragon saw the light in front of him and was happy. A portal opened right in front of him. Bone was happy and thought that it was Dad's scent. A wild cold began to burst out of the portal that opened on the other side, which surprised the enemy. The elemental shrank and screamed that it was very cold. His skin began to crack. He began to run away and said that he would look, but a little later. But then the hero made a devilish face and said that he was sorry, but he never fought the same enemy twice. And then he put his hand to his mouth and called his old friend. A dragon flew out of the portal and screamed at the top of his lungs that he finally saw Dad. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and said with a smile that he was frozen. And then he pointed at the running elemental and said that it was his hot water bottle running away. Yang immediately went straight after him. Bone hugged the monster and arranged a hug. Then the dragon closed his eyes and thought that he was warm, and the elemental closed his eyes and was very cold. He completely turned into ice and thought that it was refreshing. But then the hero with an incredibly devilish face approached him. He raised the shovel with madness and asked to let him go. An explosion burst out of the shovel. The elemental flew into pieces. The demons watched this in horror and thought that the strongest creature of hell was defeated. And the original watched from the jacket and thought that he really won. Looking at the fragments, he thought about what a terrible monster is. A memory of Kim popped into his head, who wanted to show the strength of workers. Immediately after, he looked down and became alarmed and thought about what he had been doing all his life. Looking at the jubilant hero, he thought that he really was incredible. But then the hero was greatly surprised by a scream from the side of Dunkleo's the Immortal. Somewhere among the lava debris a small flame was burning. The beast burst out of there, scattering the debris and growling. But as it turned out, it was very small compared to the protagonist. Then he pointed his finger at him and asked him to just wait 1,000,000 years, and then he would gain strength and kill him. But the brown-eyed man only looked at him condescendingly, and then he made a crazy face and said that by that time he would already be dead, so nothing could be done. And the elemental burst into tears and said that he hated him, and called him a disgusting scoundrel. But he only continued to actively mock him and brought the kid to tears by calling him a peanut sack and teasing him. The original, watching all this, was shocked. And then he became wary and thought that he was not incredible, but just trash with a rotten character. And then a notification came to the sitting protagonist and he turned to him. It was written about receiving a new eulogy of very cold hands and very cold feet. It will work in all areas of hell with a temperature below 0 degrees Celsius. The effect of the praise was that he would not suffer from hypothermia in any climate. Then the hero looked there with a smile and thought that this was not bad, and neither cold nor heat threatened him anymore. But then something happened behind him. There, all the demons knelt before him, and he was a little surprised. One of them, lowering his head, said that the designer had become a superior human being, and each of them admired him and he worked here. The wind blew strongly towards the reincarnated one, and they continued, calling him a great singer of hell who defeated Dunkleos, and they would gladly fulfill any of his commands. The hero lowered his head with a soft smile and remained silent. And then, with a chic and gentle look, he called them pathetic nonentities and voluntary slaves. The demons clenched their fists with the same smiles and thought that to receive such words from someone you respect makes their hearts tremble. Afterwards, one of the subjects approached the hero and said that there was one problem now, and he asked what they meant. The red-skinned one pointed to the portal and said that this was the gate that appeared because of the great singer, and the cold wind from there was unpleasant for the hellish creatures, and it seemed that there might be a problem with the ecosystem, and repairs would not hurt. But then the protagonist looked at him with contempt and asked what gates and cold wind were they talking about. The one who addressed him was at first perplexed. Lloyd's collar was fluttering in different directions from the wind. The demon decided to try to convey and said that the wind was blowing from there, and he saw how he opened them earlier. But the hero continued to shake his head in different directions and allegedly could not find them, and when he tried to hint that his collar was flying, the nobleman looked at him with disdain and said that he did not understand what he was talking about and suggested that he go and work. Everything was silent for a moment and only the wind could be heard. The horde looked at his back with surprise and thought that this was their responsibility, but he treated it as if it did not exist, and this nasty guy who did not want to take on the repair at all, and as expected, all the subjects began to rejoice, because for them this was a person who was impossible not to fall in love with. The hero began to roll up his sleeve and thought that he had won the loyalty of the demons and would hurry to complete the construction, and the original thought that they had already started construction. He frowned and wondered when he planned to help him. The protagonist stuck a shovel into the ground and said that if they passed here, the construction period would be extended by 2 days. But then he only smiled softly, and then the guy turned to the dragon and ordered him to do this. Then Yang splashed an ice beam onto the lava lake. All the phantoms were shocked by this. Afterwards, the hero ordered him to compact the road surface by nailing it with his hands. Stone fragments flew at Lloyd's pets, and he himself pointed his finger and ordered the dragon to collect stones and break through the mountain. Such functionality made him feel love for him. All the other phantoms were wildly unhappy with this. Peepodong even spat to the side. Lava was still flowing from the flying islands. A bone was sitting on a stone and wagging its tail, resting. And then he turned around when he was called. These were animals, led by a hamster, who said that he was arrogant because he called him, and then they said that there is seniority in this area. But then the dragon turned around abruptly and scared them, and then he began to actively move his body, sticking out his tongue. Peepodong started pointing at himself and him and said nothing meaningfully, and he nodded his head several times. The animals climbed onto his back, and then they all went into a high-speed flight over the expanses of hell. They soared off the edge of the cliff. Everyone was incredibly happy. Thus, Yang became a member of the hamster gang. The protagonist watched them from the ground and thought that his adopted dragon had a successful social life. But then the original came up to him from behind and asked what kind of person he was. He came closer and asked about the fact that he had deceived him. But Kim grimaced and asked why such a conclusion suddenly came to him. Then the spirit became even more furious and said that he was promised that they would help, but he continued to do only construction, and then asked if he thought he could escape. Then the protagonist grimaced disgustingly and asked what would happen if so, to which the ghost said that it was wildly scary and that he shouldn't poke his face at it. But the one with the ugly face said that thanks to this face, women's clothes burst at the seams. And the kid was just scared and said that the face is a window to the heart, and since his heart is dirty, the mug is also ugly. They stood closer to each other, squeezing their scary faces. And then they turned away and said that they didn't want to see it anymore. To which the hero looked away and said that he was watching and he was busy. Besides, he doesn't know how or what to help, and asked about the point of wasting his time. And the original pointed at him with his paw and said that he should figure out what to do, because his life was completely ruined, and his family and his wealth were taken from him. But then he was dumbfounded after the designer asked him if he owed him anything. He looked menacingly and said that even if it weren't for him, he would have died long ago from alcohol poisoning, and his father, mother, and younger brother, the same fate would have been for the whole family. The original became furious again. The protagonist looked at him even more menacingly and said that he saved them all. Even if he, standing there, said thank you, it wouldn't be enough. Then the spirit began to be more aggressive and asked him not to talk nonsense, because no one would believe it. But then the king of hell came to them and said that it was true. Then Helcaris looked at them and turned to the real Lloyd, saying that he couldn't make anyone happy, and his fate was insignificant, not attracting anyone's attention. Then the original fell silent and was dumbfounded. Kim looked at the beautiful man and thought about how much he knew. He bowed to him and said that he would like to clarify one thing. The guy looked up and asked why he came to this world at all, since he might know the reason. The dark-haired man looked at him menacingly and said nothing meaningfully. Then he calmly said that he had no idea. He frowned and said that the messenger from the upper world seemed to have taken the wrong side, and then asked if he would say anything. The hero was dumbfounded and wondered how he knew about the messenger. The hero and the king of hell looked at each other. The guy narrowed his eyes and thought that the last time he gave his mana to Javier, he received a message about the upper world. The brown-haired man wanted to ask what it was, but the interlocutor turned his head and said that he was not here to talk about it. He looked down where the demons were building the carriages. The man said that when this train was built, there would be an enormous amount of freedom. That was why he could find time to rest now. The king turned around and said that he had been watching the construction closely and thought that maintaining the track would not be too difficult. However, it would take some time to inspect and study the train, and he was already feeling disgusted by the task. Lloyd frowned and smiled. The boy bowed and said that he would be happy to carefully prepare all the maintenance manuals. The interlocutor looked at him and asked what he wanted. The youth closed his eyes and asked for a pass for the reincarnation gate, if possible. The spirit looked at him in surprise. The king folded his hands behind his back and said that they had no restrictions on this matter because it was the choice of the recipient of the pass. The hero asked to give it to the red guy. The spirit shed tears, looking at the boy. The aristocrat grimaced and asked with his eyes if this was enough. The demons pedaled desperately, exhausted and complaining that they would soon die. Lloyd approached one of them and advised him to rest. He looked at the young man with hope and asked if it was really possible. The brown-haired man kicked him and declared that he was an incompetent cog. The other demons watched in fear as their brother flew back. The hero bulged his eyes menacingly and asked if anyone else needed a lighter job. The demons set to work with renewed vigor. The monster that the boy had thrown off the train sat up and muttered sheepishly that he was upset because he was being treated like trash. Lloyd had benefited everyone. The brown-haired man raised an eyebrow when he was called. The spirit of a true aristocrat held a pass and asked if it was really for him. The hero frowned and muttered that he already held it, so why doubt it? The ghost looked down and thanked the young man. The boy grimaced and asked him not to try to soften his heart. He kindly added that the spirit's face would haunt his nightmares as it was straight from the sewer waste. They started fighting. A few minutes later, the interlocutors were sitting quietly next to each other again. The real Lloyd asked if his parents were okay. The hero looked ahead and answered in the affirmative, saying that his mother had taken up cooking and running a business, and his father had started sculpting again. The ghost hugged his knees and asked about his brother. The brown-haired man looked into the distance indifferently and said that Julian had married the youngest princess of Isfahan and was now living in the capital. The spirit widened his eyes in shock. The guy added that his father was now a count, not a baron. The ghost asked if the hero had really done all of this. The interlocutor replied that he hadn't planned it, but it had happened that way. The train rushed forward. The spirit asked if the guy knew Javier. Ever since his father had first brought the swordsman, the aristocrat had wondered what kind of guy he was. He knew that he could never be as straightforward, honest, and cool, so he made fun of him. The spirit looked down, and the hero looked at him intently. The soul asked to tell the knight that he was sorry for breaking that wooden sword. In fact, he wanted to be friends with him. The swordsman sitting in the carriage heard everything. They were gradually approaching the black hole, and the ghost asked to convey his regrets to his parents. He stopped in front of the portal and, looking back, muttered that perhaps he would be lucky enough to be reincarnated as a human. At that moment, the hero grimaced and kicked him. The spirit flew up and irritably cursed the guy. The brown-haired man arched his eyebrows and exclaimed that he did not want to listen to this nonsense, so let him go. The ghost was being pulled into the portal. He screamed that if he reincarnated, he would live with fire in his eyes and would become much more diligent. Tears flowed from his eyes, and the spirit declared that he would return and become a person who was welcomed by everyone in the world. The hero put his hands in his pockets and smiled. The guy advised him to try, but warned him that it would be hard. The spirit smirked back and dissolved into a black hole. Lloyd turned around and announced with a grin that the mission was over. It was time to go get his payment. Yang squeaked and dissolved after the king of hell snapped his finger. The hero and his knight watched as the creature disappeared. The man explained that now, according to the contract, the soul was freed. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes and thought with disappointment about how he could now become a member of the Dragon King. The brunette folded his arms and said that time flowed differently here and in the human world. About 5 hours had probably passed there. He added that his dragon would return to its hole at the North Pole on its own, and the man would personally send the hero and his bodyguard back. That was where his politeness ended. The king smiled and said that he was looking forward to their next meeting. The guy looked at him in surprise and said that he did not want to see him anymore. The man did not listen to the end and snapped his fingers. The companions suddenly moved into the room. Lloyd grimaced and muttered that he did not want to go to hell as the king wished for him. The swordsman looked at the master and noted that he was more comfortable there than here. The hero turned around and asked if his companion also had fun and was excited to talk nonsense to the demons. Xavier looked at him in surprise and objected that he had only said good things. The brown-haired man assumed that he was just pretending not to understand. The aristocrat looked around in search of the dragon uncle and asked if he had been deceived. He glanced back, hearing a voice. A glowing eye hung in front of them. A large black shadow hung in front of the building and looked at them. The guys were looking at something in front of them. The hero wondered if it was the Dragon King, because they freely changed their appearance. However, there was something strange. He looked at the glowing eye and frowned. The silhouette gradually took shape, fangs and a lion's face. And now a huge cat was hovering in front of the young man. The aristocrat couldn't understand why the Dragon King was using his powers to embody this. The creature waved its paw, and the hero stared in shock. He noticed the bald spots on its belly and declared that this couldn't be the Dragon King. Teapotong jumped onto the windowsill and waved its paws. The animal exchanged glances with the lion, and they smiled at each other. Lloyd smiled at the hamster and asked why this creature had come to them. The animal shrugged and replied that it didn't know the foreign language very well. The boy was surprised how this was possible if they seemed to be enjoying each other's company. He raised his head to the lion. It turned around and shook its tail. The hero pointed at it in confusion and asked if it had really turned its ass to them. The boy asked if the Dragon King had sent him. The lion nodded and made some sounds. The brown-haired man grinned and was glad that the half-dragon had kept his promise. He intended to get great wealth in the bonus life. The lion flew quickly over the forest, and Lloyd and Xavier sat, holding onto the fur. The speed was incredible, but judging by the relaxed look of the animal, it did not even make an effort. The skin on the hero's face was fluttering in the wind, and he was afraid that he would become even uglier. The boy frowned and looked away. Xavier still looked beautiful, and the wind only slightly ruffled his hair. The hero, whose face threatened to fly back, was indignant at how the knight looked good in such a situation. The swordsman glanced at him and replied that this was called the law of immutability of the original. The brown-haired man said that these were not the words that should be used now. The lion flew over the water, while the nobleman complained about cheating. The Magentano Kingdom, the Jabiel region. The companions walked down the corridor, carrying backpacks on their backs. Lloyd frowned and thought that ahead was the one who bore the title of the strongest knight in existence, the Dragon King. Energy was coming from the depths of the corridor. They came out of the tunnel and found themselves in front of mountains of gold, among which stood a castle. The brown-haired man began to drool at the sight of such wealth. The swordsman looked at him and noted that it was surprising that there was such a space underground. The hero narrowed his eyes and saw a man sitting on the couch. They went down and came closer. The guy frowned, but the man did not react. Then Lloyd turned to the great dragon, and he shuddered in surprise. The man clenched his teeth, and the guests stared at him tensely. The host frowned and muttered that he wanted to sleep. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in shock. The interlocutor shook his head and opened his eye to look, but immediately fell back to sleep. Lloyd frowned and thought that he was definitely looking at him. Even if many people came to get membership, how could he just ignore them and fall asleep? The owner was drooling, lying on the sofa. The aristocrat clenched his fist and thought that it was clear from one look that he was a lazy and completely unpleasant person. He clenched his teeth and decided not to act recklessly for the sake of money. A light breeze blew to the sleeping man, and his eyes opened. The protagonist was kneeling and fanning him with a leaf. The dragon squinted and thought in surprise that those who came to get membership were strong and extraordinary, but too proud. Therefore, if they were slightly ignored, they got angry and left. Now the guests suddenly began to fan him. Lloyd smiled awkwardly, wiping sweat from his forehead. The dragon thought that the man was truly happy and was trying his best to wave. The man sprawled on the couch and decided that he liked the guy. In return, he closed his eyes and was going to fall asleep in a very good mood. The brown-haired man silently looked at the sleeping man, then grinned unpleasantly and muttered that the first stage of the operation was successful. It was time to move on. Xavier turned to the gentleman, who had already taken the cup in his hand, and advised him to avoid hasty actions, because the Dragon King was probably as strong as the King of Hell. The young man scooped up water in a glass and headed towards the man. The swordsman asked what he was doing at all. The aristocrat laughed and replied that when the dragon woke up, he would give him water. The guy grinned and muttered that a creature that would not even move an eyebrow and ignores people. Having found the idol, Lloyd broke into a smile and said that he would sacrifice his life to befriend him. The knight frowned and realized that his master was serious. The gold sparkled and shimmered. The hero sat on a throne, covered in jewels. He raised an eyebrow and exclaimed how dare he not recognize the rich man and breathed calmly in front of him. The same protagonist knelt down and folded his hands, begging to forgive the mistake of this slave. The young man asked to beat him until he felt better. Lloyd and the crown threw the treasures and shouted to eat it and become richer. The guy took off his jewelry and shielded himself from the coins with his hands, exclaiming that it hurt. The hero in the crown threw more money and said that you need to suffer to become rich. The brown-haired man without a crown spread his arms and said that he would gladly accept it and was ready to endure even more pain. He quickly ran to the throne and shouted that he would feed this idiot until his stomach exploded. Xavier watched this one-man show and knew they were in big trouble. The swordsman sweated and thought it looked funny. Lloyd winced as his crown fell off. The knight looked at the master questioningly. The nobleman turned around and shouted that he was hungry, so he should go and eat, because a rich man should never be hungry. Xavier narrowed his eyes and thought that this was a typical poor man's thinking. The hero pulled out a root vegetable from the ground and noted that this place was really cool. Pea Podong attracted the owner's attention. He opened the lid of the pot, where he found kimchi. The young man lay in gold, eating the food he found, and admired the paradise he found himself in. Xavier approached him and said that the Dragon King did not even show signs of waking up. The blonde asked how long the master was going to do nothing. The brown-haired man smiled and replied that all his life. The swordsman frowned and thought that this man really got away with everything. He said that one day he would have to return to his land, because there were several things that needed to be taken care of. The hero put his hands behind his head and agreed that he would have to go back, but he couldn't give up his membership in the Dragon King. Opportunity comes to those who persist. The man sleeping on the couch suddenly opened his eyes. He turned pale and wondered how long he had slept. His name was Berkes, the Dragon King. One day, a child appeared from another world, a girl he had grown attached to. The man didn't want to explain anything. In short, they got married. The end. The dragon raised his numb hand and frowned. The girl had gone on a journey. He thought she had told him to wake up and call every morning. He put his hand out and pressed call, even though it was late, but she declined. Berkes turned pale and thought that this was very bad. Someone must be screaming loudly when they returned. The man imagined his beloved saying that she was very upset because the Dragon King membership system that she had been promised had never been implemented. Besides, he didn't even contact her like she asked. The girl can't sleep at night because of the anxiety she's been piling up because of him. The dragon smiled and thought that her voice sounded like a nightingale. Berkes frowned and reminded himself that she was upset and he should use teleportation right now. He gritted his teeth and thought that he couldn't do it because it was too energy consuming. The dragon closed his eyes. In short, he was lazy. The man opened his eyes slightly when someone asked if something was bothering him. In front of him was the frightening face of the protagonist with a smile. Berkes jumped up and shot beams from his eyes. He exclaimed that he was scared and asked what the demon was doing here. A light attack flew past Lloyd's face. An explosion sounded behind him. The smile slid off the guy's face. The hero's face took on a soft expression. He noted that the Dragon King seemed to be worried about something. The brown-haired man asked to give him a chance and he would help with anything. The man frowned and muttered that this guy was incredibly calm, although he had just almost died. Lloyd replied that he had dared to scare the Dragon King, and because of him, he had used up extra calories. This sin deserved death. Berkes looked at the guest with interest and thought that he liked him because he somehow knew his nature well. The hero folded his arms and thought that this was a hidden sales principle. What are the features of the product he wants to sell? What are the needs of the customers? In fact, the priority of such things is high. But what really matters is whether the buyer likes the person selling the product. The guy looked at his interlocutor decisively, ready to wag his tail. The dragon glanced sideways at the guest and asked if he was ready to listen to his worries. The young man immediately agreed. He shuddered when the man clarified that he did not have a girlfriend. Berkes added that with such a face even getting married in a dream would be a great gift from heaven. The guy remained silent and tears gushed from his eyes. The dragon sighed and muttered how such an unpopular person would know about the problems of a married man. The brown-haired man extended his hands and objected that, although unpopular, he was also a child from a family with a mother and father. Lloyd smiled and assumed that the interlocutor had problems with the Dragon Queen. He said that he always solves the problem when parents quarrel. Berkes looked at him absent-mindedly and decided to believe these words. The man began to mumble something incoherent, and the guy stopped him, putting out his hand. The hero assumed that the dragon found it very unpleasant to move his mouth. The king looked at the young man with admiration. The aristocrat said that he would guess, and he just needed to say yes or no. Berkes exchanged glances with the guest and decided that now he would become number 2 in his heart. The young man licked his lips and thought that he couldn't create a situation where the Dragon King would have to give additional explanations. He needed to make a profile, the laziest husband, a wife who wasn't seen even after a month. A girl worthy of marrying such a dragon must have a very kind character. No children, a lot of money. The man shuddered when the guy said that, for some reason, the Dragon Queen seemed to have gone far away. He guessed that she had asked her husband to do something, but not something as serious as cleaning the house, which could destroy his dignity. Lloyd looked closely at the dragon and assumed that the queen had said something like, "Wake up every morning and call me for the sake of his health." However, the man forgot about it. Berkey stared at his interlocutor in shock and made a sound of agreement. He was glad that he could say only one word. The hero was kneeling in front of him and saying that the man was worried about how to correct the mistake and what to say to stop her from being angry. But he is afraid that his wife will hate him, but he is too lazy to go and look for her. Berkey's answered affirmatively to everything. The aristocrat waved his hand and said that all these worries could be solved with one wave. The interlocutor rose and, looking resolutely at the young man, asked what he should do. The lion with the ball looked at the gentleman in shock and was surprised that the king's body had risen by 15 degrees. Lloyd raised his finger and said that everything was simple. He grinned and asked the dragon to come and lie in his county Frontera. Then the queen's heart would thaw. The weather was sunny. Bayern frowned and shouted to hurry because the repair work would be completed in the morning. He looked at the workers, and they all shouted together that safety was the most important thing. There were already dark circles under his eyes. The man thought that he was a little tired. An elf approached him and said that the number of migrants was increasing and it seemed that more apartments needed to be added than planned. Bayern suggested drawing up a plan of the site again. A worker approached him and reported that the contract for underfloor heating with the southern territories had been completed. The knight ordered a team to be formed to send them on a mission. Another man immediately approached and exclaimed that there was a water leak in the rice fields. The boss responded that he was going, and so everyone ran to him with various problems. Two soldiers looked at Bayern pitifully and said that Viscount Racona said that he could not pay the water bill. The knight turned around and said that he would go to him. The man frowned and thought that he felt sick. He was the senior knight of the Frontera territory and he was already 57 years old. Bayern lowered his head and thought that he was doing this and that here. He was sitting on a box opposite the Viscount. The Viscount was shouting that he could not pay the water bill and in general he could not live that long. The knight listened with a blank look as the nobleman prepared to file a complaint with the royal court for exploitation. While the man was describing himself, Bayern pulled out a cube with recommendations for mini construction. He broke off a piece and immediately the protagonist's face appeared. The guy grimaced and asked what else was this. The Viscount fell back in convulsions and began to mumble that he would pay the bill. The knight threw his head back and wondered when Lloyd would return. Every time the young man disappeared, Bayern suffered alone in the county. Although he was paid a large salary, his body was weakening. The man was returning on horseback. He froze when he heard a cry that Mr. Lloyd had returned. This gave him strength, and the knight abruptly jerked his horse. The hero walked, carrying a sofa with the Dragon King on his back. Bayern rushed towards him, shouting that he had been waiting for him. He fell to his knees and asked to listen to the old man's last request. The man looked at the boy in despair and said that this was too difficult and he wanted to stop. Lloyd looked softly at his subordinate and refused, asking how much more he could add. The knight began to cry and objected that he had enough money, he simply could not survive in this mode. The young man looked at him thoughtfully and, smiling, walked past. The man turned around, and the hero said that the annual salary from today is 3 billion. The knight shouted that the problem was not about money. He put his hand to his chest and with a calm face said that he would do everything possible. The hero looked ahead in surprise. There he was met by his parents and friends. The boy stretched his lips into a smile. He happily waved his hand at them and realized that his homeland was now here. Lloyd and his protector stood in front of the dragon, sprawled on the couch. The man asked whether the young man would wake him up so that he could call his wife every morning. Berkey squinted and asked if this would help fix the fact that he hadn't called for a month. The brown-haired man calmly looked at his interlocutor and said no. The dragon glanced at him sideways and was indignant that he had been deceived. Lloyd smiled and said that it was better to start from scratch than to fix what had happened. If a man communicated with the Dragon Queen every day until she returned, it would show his sincerity and desire to change. Berkey looked closely at the aristocrat and, smiling, fell asleep. The hero reminded him of his membership in the Dragon King. The man took the marker with a trembling hand and asked to open his neck. He clumsily drew a heart on the young man and explained that these were bonus lives. Berkey dropped the marker and muttered that the guy was now a member of the Dragon King Club, after which he fell asleep again. Lloyd sighed and quietly left with the knight. They walked down the corridor, and the hero muttered that he had finally finished. The swordsman asked again. The brown-haired man turned around and declared that from now on he was the richest man on the continent. Lord Bayern had already taken care of many things. The man was sleeping soundly in bed at that time. The hero pointed at Javier and said that the guard knight was a grandmaster. Behind him a free Dragon King was sleeping, and 2 lives. The young man smiled and said that he was invincible. He added that from today on it was impossible to even imagine what could threaten his life. The knight closed his eyes and thanked him. The blonde said that he had heard many stories in the village before, saying that 2 of Lord Bayern's children had gone to study in the royal capital. The brown-haired man looked at his interlocutor. Xavier said that he had been so busy looking for food before that he had not been able to study. He looked ahead and continued that a soldier named Greg had a talent for mechanisms. Now that he has more free time, he learns to do something on his own. Some people like drawing, some like music. Everyone has a dream. The blonde closed his eyes and said that when the territory was poor, everyone had the same dream, not to die of hunger. The knight said that the main character created a lot of dreams. The brown-haired man looked closely at the swordsman and asked what he thought of him, a fake who stole the body of his master's son. Xavier resolutely looked forward and replied that he was happy that the guy came to this world. Lloyd's eyes widened in shock. The interlocutors grimaced sharply, holding back the urge to vomit from such frankness. Notification: the number of lives you have saved, 18,124,392. The young man smiled and thought that the number had increased. At that moment, the number decreased by 1. The guy froze in surprise, and then the counter quickly flew down. The hero's eyes widened in horror. The number continued to decrease until it stopped at 0. Lloyd stared at the system window in shock. A bunch of garlands in the form of lanterns illuminated the city. It was a festival where the sign hung. Kuga at this time was happily dancing Emily. While everyone was dancing, Xavier sat on the ground and looked away. Arcus approached the knight and said that he did not see his son because this festival was for him. The knight, with a sad look, looked down when he was asked if he knew where Lloyd was. He remembered how at that moment he looked at the dumbfounded grin of the brown-haired man, who bulged his eyes. The knight stared at his face and tried to understand what happened. Xavier immediately stopped when Lloyd followed further because he remembered something and asked not to follow him. The knight added that soon there would be a welcoming festival for him. The protagonist lowered his head and said that perhaps they would never be able to hold a festival again. Xavier stared at him intently. Now Arcus looked at the knight's sad grin. At this moment, the brown-haired man quickly walked along the forest path. Xavier slightly opened his mouth and began to suggest theories, saying that he was busy with urgent matters. The protagonist at this time had already gone far into the mountains and was trying to catch his breath near a tree. The knight, with a piercing gaze under the glow of light, looked at Arcus and said that the festival must continue. The father of the family looked at the knight in bewilderment. The brown-haired man at this time frowned bloodthirstily and wanted to summon a spoiler of the future. A system notification popped up that it was a spoiler of the future because by consuming points, he could see scenes of the future that could completely change history. Points were required for 3 spoilers 80 and he had more than 1,000 available. He immediately angrily punched the consent to use the glasses because there was no need to ask obvious things. Suddenly, he found himself in a black space. He looked back and saw his double, who addressed him while sitting at the table. His double, in the shadow of the lamplight, asked if he was really watching now. The protagonist began to approach his double, who asked him not to worry too much, because this future will not actually happen, since this is just a case when he stupidly did not watch the spoiler of the future to the end. Lloyd at that moment looked at him angrily when he heard that if he did nothing, then everything would be exactly like this. His double sat on a chair in front of the lamp and stated that the day when the number of saved lives became 0, and stated that since that day, peace has not come and nothing has happened. The brown-haired man stared at his double, who lowered his head and assumed that it happened in 3 years. Suddenly, his silhouette immediately began to evaporate in a red glow. Lloyd found himself in a forest clearing after moving. He saw the Count and Countess on horses in front of him. He looked at them with displeasure. At the same time, the elf commander and the sergeant were playing musical instruments with the orc. Arcus was waltzing with his wife, and everyone was clapping. He explained that it was an ordinary day, and they, as always, went for a horse ride. Arcus and his wife went for a horse ride in the forest. Suddenly, they met a chipmunk on the way, which rushed past the horses. These horses immediately became frightened and began to agitate. The protagonist opened his mouth in anger at such statements. Arcus was waltzing with his wife under the lights of the lamps in the square. However, in the future, Arcus fell off his horse with a stunned look. The protagonist's eyes bulged in fear. He was shocked and pulled out his eye because he did not believe what was happening. He watched this moment in horror while the double sat behind and explained that this happened about a month later. Maria and her husband were dancing a waltz to the clapping of the surrounding crowd. Maria in the memories lay in front of her husband's coffin, literally forever. The protagonist began to scream at the double with rage because he did not want such a fate. The brown-haired man immediately ran towards his double at the table and said that he saved them both, and they should live happily ever after, but he was told that he did not have the opportunity. This clone from the future lowered his gaze and said that he did not have the opportunity to go to the funeral of his younger brother. The protagonist was completely stunned and his eyes bulged. In those memories, Julian opened the door to a stranger because Sarazad had been absent for some time, becoming a fencing instructor when someone came looking for Julian. The stranger stabbed the guy's body because it was a robbery. The protagonist was horrified and looked dumbfounded when he heard that Sherazade was crazy because she volunteered for a small local war. He imagined Sherazade's silhouette standing against a red background of blood and guns pointed at her because it seemed to her that there was no will to live. The protagonist's clone crossed his palms, leaning on a chair, and said that it was nothing special because the queen eventually became a tyrant. At that moment, Alicia was bloodthirsty in an attack under the fiery tongues of flame, and he noticed that she was missing one of her arms, and after that, everything that happened in the same novel. Two men danced opposite each other holding a leg near a little girl, and the Term's family was attacked by another rebel squad as Fahan was destroyed, and Lord Velarde died, carrying out an unreasonable order of the queen. So in those memories, the brunette orc tried to cheer up Melika with his hugs, and Arash, who left their territory, died in an accident while hunting, and she could not eat anything and died of hunger. The protagonist opened his mouth in anger and wanted to finish this explanation of the circumstances. He immediately went to his clone to punch him, but it was just an illusion that said that there was no need to explain further if we talk about each person. The protagonist shook his head in anger while the clone sat on the chair and asked him about how he felt after watching the spoiler of the future. Lloyd wanted to turn it off quickly. His beaten clone looked from under his brows with a tired look and said that after seeing the spoiler of the future, he would be able to stop it. Then blood began to spurt out of his mouth. Lloyd watched as his clone vomited blood. All the bottles around in the table were stained with blood. His clone hung his trembling hand. Then it suddenly stopped and relaxed. Lloyd watched as his clone lay in his own blood on the table. He was in shock and sweat was running down his face. He also remembered the pictures of his dead parents in the night and assumed that he had lost without even being able to start the game. He stood by the tree and watched the huge plain city from afar. At this time, everyone was dancing a waltz and enjoying the holiday. Lloyd watched the bright light above the mountain city and assumed that he would lose everything again. With whom he turned around and began to leave in anger. He bared his teeth furiously and realized that he should never lose what was his again. He walked on with a bloodthirsty look and tears in his eyes and declared that he would not sit back and wait. The enraged dragon opened its mouth. Baibung rode this water dragon up. Chipmunk saddled this water dragon and called out to Peepadong. It was a huge palace under the bright rays of the sun and tried to bring the Dragon King to his senses so that he would contact the Dragon Queen. At this time, the Dragon King was lying on the sofa looking tired. The protagonist looked at him intently with bewilderment. Then Lloyd raised his left hand. He immediately became bloodthirsty and angry and was about to slap. The Dragon King immediately jumped up in horror and opened his mouth. The guy, who was out of breath, hung his hand down when the brown-haired guy stretched his hand to the left. The blonde guy's eyes widened in amazement and said that this was the first time he had encountered something like this in his life. The protagonist smiled and put his hand to his chest and leaned over, saying that his alarm clock efficiency was incredible and asked to quickly contact the Dragon Queen. This guy immediately reached his finger to the call window system. Suddenly, the system rejected his call. This Dragon King continued to lie on the sofa with a tired look and said that in any case, his homework was finished for now. The brown-haired guy, with an amazed look and wide-eyed, was about to leave. These were random incidents that happened to people around him. At this time, Peepadong and Baibung saddled the water dragon. The protagonist understood that no matter how hard he tried and how much he ran, wearing out his feet, he would never be able to stop it. It was that moment when Lloyd stretched his hand out to the side, in front of the out-of-breath Dragon King, and tried to figure out what the main reason was, and if suddenly it was a supernatural problem, then the Dragon King might know the answer. Lloyd looked down with slight sadness when he was told that the child was really terribly angry at the Dragon King. The protagonist continued to stand in front of the sprawled guy, bowing his body in front of him, and said that he had a question, but his comrade did not want to answer. Lloyd slightly closed his lips, and the comrade did not even know what he wanted to ask. I read him as a scoundrel who was too lazy to even breathe, and he would never quietly listen to him peacefully. The protagonist immediately smiled bloodthirstily, baring his teeth because he was the one who tamed the Dragon Kings. It was that same 3-story palace, and the protagonist said that he was actually from another world. Then the crescent moon was visible in the dark sky. About continuing to be in the same palace under the rays of the sun, Lloyd said that he changed the unfortunate fates around him for the better, but the king did not care. Again, half the moon illuminated the night sky. It was that same palace under the rays of the sun, and Lloyd continued to say that it still shows him that these people will die, following their original destiny. Then the full moon eclipsed the night sky. A bright light illuminated this huge palace building. The blonde guy was lying on the couch, his eyes closed. The Dragon King was sleeping on the couch, drooling as he realized that it was strange to him that by this point his cheap alarm clock had been going back and forth many times, hearing that horrible sound. Then he began to open his eyes slightly. He saw Lloyd sitting in front of him, his body slumped. The blonde guy stared at the dejected Lloyd and asked him what he was doing without waking him up. The main character scratched his head with a malicious smile and said that he hadn't been able to wake him up for 10 days. The Dragon King, sweating, popped his eyes out in surprise. A moment later, he sweated even more and drooped. He looked at the main character angrily and asked him if he had really gone crazy and wanted to die. The protagonist only smiled in response and said that he was joking. The blonde guy was indignant and sweating. The brown-haired man tilted his body in alarm and bulged his eyes, saying that this could really happen if he didn't listen to him to the end and didn't give an answer. The blonde guy continued to lie on the couch slightly, his mouth slightly open. He immediately bulged his eyes and said that even leniency has a line and Lloyd should know how easily he could destroy him and his family. The protagonist fell to his knees, leaning on his hands. He sat on his knees and lowered his head opposite the guy, saying that he knew that he was aware of the risk he was taking, daring to threaten the Dragon King. The main character slightly closed his lips and asked if the chance was so great that the Dragon King's risk was greater. Lloyd sat on his knees in front of the Dragon King sprawled on the couch and said that he could cut off his limbs and rip out his heart after he had to look for another alarm clock. The brown-haired man, embittered, frowned, looking sideways at the guy. The Dragon King's eyes widened in surprise when he was ordered to get up from the couch. The main character looked at him bloodthirstily and ordered him to imagine that he could visit the human village in person and where there would be someone who would wake him up well in the morning. Walking back and forth in circles, the Dragon King was completely scared, his eyes widened and he began to sigh heavily, because his legs were getting heavy and his feet were wearing out, and this was taking away his time to sleep. The main character continued to scream furiously about how as soon as someone was found. This guy gets up later in the morning than him and the Dragon King kicks him out and returns to the village again, and checks every day who gets up in the morning. Lloyd continued to scream angrily with an angry look. The blonde guy was lying on the couch and also began to scream in horror so that they would stop making fun of him. Lloyd watched as the blonde guy dangled his arms in a hurry and passed out. The Dragon King sweatily opened his eye and admitted that his risk was much higher than Lloyd's, and he won. The brown-haired man immediately frowned angrily, looking at the guy and realized that it was the easiest victory. Javier at this time stood behind the door and was about to draw his blade, when the Dragon King explained that the fate he changed keeps returning to the original scenario. The knight immediately put away the blade and was stunned in sweat because he realized that his salary was really too low. The protagonist continued to sit in front of the sprawled Dragon King, who said that here is his fate and should he call it a bowstring. He imagined himself pulling his bowstring with a convulsive hand and said that no matter how hard he tried to pull the bowstring, it, on the contrary, returned to its original shape with even more force. He immediately imagined how he let go of this pulled bowstring. The blonde guy lay on the couch with a cold-blooded look and said that this was a phenomenon of fate restoration. It was like a law that could not be broken. The brown-haired guy immediately frowned, tilted his head and asked about whether there was really no way to stop it. The Dragon King explained that he simply did not understand the meaning of the word impossible. He continued to lie on the couch with a tired look and said that he was not capable of this either, and even the King of Hell and the Archangel could not. Lloyd sat on his knees in front of the Dragon King, who asked him if he had ever played any game. He explained that no matter how freely he could play, in the end it works within a certain program, and this world, in the end, it's all just a game within a game. A simulator within a simulator is a law. The brown-haired guy immediately cried out in anger about whether there was a hidden alternative and couldn't they really find it. The blonde guy looked at the brown-haired guy's silhouette in bewilderment and said that he didn't even know if Lloyd and his family were part of the program, and it should be obvious. The protagonist continued to look angrily through his bangs and said that he felt that he was alive and it hardly made a difference, because whether it was a program or something else, he would still get everything. At this time, the knight stood behind the door with a sullen look. The blonde guy's eyes widened in surprise, seeing that he had life force in him, as if he were a legend. Then he slightly closed his lips. The protagonist looked at the guy who told him about the Pearl of Truth with tension and surprise. Lloyd was kneeling in front of the Dragon King, who said that it was a legendary gem that would answer any question. If he asked it, then perhaps the stone would give an answer. The Dragon King looked through his curly hair and said that it was something like resisting the restorative power of fate. The protagonist immediately jumped up with an arrogant look. He stood over the sofa and said that he could seem rude, but he had one more question. The blonde guy closed his eyes and said that the stone was in the Mermaid Kingdom, wished him luck. The brown-haired guy immediately put his hand to his chest and said that their bone squad would take on the role of his alarm clock and thanked him for the advice. He abruptly turned in the other direction. He immediately left the room and turned to Javier, saying that they needed to go to the Mermaid Kingdom. Kalia was flying over the vast cloudy sky and plain at that moment. While Javier sat next to him, Lloyd lay down with his hands removed when he was asked about whether it would be more convenient for me to ask the Dragon King to send them to the Mermaid Kingdom. The brown-haired man answered with a cold-blooded look that the knight really did not know how to interact in society. Lloyd closed his eyes and said that the Dragon King was a scary creature that could kill them all with one finger, and when he teased such a person, He had to be careful. They were almost approaching the port trading city of Cremo, and he said that he already had enough clues about the Mermaid Kingdom. It was a huge underwater building with a glowing liquid dome in the Mermaid Kingdom mentioned in the novel. It was said that it was hidden in the most stormy sea. The main character walked with his knight through the crowd of merchants and knew that the stormiest sea is the northern sea of Laurasia, the place where the whaling ships go, leaving from the port of Cremo, because it is from here that the search for the kingdom of the mermaids begins. A bunch of ships tried to squeeze up to the pier. These were trading shops that were calling people to themselves. Shaitan looked around intently and realized that this place had come to life. He imagined the count of the city, who was sitting near an open balcony under the moon, because in the novel the city was destroyed by the Titans and the Count, who helped the knight, got caught in the crossfire. A bunch of poor children from the Chinese were thrown out into the street, because this was the city where Xavier came and the children begged for alms, and it was overflowing with vagabonds. It was a smiling family with a child on the father's neck. At this time, everyone was discussing something heatedly and rejoicing at each other. Shaitan stared at what was happening, because he was so happy that he could make this city happy, although he knew what would happen if he saw it in person. He convulsively clenched his lips and almost cried. He bared his teeth with pain in his soul. With tears in his eyes, he realized that his stomach twisted, and he had to ask for a large reward. Xavier watched as the protagonist with snot and tears twisted his face. The knight immediately closed his eyes and sighed, because he expected this, that Lloyd was a kind person. The two of them walked along the bridge to a huge building where they understood that this was all thanks to him, because he should receive a commission. They approached the gate of the building and greeted the hero lord, who was their savior. The count immediately hugged the protagonist with a joyful smile and said that he still liked him. This count lifted the protagonist above himself, and he said that he came because he needed to ask him something. White puffy clouds covered the sky. The count crossed his arms and realized that Lloyd wanted to borrow a whaling ship from him in order to get to the kingdom of mermaids. They sat at the negotiating table, while the knight stood nearby, and the brown-haired man explained that the count must think that it was pointless. He had his reasons for that. The old man crossed his arms and arrogantly narrowed his eyes and said that there was one talented captain, but this guy is known as a big liar. Whenever he drinks, he says that in his youth he visited the kingdom of the mermaids. If Lloyd does not care that he is an eccentric, then he could introduce them. The main character's eyes bulged in surprise. He clenched his fist with a happy smile and realized that everything was going very well. They were wooden whaling ships at sea, and the protagonist asked the captain how it happened that he was invited to the kingdom of the mermaids. This guy with a bandage on his head and a bird on his shoulder crossed his arms and said that he sang a song, because the mermaids used it to determine whether they were friends or enemies. The knight squinted at the captain next to the brown-haired man. Xavier immediately looked away when the main character frowned and bulged his eyes. Lloyd pointed his finger at the ship with displeasure, standing in front of the captain, and asked if there was any other way than singing. The captain explained that then only this handsome guy would be invited, and the protagonist would not be able to enter. The captain began to laugh maliciously, while the brown-haired man looked around with displeasure and said that he was a little unsure of his singing, but everything was even more deplorable. He remembered how he was splashing around in the sea as a small boy when the ship was sailing away, because he explained that he was distracted by his gaze and the ship did not even know that he was missing, and then the mermaids came to his aid. Huge bloodthirsty mermaids began to appear from the water because he was very scared, and he was not joking. Now he crossed his arms and smiled maliciously, closing his eyes, because he explained that his neck could be broken with one hand. And then he remembered his grandfather's story that if you sing to the mermaids, they will understand that he is not an enemy. In his memories, the mermaids looked at how this captain with an overly crooked face began to sing a song. Now he was wiping his golden uniform and said with a malicious smile that it was just a terrifying roar. At first the mermaid probably did not want to listen to it, so they frowned. He remembered how this silhouette of a mermaid with a red eye looked at him. Then this bloodthirsty silhouette turned into a smiling girl. Lloyd looked at the captain and his silky hair in surprise, and he said that the mermaids listened not to the pitch or the rhythm, but to his real heart. The protagonist looked ahead with a piercing gaze and realized that it was about the real heart. He imagined Arcus hugging his wife with trepidation. At the same time, Julian reached out to Sarazed during the wedding. All the other guys looked at him with a smile and trepidation. The main character lowered his head with a grim grin. Then, under the shining light of the city, he looked at the captain and asked to borrow his boat and asked him to take him to the area of the Mermaid Kingdom. At first, there was no love or anything, and all he wanted was to earn money and fill his stomach. The brown-haired man with a parrot on his shoulder grinned and said that this was not possible, because now is not the time to catch whales. The main character took out a bag of shining coins and said that money is no longer a problem. The captain immediately took the bag with a smile and said that they would go straight. And the ship sailed on the stormy sea, and they arrived. Then his silhouette climbed the mast under the moonlight, and he sailed the sea for a whole month, deliberately not traveling on a dragon or a dove because the mermaids could feel threatened. The protagonist sadly looked down at the colors of the moon and assumed that he was in despair, because laughter was unexpectedly given to someone who was originally supposed to be sad. The knight and the captain looked at the brown-haired man who climbed onto the bow of the ship and reported that their ship was already surrounded by mermaids because they coldly greeted uninvited guests. Lloyd looked back intently. The blue-haired guy sighed and understood that it was so because there were several thousand of them. A bunch of multicolored hair and heads began to appear in the water. His silhouette immediately spread his arms and began to fall into the water because he wished for the happy fate of his people. He began to sing a song, closing his eyes and falling into the water, wishing that the mermaids would help him. All the mermaids came out of the water and looked at him in surprise. Lloyd stood on the edge of the ship, spread his arms and sang. The mermaids immediately put on their natural faces and looked at him with trepidation. Javier raised his head in surprise and looked at the notes. The main character pressed his hands to his chest and sang with all his heart under the moonlight, radiating sincerity. The mermaids continued to look at him with trepidation. Then, all of them started bleeding from their ears. One of the mermaids pierced his nose with a spear from the ship and Lloyd began to fall. The commander of the mermaids immediately began to shout angrily that she was declaring war and everyone needed to attack. They immediately began to release a barrage of spears from the water at the ship. These spears began to crash into the ship from all sides and crumble it. Lloyd was climbing up the ship at the time, yelling angrily at the captain, implying that he had lied to them. The guy with the headband angrily punched the protagonist in the face. The captain with the headband continued to scream bloodthirstily about how he had told him to sing a song, not to cast a curse. The protagonist's face was all twisted up, and he was grinning in pain. Javier anxiously pulled out his blade, looking at the captain and saying that because of his sincerity, the Mermaid Kingdom had seriously started a war. The captain explained that he shouldn't be touched now because it was better to do business during his working hours. Javier immediately soared into the sky with the help of light, and was told that you can't attack the mermaids because you just need to give them a chance to turn around and run away. The mermaids watched as Javier opened his glowing wings in the sky. The mermaid commander raised her palm and ordered everyone to stop the attack. Lloyd was shocked, his mouth open. The red-haired mermaid stretched out her pumped-up hand towards Xavier's silhouette. The knight looked at her through his bangs in bewilderment. These mermaids immediately made a heart, and everyone blushed, asking him to pass. Javier at that moment became slightly sad. Why did he look towards the protagonist? The protagonist at that moment looked at the knights with tears in his eyes and realized that he was being unfairly mocked. Javier with wings began to approach the mermaids and asked if it meant summer that they invited him to their kingdom. The knight looked at the mermaids in the water and they answered in agreement, but he did not understand why so suddenly. The red-haired mermaid timidly scratched her head. She immediately, like in the movie, threw her head back, letting her hair down. She stretched her fingers at him with a sly smile and said that his face decided everything. Javier looked at her intently and understood everything. The main character at that time looked up with displeasure and understood that life was unfair. The knight on the wings immediately began to approach the water and said that he heard that mermaids can understand someone's true feelings through song. The mermaids explained that with the help of song they feel emotion. The water girl with an embarrassed grin stretched out her index finger and said that his face was so touching that it did not matter whether it was a song or a curse. Javier continued to look at her intently and said that it was worth it. Lloyd looked at him weakly and realized that this scoundrel was the main character of the novel. Then the knight on the wings of light looked back at the brown-haired man and said that his face became the shield of his crushing song. The two of them stood at the edge of the ship, and the brown-haired man addressed the mermaid, telling her name and introducing his knight. This mermaid immediately looked down through his curly hair with a downcast expression and realized that his face was too ugly. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and bowed, wanting to skip this part because it was time to win the favor of the mermaids, so he expressed great gratitude for the invitation to the Mermaid Kingdom. The mermaid commander stretched out her hand with a dissatisfied grin and said that Lloyd was not passing. He immediately frowned angrily from under his brows and realized that he still had to do this, namely, accept his shortcomings and negotiate, gaining the upper hand. The blue-haired knight stood next to the dissatisfied gentleman and said that he would ask for a favor to let his comrade through. The mermaid immediately looked at him lovingly and agreed. The protagonist continued to look at the water with displeasure, standing next to the knight. Then he looked at Lloyd and saw that tears had appeared in his eyes. The protagonist began to wipe away his tears and made an excuse that salt had gotten into his eyes and they were drying. The blue-haired knight looked at him coldly and understood that with such a face, he needed to work tirelessly. This mermaid was lifted by hand so that she could put the necklace on the knights and explain that it allows them to breathe underwater and prevents the effects of water pressure and temperature changes. Then the main character simply had this necklace thrown at his head. He realized that no matter how dire the situation was, he was still invited to the Mermaid Kingdom and it did not matter how much pain he would receive. They dove into the water and followed to the Mermaid Kingdom. He understood that if he could find the Pearl of Truth, then he could only protect everyone in his territory. They continued to swim into the deep waters under the magical glowing algae. Then Lloyd saw a light at the end of the water gorge. He widened his eyes in shock. They were swimming to a huge city protected by a dome and a huge octopus. The protagonist twisted his face and frowned because he was shocked that something big, the size of a city, appeared. The brown-haired man looked closely at the sullen grin. The mermaid commander asked about the monster. Then the same question was asked by a knight swimming nearby, and she answered him with trepidation that it was a guardian octopus protecting the kingdom of mermaids, and they had been together for a long time. It was the same underwater city with a fortress in the center, like a palace, and they were told to first greet the mermaid queen. The protagonist and the knight were kneeling in front of the queen's throne, who greeted a beautiful and ugly man. It was the red-haired mermaid queen Ariel, who looked at the guests with trepidation. The protagonist looked at his companion through his bangs, and the brown-haired man asked the knight to try to borrow the pearl of truth for him. Although he understood that he was only an expert on the face, and it was the gentleman who was eloquent, but he had no say in this place. Ariel immediately closed her eyes and smiled with trepidation, telling Lloyd not to worry because she did not discriminate, even if his face was so disgusting, and therefore allowed him to speak, but first he had to turn his face away. He realized that this was too obvious discrimination, almost cruel. The protagonist stood on the carpet and looked away, introducing himself as Lloyd, and said that he came here in search of the precious pearl of truth and would like to borrow it from them. He looked displeased from under his brows when he heard the mermaid's laughter. Ariel immediately began to laugh maliciously, saying that if she had, she would have lent it, but the pearl of truth that everyone in the world knows is a myth. The main character immediately froze and his eyes bulged in shock. The mermaid queen smiled, rested her chin in her hand, and said that these were just legends, and they came here assuming that there would be something like that. The mermaid looked at the guests who were kneeling, when Lloyd cried out that the Dragon King said that the pearl of truth was in the kingdom of mermaids, but Ariel explained that he was talking about a lazy sleepyhead. She slightly closed her eyes, lowering them, and said that his brain was as sour as his face, and it was impossible that he could not explain more accurately. The main character angrily closed his eyes with tears in his eyes and realized that he had most likely been deceived. Ariel looked at him with trepidation under the sun and realized that he had completely despaired. The huge octopus continued to protect this huge city under the dome, and Ariel explained that it was possible to ask their guardian octopus because it has existed since the mythical era. The protagonist immediately cried out in alarm, bulging his eyes, because he realized that she could communicate with him. The red-haired queen touched her cheek with her finger and asked if there were any talking octopuses in the world. Lloyd grimaced and frowned in horror. He looked away in front of Ariel and asked her to systematize what she said. He looked at her attentively from under his brows and explained that the pearl of truth was an object that existed in the mythical era, and did she mean that this was not a fictitious story? The mermaid looked down on him with her palm open and said she didn't know because their ancestors spoke of her as something that existed, but no one from their generation had seen her. The brown-haired man slightly closed his lips and lowered his gaze, because I understood that the probability of existence was not 0%. He and his knight were standing on the carpet in front of the queen's throne, and he wanted to ask her for another favor. He felt that even if it was only a 0.1% chance, he needed to confirm it as soon as possible. The brown-haired man turned his head again and allowed him to conduct research on the pearl of truth. If he could find it, the mermaid kingdom would benefit, and he felt that holding on to something like a possessed person was his talent. He continued to look away while Ariel looked at him with trepidation and said that it didn't matter because while he was here conducting research, they would be able to look at a beautiful face. Ariel continued to sit on her throne and raised her hand, saying that she could not help in any way because she already had one big problem. She lowered her gaze in displeasure, putting her hand to her face, and said that not long ago the gates of hell opened above their gates. Lloyd stared at her intently under the dim light. She imagined this huge portal that emitted bursts of light because the heat from hell was furiously falling on the North Pole. These powerful streams broke off pieces of ice and said that if this continues, the glaciers will melt. Ariel frowned in anger and tried to understand what kind of person did this because he wanted to take revenge on him. The knight looked at the protagonist with displeasure, who pretended that he was also against this person. Ariel clenched her fists in anger and tensed up as she saw the dragon enter and exit the gate, and the man who opened the gate was as evil as the devil. The knight continued to stare at the protagonist, who thanked the mermaid for allowing him to explore the pearl of truth. The protagonist looked up and said that if he found it, he would definitely present it to the mermaid queen. The blue-haired knight looked at the commander in shock and was surprised, because his stealth level was at the level of a grandmaster. The two of them stood on the edge of the roof and looked at the underwater city. The knight stared at the frowning gaze of the gentleman, who suggested that he begin searching for the truth. The protagonist looked intently from under his brows and said that he wanted to collect information, step by step, and dig into it. Sometimes the simplest way is the most effective. Xavier stared at his comrade and said that he was not talking about the gates of hell. The knight looked at Artina, who asked him to remember that they must find it for the count, countess, and everyone else. Lloyd threw the shovel over his shoulder and began to walk. The knight looked at him with disdain through his bangs and realized that his actions always have a reason, so he definitely needed to do it right now. The two of them followed the stairs to the top of the fortress and wanted to find this pearl of truth. A huge blue moon illuminated the entire kingdom. At this time, the queen was sitting on her bed, under the curtains fluttering in the wind. She looked like a demon with veins on her face and a bulging eye. Her pink eye was filled with blood and veins because she made her family and brothers shed blood. She bared her teeth in anger. Then she stuck out her hand and it began to transform into something. She sat on the bed and began to study the red aura in demonic form. Alicia, all tensed up, and began to mutate into someone. The skin on her hands began to peel off. She bared her teeth in anger while demonic blood flowed through her veins. She bared her teeth in fury while her veins were sticking out. She immediately plopped down on the bed, holding her mutated hand. She lay on the bed and tried to catch her breath. She looked sadly at her mutated hand with veins on it. She held her trembling and mutated hand and realized that all the poison was in her hand. She lowered her gaze in a sweat and realized that she could now cut off her hand. She sat on her huge bed under the moonlight and realized that for someone who could become a queen, it was normal to sacrifice it in order not to go crazy. She looked at her trembling hand and supposed that she might have already gone crazy. She immediately took pity and began to cry on her knee because she was trying to understand why she suddenly wanted to see that potato. At this time, the protagonist crossed his fingers and maliciously, mockingly noted that she had good energy and did she by chance believe in the pearl. At this time, the mermaid opened her mouth in horror and thought that it was a sea cucumber that suddenly spoke, although looking at it, even the universe would doubt it. The knight looked through his bangs with slight sadness and said the same thing, that she had good energy, and asked if she by chance believed in the pearl. These mermaids looked at the knight with love and a blushing look and said that they were not sure because this is an old story. The timid mermaids replied that they knew little, but had heard of a madman who had decided to find a treasure, but she did not mean that such a handsome man could be crazy. These mermaids, with a mocking smile and a timid look, began to look at each other, discussing this handsome face. The protagonist watched what was happening with a dejected look when the knight asked where the Triton was who had said that he was looking for a pearl. They told him to follow them because she would take him straight home. The blue-haired guy looked back at the protagonist. The knight looked at him coolly through his bangs and apologized for making him feel ashamed. The brown-haired guy, with tears in his eyes and a proud look, said that nothing like that happened because these were not tears, but just rain. It was an underwater house, like from SpongeBob, in the form of a pineapple. It was a mermaid man who smiled with admiration and was glad that someone was really interested in the pearl and they would join his search. A message popped up that there was a kinship with the young Triton Rotalua. A notification that the kinship was 16 and there were 2482 points in the location. When the brunette continued to smile widely, Rotalua put his hands on the table. When the brown-haired man backed away slightly, he said that he would not help right away. First, you need to find out how the guy himself knows a lot. He became curious about where the kinship came from, if he just saw him, because kinship only appears when a person takes his side. The brunette closed his eyes and raised his fist, explaining that their family had been looking for the pearl of truth for several generations. Despite the fact that they were not laughed at, they have been excavating for several generations. He added that it was in the second mythical era, when only spring and summer existed in the world. The pearl of truth was in this sea. The brown-haired man raised his eyebrows and looked at Rotalua with a sneer, who explained that the pearl of truth, which gives answers to any questions, was the real hero of Atlantido. The brown-haired man realized that in front of him was a fanatic, who suddenly met a friend and also continued excavations, and everything should go smoothly. Rotalua angrily leaned his hands on the table and leaned over, explaining that 10,000 years ago, at the end of the Great War of Races, the pearl of truth collapsed. The main character twisted his face in bewilderment, bulging his eyes. Rotalua crossed his arms when the main character leaned on the table and angrily asked about whether the pearl had collapsed and was broken. The brunette dreamed that even mermaids did not know this fact. Rotalua, with a piercing gaze, imagined a huge tall building stretching into the dark clouds and explained that the pearl of truth is a building. Electricity and aura were cascading around the building, and he reported that it was a carefully woven structure of mana down to every brick and column, as it was the magical power that gave the building the ability to think and react. The brown-haired man looked at Rotalua carefully and realized that the Pearl of Truth was like a giant computer with artificial intelligence, the only difference being that it used mana instead of electricity. The brown-haired man immediately touched his face with his hand and looked away in confusion, suggesting that if it was broken, there was no way. Rotalua replied that this was why he kept looking for it. The brown-haired man crossed his arms and looked up in alarm, saying that there should be a blueprint of the building itself somewhere in there. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the mermaid man, and he realized that the Pearl of Truth, which had seemed like a fleeting idea at first, was beginning to form more clearly. He immediately frowned and clenched his fists at his sides, realizing that he needed to take action, and asked what the excavation site looked like. It was a huge dome enveloping the entire underwater city. They started to walk forward when they looked back at the old man, who realized that the guys would be using a shovel again instead of swimming training. He was a pumped-up old man, scratching his shoulder and calling Rotalua a skinny guy. This brunette screamed in anger, pointing his finger at the old man, and said that his muscles wouldn't help him at all, because mermaids over 40 suffer from arthritis, and if he swam like crazy, his muscles would grow and his arms would atrophy. Rotalua immediately pounced on the old man from behind and said that he got what he wanted, so he should stop grumbling and just leave. Rotalua closed his eyes angrily when the old man lay unconscious, saying that they always treated him like a fool. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes with disdain and mentioned that Rotalua said that he had been digging since the time of his ancestors, and why hadn't he found it yet? The brunette frowned in confusion, looking ahead. They approached the edge of the hill and saw a deep distant bottom. Rotalua said that the bottom of the sea was too wide. He extended his index finger on the funnel at the bottom and said that he was digging these holes. Then he showed a map of the seabed, where half was crossed out with crosses, and said that it was an exploration map and there were many like it. Lloyd looked angrily at Rotalua, who was scratching his nose, and said that it was too detailed. The protagonist understood that he would not be able to find her until the mermaids developed and began to fly. He looked away with his green vision discontentedly and tried to understand if there was another way except to dig everything up. He began scanning the seabed and saw a small cave, and realized it was a sediment layer that had been accumulating for 10,000 years and was useless to measure. He crossed his arms and pursed his lips in displeasure, because he realized that if he hit the bottom with Xavier's power, the drawing could disappear and it would be a disaster. And he also realized that the Beast Gang couldn't do it because they were in the water, and if he summoned the dragon, the Mermaid Queen would declare war. He glared ahead and realized that they would need to persuade a lot of people to do this. Rotalua immediately began bloodthirstily digging another hole, and Lloyd understood that if they could only mobilize the incredible physical strength of the mermaids. He bared his teeth in displeasure. Then he glared at his knight. The brown-haired man looked at the knights with anger and understood that his self-esteem had no other outlet, so he asked him to seduce the mermaids and make them work. The knight immediately approached the mermaids, who tremblingly crossed their arms and looked at him, apologizing to the handsome man, because they could not spend their time on anything except training and building muscle. Then Xavier stood next to the brown-haired man and they looked at the underwater city. The knight, with tears in his eyes, lowered his gaze and was perplexed. Xavier mockingly poked the knight with his finger and gloatingly mocked, as if the knight thought that he would really succeed, and, apparently, his face was not so handsome. Then Lloyd also wilted and became sad because the operation had failed and they had to go back. They walked along the seabed and the brown-haired man was puzzled by how they would dig up such a large piece of land, because it would take many years. He covered his mouth with his hand and frowned intently, realizing that in 3 years, one after another, all these misfortunes would happen, and he did not have much time. The brown-haired man looked back at his knight, who looked away and said that it was very hot here. They came to the edge of the hill and saw bubbling craters, like a hydrothermal spring. He explained that the water seeped deep, heated by magma, and erupted. Lloyd's eyes widened in surprise. He remembered how Rotalua poked his fingers bloodthirstily and reminded that mermaids get arthritis after 40. It was a bubbling hydrothermal spring made of stone spikes. The knight looked at the back of the brown-haired man, who turned to him. Lloyd bared his teeth with a malicious smile, looking back, and said that they would open a sauna here, because for a demonic sauna it is quite possible to make mermaids work like the damned. Hard work pays off. The main character was lying on his bed and was about to get up, holding his shoulder, because even though they said so, he still couldn't get much money. He went outside and touched the rain, because he realized that it was useless again, because there were many reasons for his work being cancelled. The brunette was stretching his injured shoulder, because his body condition was one of the reasons for the cancellation. He looked at the building under the rain squall and realized that the session was over and assumed that he could rest today. His blonde friend under an umbrella came up to him. At that moment, he was smiling sarcastically under the umbrella and asked him why he was showing off such a pathetic face. Schumacher looked angrily through his bangs and realized that it was his friend with beef. This blonde smiled sarcastically, approached the guy and offered him to go to the sauna together if he had nothing else to do. The blonde continued to grin maliciously, raising his eyebrows, and said that after hard work he was most likely tired, and especially since it was raining, so it was worth going. Schumacher looked at him intently from under his brows. The brunette put his hands in his pocket and looked around, saying that he had no money for a sauna. At that moment, his friend closed his lips with a malicious smile and declared that he already knew about it. The blonde continued to look down on Schumacher and said that he was going to work part-time at the sauna and let him steam for free all day. The brunette stood on his porch in front of the blonde with an umbrella and said why he needed a part-time job if his family was rich. The blonde stood under the umbrella and continued to smile sarcastically, because this sauna belonged to his mother and from this day on, he would help her. Schumacher bared his teeth angrily and was indignant. The blonde immediately turned around and started to leave, asking his friend to stop whining and follow him, and he realized that he had specially started working part-time at the sauna on the day the session ended. The two of them walked in the rain under an orange umbrella, and the blonde said that his shoulders were getting wet and asked his friend to stand closer. Schumacher assumed that it was unlikely that he had accidentally appeared at dawn, when he was usually getting ready for work. The brunette looked at him angrily and understood that he was being deceived somewhere. His blonde friend smiled sarcastically and raised his eyebrows, mocking the fact that he did not even have money for an umbrella. At this time, they were sitting in the room and steaming, simultaneously eating eggs and relaxing. Schumacher lay leisurely with his arms spread out and his tense muscles and ligaments relaxed because it felt like the stagnant blood began to move. After a while, he continued to lie and seemed to be in a dream. He fell into a dream and, raising his hand, released a white handkerchief into outer space. His joyful body hovered in outer space because he became one with the mysterious cycle of the universe. The main character went with the knight in search of the Pearl of Truth. Lloyd looked back angrily and realized that there was enough demand, because there were plenty of mermaids with sore joints and muscles. He saw the male mermaids clutching their battered joints, a natural result of swimming madly under the enormous pressure at such depths. He then grinned maliciously, baring his teeth, and realized that the entire plan was almost complete. The huge crane had caught a bunch of mermaids in its nets, and it was a rich catch. Lloyd stood at the table opposite Rotalua, who was trying to figure out if the sauna was a device inside the room. He stated that there was no better place for mermaids with muscle and joint pain. Rotalua raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked what this had to do with finding the Pearl of Truth. Lloyd tilted his head and smiled, saying that this was the easiest way to recruit labor, since it was impossible for the three of them to clear such a large area. The main character took pity on Rotalua in confusion when Rotalua was unsure, but it would be difficult since they were afraid of steam. These were the same hydrothermal vents that were releasing hot bubbles of air. Rotalua explained that until recently, some mermaids were tempted by the heat and would lie down nearby and die. He pictured fried fish with lemon on a green leaf. Rotalua explained that for some reason they would lose their minds, climb into the hottest spot and fry until crispy. The brown-haired man raised his head, closing his eyes, as Rotalua explained that this was why mermaids were forbidden to even approach them. Lloyd understood that the water coming out of the hydrothermal vent contained heavy metals, so it made sense. The young gentleman smirked mockingly. He leaned his body forward with a sly grin and said that a hot chimney would solve all these problems. Starting to create a sauna, step 1, building the structure. He walked to the coral bottom and looked at its plants and said that this is where they would put the sauna. Xavier wondered if it was too far from the hydrothermal vent. Then they walked forward, and the brown-haired man began to take out papers from his inner pocket because he said that safety should be the most important thing. He took out his papers with blueprints and presented a green hologram, because it was a design blueprint challenge. It was a huge green grid that filled the entire space. Xavier looked back at the enthusiastic protagonist, who was walking forward in search of materials, and told him to follow the guide. The knight closed his eyes and began to pull out his blade. The brown-haired man looked back and saw the knight swing his blade and destroy the earth. The knight stood in front of the cave entrance when Lloyd looked back at him and asked if it was strange that he so obediently took up the matter and why he did not start asking questions. Lloyd looked at him with disdain and said why he was looking for the Pearl of Truth and what would happen if they didn't find it. Xavier nodded his head, closing his eyes. The knight extended his glowing blade to the side, standing in the cave with the scan, and told the master to bring the materials quickly, because if they didn't hurry, their land would be in danger. Xavier bowed his head and looked back when he was addressed. He saw the brown-haired guy throw the shovel over his shoulder and start to leave, thanking him sincerely. The blue-haired guy looked back intently. He saw his master close his eyes. They both grabbed their mouths and almost threw up from such sincerity and gratitude. Step number 2, collecting various materials. Lloyd stood on the ledge and looked at the hydrothermal vent, because they had to solve all the problems, and he said it for a reason. He immediately decided to jump off the ledge. He was holding a large shell and falling down, because the organisms living near the springs would provide him with the necessary materials. He was falling down and he saw tube worms. These tube worms began to release green goo. These green clots of mucus attacked Lloyd, who was trying to collect it all in the shell, because he had to collect the secretions of these insects for finishing and gluing. Through the gnashing of teeth, Lloyd tried to rise with these tube slugs. Then there was the assembly of pipes, and they pulled long pipes from the bottom up the hill because this was their installation at the hydrothermal vent. Step 4 was to run the pipes through each room and paint the trim. They began to paint the entire cave through which the bundles of M-pipes passed. Then steam came out of this huge bundle of pipes because it was necessary to adjust the size of the pipeline to the same temperature in each room. The main character closed his eyes maliciously and raised his index finger, saying that now came the most important part. It was a large room with a huge shell, because the most important part was the emerald room themed interior. Then there was also a coral room, all covered with light and seaweed. There was also an unusual room with slugs and pillows. The main character put his hands on his belt and shouted at the top of his lungs in the room that they had finally finished the first sauna in this fantasy world. Rotalua decided to try the room and lay down. Wagging his tail, Lloyd tried to ask his opinion. The brown-haired man looked at the knight behind him with a grin, who suggested that he was already starting a business with this sauna because he really needed more money. The gentleman replied that he would not take money. He bulged his eyes and said with a bloodthirsty grin that he would not take money. Xavier coldly looked ahead through his bangs and had a presentiment of everything. He imagined the main character gloatingly controlling all the old men, because it would be a weak-willed plea from the mermaids. The beautiful northern lights were visible above the sea. The shadow of a bird fell on the water when it flew over it. Bubbles were visible under the water, rising to the surface. A creature with a red eye was rising from under the water. The jump sent splashes of water flying to the sides. The mermaid jumped high above the sea, throwing her hair back. The bird looked at the mermaid in horror. The blonde looked ahead with a wide smile. Then she grabbed the bird with her muscular hand, saying that he was caught. The mermaid immediately disappeared under the water, having caught her prey. The long-haired girl was in a circle of other mermaids, smiling widely. The girl said that Ladida had broken the record again, noting that she was sure that with her muscular tail she could even reach the moon. Ladida winked at the mermaids, showing off her muscles, saying that she was. Ladida noted that those were good times. She pumped up her muscles just by working out and was the most eligible bachelorette in the area. An older Ladida lay on a shell, sighing heavily. She clenched her fist, saying that her shoulders hurt again. The blonde began to hit herself on the shoulder, saying that they hurt so much. The old man swam up to the mermaid, telling his old lady that she was very noisy. The blonde asked the old man why he wanted to go on an eternal quiet swim. The merman said that she understood everything in her own way again. The old lady swam past her husband, noting that she was going to go and work out a little. The merman asked if she worked out too much, suggesting that she work out like him 3 times a day. The old lady said that her soul dies every second she rests. Ladida sailed through an underwater city. She noted that she was beginning to wonder if she should stop training altogether, but she couldn't stop. She had been training all her life, and if only she could ease the pain in her muscles and joints a little, she might even enjoy it. The mermaid turned her attention downwards. Lloyd was shouting for everyone to come over, as it was the opening night and everything was free for all the sea people who were experiencing muscle and joint pain. The protagonist was standing with a loudspeaker, smiling widely. He was telling them that these weren't hot pipes for them, and that they should come warm up their bones in their 100% safe sauna. The old woman watched in amazement, wondering what he had just said and that she could safely take a steam bath. The protagonist was pointing towards the sauna, shouting that everything was free and for them to warm up their bones. Ladida squinted ahead, thinking that she had heard that humans were quite skillful creatures, wondering if it was really possible to believe that everything was free. The main character closed his eyes and grinned widely. Ladida noted that he was trying hard to smile, which made him look like a real swindler. Xavier stood with a disappointed look, looking down. Ladida thought that he was with such a handsome man and he couldn't be a bad person. And if you think about it, they wouldn't be able to fool them with a simple sauna. The old woman lay down on the ground as jellyfish swam above them. The mermaid thought that she would just play along for now. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise. She looked ahead in surprise. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. Ladida spread her arms out to the sides, imagining herself young. After which she burst into her home with a big smile, telling the old man to come with her to the sauna since everything there is free for the first week. The young gentleman smiled widely, folding his hands in front of him. Lloyd asked the mermaid that she had returned with her husband that day, wishing them a good rest. The old man and the old woman lay on the ground, imagining themselves young. Lloyd looked at the mermaids with a joyful expression, thanking them for coming to them 5 days in a row, noting that they were all glowing. Ladida and her husband looked at the guy happily. The blonde said that he could not even imagine how much energy they now had when they trained together. The brown-haired man noted that this was wonderful news, asking what happened to them. The mermaids joyfully raised their fists in the air, praising the sauna. The main character folded his hands in front of him, thanking them with a smile and noting that if they were happy, then he was too. The protagonist's eyes sparkled with happiness. He told the guys that they would see each other tomorrow and the day after in the sauna. The moon and the sun were flying over the sea. The young gentleman was sitting with a serious expression on his face. Ladida was standing near the table, looking at the young gentleman. Then she turned her gaze to the side. A stick was visible on the shell, blocking the entrance. Lloyd squinted at the mermaid. The blonde asked why the doors were closed today. The guy noted that the freebie was over. The main character looked at the guys with a cold gaze, saying that from now on the sauna is open only for members, and asks them to sign there. The main character handed the papers to the old woman, saying that this is a registration form. The blonde wondered that she only needs to sign and she can continue using the sauna. Ladida looked carefully at the registration form. It said that the first thing was that their sauna was strictly membership-based, and anyone who was not a member of their system would not be allowed to use the sauna. The second point said that depending on their membership status, the longest time they could spend in the sauna was 12 hours. The old woman noted that 12 hours was more than enough, after which the blonde looked at the documents in bewilderment. The protagonist lowered his head, saying that the third point was that when using the sauna, all members had to pay a fixed fee, and money was not accepted as payment. Lloyd looked at the mermaid with a cold gaze, noting that they would be working instead. The mermaids looked at the protagonist with confusion. The young gentleman said that the working hours would be half the time they spent in the sauna, and if they spent 6 hours in the sauna, then they would have to work for 3 hours. The brown-haired man slightly opened his mouth, stating that their working hours must be completed within 48 hours of visiting the sauna if they fail to complete the required hours the first time. Access to the sauna will be blocked for 10 days, the second time the ban will last 30 days, and the third time their membership will be revoked. The mermaid suddenly grabbed the protagonist by the shirt, after which she gave him a furious blow, saying that he is a pathetic idiot. The young master fell to the ground, clutching his cheek. The mermaid asked how dare he give orders to mermen, the most exalted creatures in the area. Ladida angrily glared at the guy, crossing her arms over her chest. She stated that they had lived perfectly well without any saunas until now, and he was a stupid swindler, and they would simply never come there again. The hero spat out blood, clutching his cheek. Lloyd said that he could not force them. The brown-haired man sat on the ground, lowering his head. Xavier looked back at the young master, asking if his plan had failed. The swordsman looked at the protagonist in surprise when he asked if he remembered how he managed to live without a lullaby. Ladida began to hit her sore shoulder. She said that she knew that nothing good could be expected from him, and that he took them for weaklings. Lloyd picked up the registration forms, thinking that people could live without cigarettes. Ladida continued to hit her body. The protagonist sat down on a chair, thinking that they could live without watching videos on YouTube. They could even survive without computer games. The mermaid hit her shoulder with her fist. The protagonist folded his hands in front of himself, sitting at the table, noting that only until they got a taste for it. The old woman bared her teeth, looking at the brown-haired man with annoyance. Tears appeared in the old woman's eyes when she told him to give her his registration form. The protagonist began to hand over the documents, after which he looked at the mermaids with a crazy grin, asking if they had decided everything yet. There was a sign hanging above the water cave. The mermaids were enjoying the sauna, smiling happily. Ladida was lying on her back, with her arms spread out to the side. The bracelet on her hand began to glow with a blue light, after which the jellyfish inside the ball began to fade. The small jellyfish dried up and stopped glowing. The protagonist burst into the sauna, telling the visitors of rooms 4, 12, and 3 that their time was up. The main character looked at the mermaids with a cold look, saying that they would see each other tomorrow at the excavations. The old woman looked at the hero's back with irritation, thinking what a terrible person he was, adding that she would not allow him to make a fool of her, and this was the last day she was in the sauna. The bright sun was shining over the sea. The protagonist looked ahead with an indifferent look, greeting the mermaids, saying that he was the head of the construction, Lloyd Frontera, and now they should get to work. The underwater inhabitants began to furiously dig up the earth with shovels. The old woman lay on a shell, hitting herself on the shoulder. She noted that her whole body hurt and needed to steam herself. The protagonist sat at the table, holding out a bracelet with a small jellyfish. He greeted the visitor, saying that he was the manager of the sauna, Lloyd Frontera, wishing him a pleasant time today. The old woman enjoyed spending time in the sauna. The protagonist threw the shovel over his shoulder, introducing himself as the head of the construction. The protagonist with a soulless look held out a bracelet, greeting the visitor. The protagonist with an indifferent look looked down, greeting the workers. The old woman continued excavating, after which she widened her eyes, thinking that something was wrong. The mermaid imagined the protagonist controlling her. She noted that she was being completely controlled. Ladida closed her eyes and bared her teeth, continuing to dig. She thought that she needed to stop this. The blonde lay in the sauna with an irritated look, thinking that she must break this vicious circle. After which the mermaid relaxed her face and closed her eyes, noting that she did not want to stop. The protagonist and the guys watched the excavations. Rodolphe looked in horror at the madly smiling Lloyd. The mermaid widened his eyes, wondering that this demon was using them, the mermaids, as slaves. The old woman stubbornly dug the earth. The long-haired mermaid wondered that he had betrayed his fellows. The underwater resident shuddered at the voice of the protagonist. Lloyd asked that he had a feeling as if he had become a demon. The young gentleman looked ahead with a peaceful face, stating that they were not forcing anyone, asking if that was not the case. The brunette looked at the young gentleman with doubt, after which he smiled widely as a blue light appeared in his chest. The main character watched the mermaids work. He noted that due to their insane physical strength, the mermaids had dug up so much in just a month, and the density of the seabed had decreased slightly. The protagonist's eyes flashed green, after which he began to wave his hand, shouting for them to stop and stop digging. The protagonist ran down the cliff, noticing a square piece of land. The protagonist began to quickly dig up the ground, after which he looked down in surprise, saying that it existed. Under the ground was a stone slab with patterns. Lloyd noted that this was the place where the Pearl of Truth was. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes, looking at the slab in confusion. He noted that it was not easy for him. The young gentleman sat with his head down, wondering what if this was just a legend, and what if he really would not find anything. The protagonist looked down with a frightened look, wondering what all the misfortunes around him, what if he could not stop them. Lloyd stood with his back to the stone slabs. He then raised his hand, wiping his face. The brown-haired man smirked slightly while Xavier looked at him. Lloyd said that this was great, and now they would begin looking for the plan. Rodolphe closed his eyes and began to burst into tears. The young master noted that the time had come, asking what was wrong with him. The brunette turned to his father, saying that it really did exist, and he really thought it was just fiction. Lloyd asked what he had just said, after which he noted that he could forget it, asking where the plan was. Rodolphe began to float above the patterned slabs, stating that according to the records of his ancestors, they should look for it in the very center, adding that the plan was hidden in a magical vault and it should have some kind of keyhole. The master flashed his gaze, looking to the side. The green grid pointed to a recess in the tile. Lloyd said that here it is. The merman swam up to the hole, saying that he was absolutely sure that it was definitely a keyhole. The young gentleman looked at the tile warily, saying that if there was a lock, asking where the key was. A powerful energy began to emanate from the keyhole. The brunette closed his eyes and covered his face with his hands. He noted that he was told that the hole would show them where the key was, asking what was going on. The main character turned his head behind him, after which he turned his gaze upward. A huge octopus was visible above the master's head. The main character looked at the monster in bewilderment, noting that the hole would show them where the key was, wondering if it could be. The octopus closed its eyes, waving its tentacles. The main character looked at the monster in shock, asking what he was in the belly of this thing. The monster held onto the underwater city of Merman, waving its remaining tentacles. A powerful shaking engulfed the entire city. The Triton Queen looked at her assistant with concern, saying that if it collapsed, it would be all over, ordering everyone to evacuate. The mermaid swam up to the queen, saying that fortunately, most of the people were already outside since they worked for that man. Ariel smiled contentedly, asking if he was a good guy. Lloyd watched with a dejected look, asking if this was all because of him. Xavier said that it was definitely. The young master noted that he had hoped that he would say no. The knight grabbed the master by the clothes, noting that he would take care of the Sea Kingdom, and he would get the key. The swordsman looked at the young master with a serious look, stating that it was for the sake of the lands he so desired to protect. The brown-haired man looked at the swordsman in surprise, after which Xavier soared upward on his wings, taking the protagonist with him. Ariel put her hands in front of her and opened her mouth wide. She appeared in front of the huge ball, swinging her hands. Then she stopped the huge ball with the city. Ariel pushed the city away from her with all her might. She looked up worriedly, wondering what didn't work. The queen looked at the ball in shock as it began to rise. Xavier stood next to the queen, pushing the city up. Ariel asked what it was a person. Then she smiled happily, noting that she was sincerely grateful to both of them. The knight looked at the queen. He looked at Ariel with a serious look, saying that you are welcome. The author noted that Lloyd's impudence also amazed Xavier. The octopus opened its mouth wide, letting tears out of its eyes, after which the monster pressed its tentacles to its face. The protagonist looked at the monster in confusion, thinking that these were the symptoms, and he was sure of them. The protagonist was floating under a huge suffering octopus. Lloyd noted that he was suffering from constipation. The huge octopus began to wave its tentacles. Then it waved its paw. From a strong push, the protagonist was thrown to the side. The enraged octopus began to wave its tentacles. Xavier and Ariel were pushing the underwater city. Splashes of water rose above the ice floes. The protagonist bared his teeth, covering his face with his hands. He noted that for a start, if they did not cure his indigestion, they could not do anything else, noting that he once had indigestion too, wondering how he recovered then. Lloyd added that mom and dad that time. The protagonist remembered how his father leaned over him. He looked at his son worriedly, asking that he had quite a severe indigestion. Lloyd was lying on the bed and said that he wanted to puke, but nothing came out. His father noted that he should wait a little as he needed to do something, and he would feel better right away. Lloyd puffed out his cheeks, looking slightly exhausted. Then he turned his gaze to the side when his father said to give him his finger. The man began to wave a knife, saying that he needed to prick his finger. The guy looked at his father in bewilderment, saying that he decided not to prick him, but to stab him. The man smiled widely, taking the needle in his hand. He noted that he was just joking. The protagonist noted that he found time to joke. The main character winced in pain. The man noted that his blood was very dark. The guy looked at the ceiling dejectedly, sighing heavily. The man asked how he felt and if he was feeling better. Lloyd said that he did not know and the feeling as if both better, but at the same time not. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and then burped. The father smiled widely, asking what was better for him. Lloyd noted that it was hard for him to say. The woman looked at her husband in bewilderment, asking why he did not watch TV, noting that they say on it that it does not help. The man said that it helped him a lot when he was younger. The mother approached her son, telling her husband to step aside, because in such moments it is necessary for all the harmfulness to come out of him, and then he will feel better. The protagonist closed his eyes when his mother put her hand on his stomach. The woman smiled widely, asking that he trusted her. Lloyd opened his eyes slightly, looking at the woman. The protagonist's mother swung her fist. Lloyd asked what she was going to do. The mother's fist approached the protagonist's body. Then she hit her hand, which was lying on Lloyd's stomach, with all her strength. The main character's eyes widened. Then he pressed his lips together and puffed out his cheeks. A beautiful rainbow was visible above the sea. A huge monster was puffing out its cheeks, waving its tentacles. The young master swam up to the monster's face. He wondered what made him feel so much better that time and whether it would help the octopus. The master bared his teeth and frowned, wondering if such methods were even legal and whether they would work. The master remembered his smiling mother. The woman asked him how he felt and that she simply had magical hands, noting that he was studying natural sciences, and in order to understand whether something works or not, he must try everything on himself. The master looked away with a serious look, his mouth wide open. He called out to the swordsman. The knight gritted his teeth, pushing the underwater city. Lloyd stated to use the aura on the tips of the octopus's tentacles, but not too hard so as not to pierce them. Xavier nervously clenched his teeth, saying that he was too busy right now. The underwater city continued to fall to the ground. Ladida swam up to the city, resting her hands on it. She looked ahead furiously, shouting at her people to prepare a charge. The mermaids began to swim towards the huge sphere. The old woman said to use the stamina from their training and the usual relaxation from going to the sauna. The mermaids stopped the city with their own strength. Then they pushed off from the water, lifting it up. Xavier spread his wings. Then he soared above the city on them. The knight flew towards the huge monster. A white aura emanated from the swordsman. The blue-haired boy swung his blade, using the explosion skill. He directed the aura threads towards the octopus. The huge monster continued to wave its tentacles in pain. The threads attached themselves to the tips of the tentacles. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. Then it slightly opened its mouth and burped. The young gentleman looked at the monster with a confident look, noting that in a normal situation, for a better effect, they would have to tie up its tentacles and then pierce them. But now this would be enough, noting that whether it was frightened by pain or not, but he managed to burp, which meant that stage 1 was complete. The young gentleman opened his mouth wide, saying that now was the final blow. The master took his hand with the shovel behind his back. Huge animals appeared behind him, puffing out their cheeks. The master looked ahead with concern, telling the guys that since they were not sitting in his bosom now, their effect did not spread and they needed to quickly finish it off completely. Hippo spread his arms to the sides, puffing out his cheeks and stomach. Teapot pounced on Hippo, after which a stream of water shot out of the hippopotamus's mouth. The animals curled up into a ball, heading towards the octopus. The huge monster watched what was happening. Then he closed his eyes. The octopus waved his tentacle, beating off the little animals. The main character was lying on the belly of the little animal. Then he swung his shovel, using the explosion skill. The explosion threw the guys to the side of the monster. The young gentleman bared his teeth and widened his eyes. The little animals curled up into a ball, approaching the body of the monster. The guys struck the body of the octopus. The monster widened its eyes. Then he opened his mouth when bubbles began to appear from it. The bubbles began to spread into the sea. A certain figure began to be visible behind them. Xavier began to reach for the seahorse figure. Then he grabbed it. The young gentleman smiled happily and clenched his hand into a fist, noting that they had succeeded. The octopus swam above the city with a relieved look. The system notified that he had received a new title, the Doctor of the Sea Village. The effects of the title: he can breathe freely underwater, and he has access to the special skill punch in the stomach. The huge monster turned his attention to the side, after which he suddenly rushed towards the underwater city. A system window appeared with a description of the special skill punch in the stomach. He can punch any living creature in the stomach underwater, and with this blow make them empty the contents of their stomach. The huge octopus again covered the underwater city with its tentacles. The mermaids began to joyfully rejoice, raising their fists up. The main character was contentedly holding a figurine of a seahorse in his hand, saying that it certainly looked like a key for a well. The main character turned his attention to the Queen of the Tritons when she called out to him. Ariel looked at the young master with a slight grin, noting that upon closer inspection he had a manly face. The master looked at the girl in surprise. Ariel smiled widely, stating that he was the one who made them stronger and even protected their home. The queen beamed with joy, raising her hands up. The system announced that a new race was discovered. The ancient octopus, and the sea people accepted him as a true friend. He received bonus RP. The amount of RP is 2565. The master watched in surprise. The system announced that even though the problems initially started because of him. The young master smirked slightly, raising his palm. The system noted that he had no conscience at all. Lloyd asked what was wrong. The system noted that he meant that he acted as if he did not feel guilty at all. The protagonist asked what he said, noting that he really did not understand what he was talking about. Ladida took the protagonist's hand with a wide smile. Lloyd noted that in any case, this time everything could have really turned out worse. The system asked what he suddenly spoke about. The young master noted that he did not know what to do, and he could only try the different methods that his mother and father taught him, and he was sincerely grateful to them. A system window appeared in front of the master's face. The system noted that if he thought so, then he was sure that his parents would be much more grateful to him, asking if he agreed. The main character looked at the system with bewilderment. He stood motionless in front of the system window, noting that he had gone to hell, asking if he could not say such things when he was in a good mood. The brown-haired man pressed his lips, noting that they were already dead, asking how they could be grateful to him. The system stated that he must be really angry. The boy stated that he was, because his words immediately made him regret that he could not do more for them. The master stood with his back, saying that he would not look back, after which he headed to the keyhole, thinking that he should focus on protecting his current family. Lloyd placed the seahorse statue into the keyhole, after which a bright light appeared from the keyhole. A diagram of a building appeared in front of the guys. The brown-haired man looked at the diagram in confusion, wondering what else it was. The diagram showed a stone building. The main character noted that it looked exactly like the Goguryeo tombs. The young master imagined an image of a tomb. He noted that it was a structure that narrowed towards the top in order to withstand a certain weight of one type of pyramid. The system notified him to scan the plan and save the information about Adipoa, the Pearl of Truth. The master flashed his gaze, using the scanning skill, after which he looked at the system window, noting that he needed to look. Lloyd's eyes widened in confusion. A system window appeared with a list of key materials. Lloyd wondered what it was that they still needed to collect materials. The system announced that it was the first key material, asking if he was ready to watch the Toranga recordings. The protagonist began to point his finger from side to side while the guys watched him. Rotalua asked the swordsman what he was doing and that he had gone crazy. Xavier noted that he had left the roof a long time ago and there was nothing left to leave with. The protagonist looked at the glowing system window with irritation, after which he smirked slightly, saying that he thought it was completely over there. The master turned his back to the keyhole, telling the swordsman that they had little time and needed to go. Xavier asked where they were heading this time. The protagonist looked ahead with a frown, saying that they were going to the Magentano Palace and the Toranga first key material was there. The weather was clear above the palace. Alicia sat at the table in the office. The queen looked down with a sad look, after which the veins began to diverge from her eye. The queen sat motionless on the chair, breathing heavily. The red-haired girl began to pull the glove off her hand. Swollen veins were visible on her hand. The girl wondered how much more she needed to collect, after which she clenched her hand into a fist, noting that she should not become weak since there was still a little left, and she could do it because she was the queen, the strongest person in this kingdom. Her Highness turned her attention to the door. The assistant said that he would like to report on the progress of trade negotiations with the southern countries. Her Highness said that he could speak. The man stood opposite the queen slightly, leaning over. He said that they had colluded and ignored any of their proposals, and since then their requests have only become crazier. Alicia looked warily at the table. The aide said that other countries were also beginning to put forward unacceptable conditions. Alicia wondered if that was the reason. The red-haired girl imagined the image of the bone dragon. She noted that the banquet they had held to demonstrate Magentano's independence, their reputation had suffered due to the incident with the bone dragon. The girl leaned slightly towards the table, thinking that even though they had said that the bone dragon had been defeated, they believed that they were lying since they could not provide its remains. The queen narrowed her displeased gaze, thinking that in such a situation, some of the nobles might begin to doubt her worthiness, and political squabbles could lead to a fall in their authority on the world stage. Her Highness began to scribble on the paper with a pen. She noted that she could not understand what she could do about it, wondering if they could overcome the crisis. The queen's hand trembled in pain. She thought that she couldn't be weak because she was the queen, and the queen couldn't show weakness. The assistant told Her Highness that Lloyd was requesting an audience. Alicia's eyes widened in surprise. After that, she abruptly ran down the corridor. Palace workers were passing by in the corridor. A dim light illuminated the room. Black silhouettes of people were visible in the distance. The queen looked ahead in surprise, noting that this was an annoying person. The protagonist looked at Her Highness in confusion. The red-haired girl noted that he was the one who managed to escape from her grip and the one who did whatever he wanted. The red-haired girl threw herself into the guy's arms, noting that he was the one she needed so much. The protagonist looked at Her Highness in shock. Alicia's eyes widened in surprise at her actions. The silhouettes of the guys were hiding behind the bright sunlight. Lloyd asked her ladyship what she was doing. The red-haired girl looked ahead in shock as the protagonist called her. The young master and the swordsman bowed before the queen. Alicia approached the brown-haired man, asking what he had just said. The protagonist noted that he had simply greeted her, but she had not responded, so he spoke to her again. The protagonist looked at the queen, wondering why she was so out of breath, adding that he doubted she was there to see him. Her Highness looked at the protagonist in surprise, after which she closed her eyes and shook her head in displeasure. Xavier looked at Her Highness with a terrifying look, after which he turned his gaze to the young master. Then he looked back at Her Highness. The queen looked away, embarrassed. The swordsman widened his eyes in bewilderment. He wondered what it was, adding that it was even more incredible than if someone said that the protagonist would become an archangel. Her ladyship crossed her arms over her chest, asking what they wanted from her. The protagonist asked to forgive him. He looked at the girl with a serious look, saying that he would like to dig up a couple of columns under the castle. Alicia raised her eyebrows in confusion. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that in return. Alicia looked at the young master in shock when he said that he would quickly resolve all the problems with the countries that surrounded her. The protagonist looked at the system window with a thoughtful look. He noted that the plan of the Pearl of Truth Aedipoa, when he clicked on the first key material of Toranga, a screen with information opened for him. The young master looked at the system window in surprise. The protagonist imagined how the mermaids fought with another race. He noted that the great war between races that took place in mythical times was also known as the War for the Possession of Aedipoa. A mermaid was swimming near the pyramid, spreading her arms out to the sides. The main character noted that at the most critical moment, one of the mermaids asked Aedipoa a question. Perhaps it was a question about how to win the battle. Many arrows flew to the side. The arrows destroyed the walls of the pyramid. Lloyd noted that the Titans, who were larger than trees, destroyed the pearl. The shattered walls began to fall to the ground. Lloyd noted that different races began to drag away the fragments of the pearl like trophies. A huge Titan carried stone blocks on his shoulder. The young master noted that some Titan carried a Toranga onto dry land. The main character imagined how the warriors raised their weapons up. The master noted that while the Titan was building a kingdom and ruling people, an uprising occurred, which lured him out of hiding. The master imagined the huge blocks standing in the dug hole. He noted that back then, the humans began to build their own castle, and they used the Toranga that the Titan had taken out as the foundation of the castle. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The young master noted that right now, Taiyura was located under Magentano Castle. There were tables set with food outside. The two men looked at each other in confusion. The brunette said that he had no idea what the Queen of Magentano was thinking. The old man noted that he agreed with him. The queen was sitting on the throne, holding a blade in front of her. The man noted that last time, she tried to intimidate them by throwing a banquet, but completely disgraced herself when the bone dragon caused a ruckus. Her Highness looked at the people with a confident look. The brunette noted that she looked so confident, asking what she thought that she could deceive them with her confident behavior. The protagonist looked back at the man. The old man asked that they defeated the bone dragon on their own, noting that the level of lies and bluff had reached imperial heights. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He told Yang Yang to come to him. The people raised their heads up. The brunette watched what was happening in horror. A black silhouette of a dragon appeared in the air. The man looked at the dragon in shock, pointing his finger at it. Yang was approaching the ground. The man shouted that it was a bone dragon. The huge dragon landed on the ground with a crash. The people began to run away in panic. The protagonist grinned maliciously, saying that the bone dragon seemed a little strange. The man looked back in bewilderment. Yang bowed his head to Her Highness. Then he opened his mouth. The huge dragon looked at the queen with a wide smile. The people watched what was happening intently. Her Highness began to extend her hand. She placed her palm on the dragon's face. The people stood motionless, watching what was happening. The man looked at the old man in horror, told him to return to their country and tell them about this and to order them to agree to all the conditions put forward by the kingdom of Magentano, adding that he should tell them that they have the power that can completely destroy the world if they want to. Alicia kept her palm on the dragon's mouth. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest at the moment when all the people bowed before Her Majesty. The people shouted that they expressed their respect to her, calling her the Great Queen of Magentano. The protagonist looked at Her Highness in surprise. The queen looked at the people with a serious look, saying that in the name of Magentano she proclaims, Lloyd, who made the bone dragon swear allegiance to Magentano, will be given the right of the most respected person. The people looked at the surprised protagonist in shock. The man wondered what this young man had earned so much respect for. The boy wondered what he had become, the owner of a title that essentially put him on the same level as the royal family. The young master widened his eyes in bewilderment. He thought that she had already given him permission to dismantle the castle brick by brick, wondering why he had to go so far. The red-haired girl turned her attention to the protagonist, after which she slightly narrowed her eyes and smiled. Javier stood behind the protagonist, looking at the queen with a terrifying look. A full moon was visible above the castle. The young master narrowed his eyes at the night, asking that the queen had called him. The swordsman approached the door, saying that she said that she lacked training, and this was a good moment since he also wanted to ask her something. The protagonist asked what he wanted to know from her. The swordsman looked at the master warily, asking that he didn't feel anything from the queen. The brown-haired man looked at the guy in bewilderment, saying that there was such a thing, something like that she was a queen. The main character with a serious look saw the guy off, noting that he was just saying just in case, so that he checked her left hand and maybe something was wrong with it. Javier said that he would do, asking that he was going somewhere. The young master thoughtfully looked away. Then he looked at the knight, saying that since he had come all the way there, he wanted to visit his brother. Javier narrowed his gaze, saying about his brother. The night sky stretched over the city. Sherazade and Julian were standing in the courtyard of the estate. The princess told him to straighten his back, and in this pose, it would be difficult for him to repel the attack. The long-haired girl suddenly appeared behind the guy. The brunette flashed her red gaze. Julian looked at the girl in fear. The brunette kissed the guy on the cheek, saying that he had lost again. The guy closed his eyes in embarrassment, saying that she was very mean. After which he kissed her hand, saying that she had been caught. Sherazade fell to her knees, clutching her forehead with her hand. She said that she was no longer able to fight. Julian asked how she was and that he had won. The protagonist watched what was happening from behind the wall with a stony expression. Sherazade said that this was an ambush on top of an ambush. Julian noted that he would also respond to her attack. The protagonist looked away in displeasure, spitting on the ground. He thought that he would definitely live a better life, which he could not afford as a dirty, terrible and lonely brother, and only arouse pity, adding that he would not get underfoot. The protagonist turned his back to the estate, leaving from there. Julian asked the girl that it was not easy for her to demonstrate the technique of wielding a sword today. The young master turned his gaze to the side. Sherazade said that it was very difficult, but all her fatigue disappeared as soon as she saw his face. The guys were kneeling, pressing their foreheads to each other. The young master imagined the image of his dead younger brother. The master remembered the dead body, Sherazade. The guys smiled happily, pressing themselves to each other. The protagonist looked behind him with a serious look, noting that he will continue to live a happy life, because he will give all his strength so that everything remains as it is now. The young master walked along the dark street. The stranger whispered that this scoundrel, and it was all because of him, all because of this scoundrel in the academy. A man in a black robe appeared behind the young gentleman. The man said that if only he hadn't done this. The brunette slightly opened his mouth, calling Lloyd a scoundrel. The protagonist looked back in bewilderment. The stranger attacked the protagonist with a blade. The brunette put his hands in his pocket, walking along the corridor of the building. The students bowed to the passing guys. The brunette noted that Thanas Arslad, the most respected person in the Royal Academy. The brunette pressed his lips. He looked ahead with a cold gaze. Arslad noted that it was him. The brown-haired man looked away with disdain, telling Arslad that it was him. Julian lowered his head, clutching a book to his chest. The brown-haired man said that he had now become the best student of the academy. The brunette looked at the guy with an arrogant look. He noted that he was born a genius magician with exceptional talents, the son of Count Thanas, wondering how he dared to overtake him and become the best student. The student walked past the protagonist's younger brother with a displeased look. He looked at the boy with disdain, said that he did not want to see him at school, although he would not mind looking at him if he were crippled. The brown-haired man looked at the student with horror. The student noted that if he ever caught his eye like that again, then his family would face retribution. Arslad noted that the students, professors, and even the dean bowed before him. The brunette imagined how shackles were put on his neck and his father's neck. Arslad and his father bowed before the queen. Alicia said that the corruption and illegal acts in which he, Count Thanas, was mired were his son. The men looked ahead in horror. The queen declared that for the crime that defamed her name, Alicia Termina Magentano. The student looked ahead in horror, his eyes wide. Her Highness declared that she would deprive him of all his titles and confiscate all his property. Arslad noted that everything had gone wrong. The count held his blade in his hand in front of his son. He said that he was the one who destroyed his family, which had prospered for thousands of years, and now he would pay for it. The count swung his weapon, saying that he should be grateful that everything would end with his death. Arslad opened his mouth wide, shedding bitter tears. The student was tied to a tree at the moment when the weapon was sticking out of his chest. The brunette noted that if his mastery of magic was not so perfect, he would have died there. A purple aura began to emanate from the brunette. The bloody blade fell to the ground, after which the rope tore off the tree. Arslad walked in the heavy rain, noting that he had lost influence and money. The boy with an indifferent expression on his face looked ahead, thinking that he had nothing left. The brunette lowered his head, adding that there was still something that burned and seethed inside him. The brunette bared his teeth in anger, noting that it was a desire for revenge. The protagonist looked behind him in bewilderment. Arslad swung his blade at the protagonist. The young gentleman dodged the mad guy's attack. The brunette looked at Lloyd's hand in bewilderment. The protagonist looked at the guy with an arrogant expression, asking what was wrong with him, after which he began to spin his hand, clenching it into a fist. The protagonist struck the brunette in the face with his fist. Arslad was thrown aside by the blow. The master approached the guy, asking who he was and why he was silent, adding that he should keep silent because it was not like he was burning with the desire to find out anything. The master grinned maliciously, asking that he was the boy who was kicked out of the academy for all sorts of dirty deeds, adding that it was obvious to him, otherwise who else at his age would have tried to kill him in this alley. The brunette looked at the young gentleman with hatred. Arslad hit his hand in a pool of blood, after which he splashed blood towards the main character, telling him to die. Blades appeared from the blood. The main character clenched his teeth. "Get your shovel." Lloyd parried the bloody blades with his weapon, after which he struck the guy, telling him to get it. The brunette bent over the ground, bleeding. The young gentleman asked what surprised him, adding that it may not look like much, but he is an expert in intermediate swordsmanship, and although he was also very surprised, asking what just happened and that he used blood magic. The master looked at the guy in bewilderment, thinking that he had never come across anything like that in the novel. Arslad said that he was a scoundrel. The brunette glared at the master, asking how someone like him could be considered a hero and that he was a respected man, noting that it was simply ridiculous. Arslad added that he knew who the real villain was, the dirty scum of society. The brunette widened his eyes, stating that he was the one who would definitely betray, and he was the one who would kill just to gain benefits from it. The young master looked at the enraged boy in confusion. Javier asked the queen what she thought of Lloyd. The queen sheathed her blade, stating that he was talented and intelligent to the point that she would like to keep him for herself. The swordsman glared at her highness, asking that this was the only reason she wanted to keep him by her side. The red-haired girl asked that she needed other reasons, noting that he was acting strange today. Her majesty looked away in confusion, saying that he was continuing to talk about something she had no idea about. Javier asked if there really were no other reasons. Her ladyship asked what reasons and what he meant, noting that he was speaking in riddles again. The red-haired girl looked at the swordsman in surprise. Javier said that it didn't matter how strong a warrior or hunter was. The blue-haired boy looked at the queen with a serious look, saying that he thought he still needed a place to go back to and catch his breath, and he also needed someone to wait for him there and hug him before going to sleep. Her highness looked at the knight with a worried expression. The protagonist swung his fist with a mad look. He began to beat the boy with fury, sitting on top of him, asking what he was even talking about, noting that he would kick him 30 times and then send him to prison. Arslad's hand twitched in pain. The protagonist asked if he knew why he was doing all this, adding that he was usually not so easily angered, but he was really getting on his nerves. Arslad began to draw signs on the ground with blood. Lloyd noted that there were 12 hits left, or rather 13, and that he was wrong, adding that he would start over. The brunette's face twisted into a mad smile. The young gentleman looked at the guy in bewilderment. Blood began to rise into the air next to them. Bloody whirlwinds appeared in the air. The protagonist watched in horror. A bloody monster appeared above his head. Lloyd said that it came out uglier than him. The monster swung its paw at the protagonist. Javier pulled out his blade, surrounding it with his aura. Her highness looked at the knight, asking where he was looking in the heat of the fight. The swordsman slightly opened his mouth, saying that he was sorry, after which he spread his wings and rushed into the sky. The blow threw the protagonist aside. Xavier flew through the air rapidly. The monster grabbed the protagonist, bringing him closer to its mouth. The swordsman swung his blade when he appeared next to the bloody monster, after which he dealt many cutting blows. Xavier looked away with a furious look. Arslad watched in horror as his limbs flew off from the blow. Suddenly, tentacles grabbed his neck from behind. At the same time, a guy with a sword appeared above the huge monster. He swung and cut its tentacles with all his might, thereby saving his brunette. His eyes were filled with anger, but his friend was falling down, having lost his arm. Incredible pain was too late, screams were heard everywhere, and the body was flying down at an incredible speed. Literally at the last moment, Xavier was able to save him and picked him up right in the air. When he landed on the ground, he saw his severed hand and tried to reach for it. The blonde at that moment flew down again to finish off the enemy. Then the brunette grabbed his hand along with the dagger, and immediately began to create a bloody funnel around himself. It was very painful for him, but he had to act quickly. Literally a moment later, his body disappeared from this area. Xavier flew there when he noticed the disappearance, but there was no one there anymore, and the thoughts were that this person had completely given away his presence. Then the young man felt incredible anger. The brown-haired man approached him and asked what was that at all? How did this person use this magic? Meanwhile, in some ruins, a pool of blood suddenly appeared, and a second later, a blood whirlwind appeared from this puddle. The brunette was there, was able to move and save himself. But the people in the square were still standing near the pool of blood and discussing what they knew for sure that this guy was expelled from the academy for his misdeeds. But Manny could put what kind of blood magic this was. The brunette at that moment was crawling along the rubble to us and laughingly shouting that he was going to kill someone. Xavier approached the main character and said that he wanted to apologize. He should have stabbed him right away. In response, he heard that now it was too late to rush around. Who knew that he would run away like that? But the brunette was trying to restore his hand at that moment and said that he would never forgive them for this. The main character smiled at his comrade and said that it meant that wherever he was, the great sword master would come to his aid, and he didn't even think that he could appear here. The blonde just lowered his head and said nothing. Meanwhile, their rival somewhere nearby continued to deteriorate from pain and screamed that he was going to finish off his new enemies. Then the main character opened the status window and saw that the number of destinies they had saved was 0. He was very angry at this fact, and then the status changed to -1. Now the young man was not just angry, but simply beside himself. He didn't understand what this meant. Was it really because he came to this world that someone would now die because of him? A comrade stood nearby who was simply silent. Finally, the day came. The guy came like a king and addressed him. There were an incredible number of soldiers around them, but nevertheless, the brown-haired man raised his head and said that it was time for him to start construction, and because of these knights he could not do the work. The girl looked at him and said that when someone threatens a senior official, this is a normal level of security. Then she turned and said to kill anyone who will come close to this person. Her subordinate agreed. Then they heard that it is not worth doing this. He is afraid that in many ways it will only cause more problems. The guy pointed to his friend and said that Xavier is with him. This man alone is worth millions of her soldiers. The woman came closer and said that she understood everything. Then we can study magic and blood. In response, she heard gratitude. Then the guy smiled and thought, what else this man can do? I don't know who can die because of him. But this does not give him peace. He will not be able to solve the problem if he understands how to resist fate. So now we need to focus on Toranga. He raised his hand and shouted that it was time to start. He thought that we need to hurry and figure it out completely, so we must regret moving. If you imagine the diagram, Torang, one of the columns supporting the palace underground, you will have to dig deep and remove one of the columns. Of course, the nobles of the kingdom would never approve of his ridiculous idea, but the queen somehow solved this problem, decorating it as if it were a project to repair the palace. For this she even gathered a whole meeting. In order to minimize damage to the palace, you need to dig in such a way that the undermining comes from the side. And if you are not careful, this can lead to a disaster, or rather to the collapse of the building. So when carrying out such work in the modern world, this problem is solved by strengthening the soil. Then the employees approached them and said that those they were waiting for had finally arrived. Soil compaction could be done using the freezing method, freeze moisture through the release of cold air. And for this you needed a wheel, and in the Night of Iron and Blood an artifact that allows this to be done has long existed. It was a huge device similar to a funnel called the Heart of the Cold. One of the 3 products, according to rumors, sealed the cold of winter from all over the world was a certain crystal, a powerful strategic weapon long ago given by the royal family and the Ice Dragon as a kind gesture. In the novel, there is an episode where his dark sister uses this weapon and freezes all the enemy soldiers. Thanks to this, you can win the battle faster. And of course, to use such a terrifying weapon, the consent of the nobles is necessary, and to resolve the issue, The queen even had to resort to bribery. Long years to the queen, now in his eyes women have become even better. If you use the power of this artifact and freeze the soil, then you can safely extract the column. Of course, instead of it you will have to create an alternative support, which will also need to be placed there on the side. Meanwhile, Xavier accidentally met one of the guards of this artifact. He inadvertently looked to the side and saw something interesting. The beautiful girl took off her hood and smiled at him shyly. At that moment, the young man also felt shy. Then the girl waved at him and disappeared from there. The main character also came up and said that his friend was a genius. There was nothing shameful in being interested in the keeper of the relic of the kingdom. Then he looked down and added that it was better to go talk to her, probably missed her. The comrade answered what was meant, and then a question came up: what do you think? That shot is blind. He smiled sarcastically and said that by looking straight into the eyes, he can tell what is between them. The chance of making a mistake is zero. His radar detecting lovers is at the peak of its skill. Xavier turned around and thought that this detection ability clearly does not work on him. Then he exhaled and said that he cannot go anywhere when something threatens the life of the main character. In response, he heard that he can deal with this pain in the ass himself. You just need to be careful with the call. And finally got to work with the hamster. Step 1, you need to dig a vertical tunnel and pour a concrete support. When the tunnel was created, Step 2, install an underground refrigerant injection chamber. Outside this chamber stood a huge number of guards. Step 3, the best magicians of the kingdom will control the heart of the coal, and the rest must connect the pipes from the heart of the coal to the ground to freeze it. The process has finally begun. The coal began to pass into the soil directly through the hole. And Step 4, now you need to dig a tunnel up to the foundation in order to install a new support. This is what the huge hamster did. Xavier looked up and noted that he was coping much faster than usual, and most importantly, the hero emphasized that the faster the better. Then he frowned and thought that time was still passing. We must cope as soon as possible. In fact, there is a way to pull out the column in an instant. It dawned on him that he just needed to do it if you use your ability. And then he hit himself in the face with all his might. The guy raised his head and shouted that it was necessary to prepare the reinforcement and start installing the concrete covering. Meanwhile, the magicians continued to work even harder. One of them was just Xavier's new lover. Behind the girl was a door to the cell, and for some time everything was calm there. But a moment later, blood began to appear, and a couple of minutes later, a bloody whirlwind appeared. It seems the enemy was already there. The brunette appeared in the room in literally a split second with a new prosthesis instead of a hand. A few days ago at night, something happened. Mansions with a left man and said that the son of a village magnate, who came into the world thanks to pure luck, and now what deserves public trust. It was the Duke of Tuscany, the head of the aristocratic faction, who said that it was dangerous to allow him to remain on the path of success. Because of him many nobles lost their places. Opposite sat another nobleman, who said that it was true, but due to the full support of the queen, they had no choice but to agree. It even got to the point that she allowed him to use the sacred relics of the kingdom. He had no idea what to do with it. Then the other leaned over and said that he was going to take his book and hide it somewhere far away, on top of everything. He frowned and said that the queen who protects this idiot should also be dealt with. That's how their conversation went. After some time, he became alone and thought that he said so, but his achievements are growing day by day, and his night escort makes any attempts at attack impossible. Someone suddenly approached him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. A man in a robe appeared behind him, clearly frightening this man. He stood up and asked who it was, and the brunette looked up and said that he was the third son of the former duke. Looks, he lives well, used to be an earl, now he has become a duke. The duke jumped up and asked if this guy was really alive, and in response he heard that he didn't even know if it could be called life. And he came closer and added that it seemed like something was bothering him. If Lloyd was the cause of his problems, he could help him, but there was one thing. The young man came closer and said that it seemed like this guy had planned a plan related to the royal palace. Could he hear what exactly? In response, he was told that it was the reconstruction of the palace. Because of it, he even borrowed the Heart of Winter. The brunette came closer and repeated something about the Heart of Winter, and then he began to smile widely. Then he lowered his eyes and said that he wanted to be done a favor. He picked up some bottle and explained that his blood was here. He needed to ask someone to spill it on the floor of the construction site. And then he said that the request had to be fulfilled. Then everyone would know that the guy was true evil. His eyes were filled with madness. The brunette also said that this man should not have been born. Currently, work under the palace continued. Someone approached the young man and said that he needed to tell him something. That you screwed up, and asked if there were any problems with work, and the employee replied that it was not about that. He smiled and said that thanks to the gentleman's help, diplomatic relations had been established, and there he had managed to learn pottery, which was his wife's dream. He had always wanted to express his gratitude to him, and then he laughed sheepishly. Another man came up and said that he had earned a lot of money because he had participated in the gentleman's construction projects. He also thanked him for that, and his son had also begun to learn construction and wanted to be like that man. All these words made the protagonist very happy. He smiled at them and said that the best gratitude was 1,000 gold. The people immediately gave him the money. Then they left happily, but the assistant called him an extortionist. Even the status window wrote that it was robbery in broad daylight, and the thoughts were that he did not think that these people would really give them up. Just the guys were standing near the entrance to the room with the artifact and were discussing that this was a greedy aristocrat in all his glory. But the brown-haired man was trying to justify himself and shouted that he was going to return the money. He was already rich, why would he need such a trifle? The guards who were guarding the room were discussing that it seemed like the shift change had not yet come. They should go and let them, the other agreed. And thus only one person was left to guard the room. He would take out a bottle of blood and look around, and then he threw this bottle right on the ground. And then the eye of the main character's new enemy appeared there. This eye looked around and studied the situation, and then it seeped right into the room with the relic. The girl who had been working on the days suddenly turned around and felt something. At that moment, a maddened brunette was already standing behind her. His presence was also heard and felt by the main character and his assistant. The question arose what happened. Xavier looked away in fear and said that this was the same person. The mages were already fighting him at that moment and asking who it was. But the guy himself skillfully dodged the projectiles and approached them. The main character immediately ordered his servants to quickly go and protect the Heart of Winter, and he rushed off. True, their enemy had already launched the first attack on the mages at that moment. Huge bloody projectiles flew like arrows at the guardians. Suddenly, the brunette managed to activate the shield and the iron wall in order to protect them. True, it was useless because it was immediately broken through, and it turned out that the target of these projectiles was not people, but the crystal itself. Finally, Xavier burst into the room. The crystal was still in place at that moment, and a second later it began to emit incredibly strong energy. The guy gritted his teeth and asked what was happening. Had the enemy already disappeared? But suddenly something dawned on him. One of the defenders of the crystal was a girl who he felt sympathy for. Her strength was already running out at that moment, and then the blonde turned around and thought that the power of the crystal had burst out. Lloyd was standing nearby and shouted that he shouldn't come near him. The guy covered his face with his hand and shouted that he needed to hold back the Heart of Winter. The servant turned around and tried to object to him, and the brown-haired man got even angrier and shouted that he just needed to be trusted. Because of this, Xavier turned around and flew towards the crystal. A moment later, he was right above him. The girl then raised her hand and turned to him, tried to stop him. But it was too late. The young man spread his wings and wrapped them around the crystal. It was incredibly difficult for him at that moment, and his thoughts were that this was the power of the highest dragon. He would not be able to hold it back for long. A status window appeared where it was written that the blessing effect was activated. His hands were cold, his feet were also cold. Even in severe cases he would not suffer from hypothermia. Meanwhile, Lloyd was moving along the tunnel and thought that maybe everything was fine with him, but the workers would not stand this. He gritted his teeth and thought that although he was not a warrior of justice, he was not of the breed to live for the sake of saving others. He had to return 1,000 gold at the same time. And then an enemy appeared behind him. The guy turned around, but it was too late. The enemy's dagger entered his abdomen. The brunette raised his eyes and ordered him to show his true face. Lloyd did not understand what was happening and began to scream. And then something completely strange happened. His face changed, swollen, and veins appeared around his eyes. And a moment later, the brunette found himself on some strange military field. They shouted at him and said that there was little time. Why was he suddenly making such a noise? The young man turned around and looked back. The main character was approaching him there, who said that everything needed to be turned into a desert, get the materials, and that would be the end of it. Then he began to smile sarcastically and said that they had a special power for this. Meanwhile, Xavier was still holding the crystal. His strength was already running out, and the girl stood below and continued to watch what was happening. She helped him as best she could and decided to use fire. Thanks to this, a huge fiery whirlwind appeared around the crystal. The girl clenched her teeth and used all her strength. But the blonde stretched out his hands and realized that thanks to the lady he could endure a little more. But what was the point of simply suppressing the force? What about his comrade? The main character was fighting a brunette nearby. From incredible pain, he began to scream, and the enemy laughed and said that ancient black magic had overtaken him. The curse of the approaching darkness was now on him. Then he looked at him and said that if there are even drops of darkness in the human body, they multiply endlessly and dominate the inner self. Then he continued to laugh and asked how the main character could gain the respect of others. It was better not to make him laugh, to sink to the very bottom and show all this evil, to reveal his true nature. The brunette was still in great pain and heard how the curse of this world was sent to him. Finally, the two found themselves in the void. He came closer and asked how much time the brunette spent in the kingdom of mermaids. Why build a sauna and spend so much time to appease the mermaids? Then he began to laugh and said that there was a faster way. He jumped up and began to look around, but saw nothing. And then a dragon appeared below and said that if he had called him, it would not have taken a day. There was no need to ask permission from the king of the mermaids. The dragon immediately swallowed a huge crystal. Isildo attacked the monster below them, but the main character said that fear is an excellent means of communication. The brunette stood nearby and did not understand what was happening. In front of his eyes, Xavier attacked the queen underwater, and the guy asked if the mermaid queen could compete with him. And then he showed the captured inhabitants of the kingdom, added how long it would take to subdue them, maybe an hour if they could hold out, and then 2 hours. Then he showed him the palace and asked what about the column, do they really think that it is enough to just move the castle? He came closer and explained that if he simply destroyed it, perhaps he would have already restored Aotearoa. The brunette looked at him and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Then he looked up and asked how one could do something like that. Many people would suffer, they would be sad. The main character looked at him and asked what difference did it make. Then he said something that scared the guy even more, that these people were not his family. Then he looked down and said that his precious people and strangers clearly had different prices. Tears immediately began to flow from his eyes and the question sounded, is he really going to lose everything? At that moment, photos of his parents appeared under the brunette's feet. An incredible fear was read in his eyes. First, he looked at the man, then at the woman. A moment later, the young man lowered his head and simply fell silent. The world around him at that moment literally began to collapse, and also acquire red hues. Everything around was shaking and slowly turning into his personal hell, and the young man's eyes were filled with madness. The brown-haired man extended his hand to him and said that he had to go and save those he loved. And after these words, the enemy really went in his direction. He extended his hand, and then the guys hugged each other. For some time they stood there and did not move. Then the brunette raised his head and said a question, is he really scared? Then he hugged him tighter and said that everything was fine. Summer pushed the main character away from himself. He looked at him with a smile and said that everything could be solved, it is better not to act on your principle. He frowned and added that these two were simply omnipotent. And suddenly Lloyd found himself alone, and the sky above was clear. In the distance, it even seemed like the sun had appeared. Its bright rays illuminated everything around. And he found her, smiled and agreed with this statement. Meanwhile, in the corridor, the crystal was spreading its powers more and more. The guy finally came to his senses. The brunette looked at him and did not understand what was happening. And he turned around and with all his appearance it seemed that now everything was fine. Then he began to shout that the inner core was still a monster. Then he grabbed the enemy by the collar. Then he swung and said that at the same time, inside and out, he was the same. And a moment later, with all his might, he punched him in the face. The blow was so strong that his opponent flew far back. The queen at that moment was already approaching them and shouting that she did not understand how much time had passed. One of the soldiers explained that it was already about 5 minutes, but the cold there was so strong. Literally a huge column of this icy wind rose from the tunnel. People shouted that just approaching the place could lead to frostbite. Only one of them was not stopped. The queen, despite the words of her subordinates, jumped there and flew down. Then she landed and thought that the main character is the most capable servant. She should not lose him for anything. Then she got up and shouted at his servant. He turned and said that his lord was inside. Then the queen wrapped her cloak around him and went forward to save him. A silhouette appeared in front of her. It was a man, not the duke's son. Probably this was his doing, she thought. Then the girl frowned and saw something else. In the distance there was a silhouette of a man. And it turns out that it was the main character who was saving other victims. His eyebrows were almost covered with frost, and his cheeks were so red from frostbite. The others there made a fire, sat nearby and discussed that the student had finally come. Had he really returned because he hadn't come out again? And the boy exhaled and said that everything should work out. After which the man laughed and asked if he was really thinking of leaving, allegedly because the work was hard, and in response he heard that he was in no position to leave. Then his uncle hugged him and asked where his confidence had gone. Even though the student had lost everything, everything was cool. Everyone on the site liked this guy. He always smiled and encouraged others. He was so positive. At the same time, he was the infamous dad of geese. And then an accident happened. The man fell off a huge support and could no longer walk. The reason was clear. The young man ran up to him and tried to help, but it was too late. Everything was collapsing due to worn-out equipment, but no one was held responsible for it. The construction company, the contractor, and the customer only passed the buck. And when the ambulance took this uncle away, the young man's thoughts were only about what stage. Why no one would answer for this when my prophet was in front of them? Panada screamed about their rights. And now they will completely ignore their guilt? This thought really scared him. Well, what can he do himself? And when he walked forward inside the tunnel, he thought that, in fact, if something like this happens in his sphere, he might be one of those who escapes. True, now the young man brought in the victims despite his own injuries. The queen ran up to him and tried to help. She immediately took off her cloak and wrapped it around the guy. Her thoughts were only about the fact that there was almost no mana left in his body. Did he really give all the work? and the main character himself was barely coping with the cold, and it turns out he was enduring all this cold only due to the warmth of his body. Suddenly the brown-haired man spoke and said that there were 8 more people inside, there was danger there. But the woman replied that first of all they had to save him. Then she picked him up in her arms and carried him out of there. Despite the fact that the young man was shouting about saving the workers, the queen still ran and shouted that they had to trust her. Finally, an exit appeared in front of them. The girl began to jump from place to place and get out of there. It took them some time, but finally the exit was already closed. When the queen jumped out, everyone around began to shout that Her Majesty was finally here, and the woman herself got up and headed back, despite the questions where she was going. While she was flying down, people tried to stop her, but it was too late. She left the main character on the street. People decided to first take care of the day and bring a bigger blanket. It was unclear at all how this person survived. Lloyd himself was lying on the ground and thinking that he trusted the blessing, hoping that he was completely immune to hypothermia and his body would not freeze. And now he was lying under the sun rays and realized that he felt warm, perhaps he could finally rest. The queen was still making her way inside the tunnels at that moment. Suddenly, a huge lump appeared in front of her. It was a hamster, which warmed the rest of the workers with its warmth. The people above were slowly helping the survivors, finally carrying out 2 more while asking to stop the queen so that she would not return to the tunnel. The young man was lying on the ground at that moment and continued to reason about the fact that this girl was simply the best. As expected from a sword master, Xavier would block the cold, he would definitely succeed. The queen immediately jumped out, shouting that they should not go there anymore. How can you risk your own life for the sake of ordinary people? And the woman raised her head and shouted that everyone should shut up. If these people were there, they would not say such things. Finally, Lloyd closed his eyes and decided to rest, dream about how he would fool around on his estate, just do his favorite thing, and joke with this guy Xavier. But then his eyes opened. The crystal below began to work with even greater force, and at the same time, the main character's assistant was inside, along with the page. Just at that moment, the queen jumped out again, shouted that they pulled out the last one. Only the girl turned around, gave the hamster and said that there were still a few people in the freezer. And a second later, an ice explosion occurred. Everyone was surprised and did not understand what was happening, how it happened. And the cold energy began to spread throughout the kingdom. The building immediately began to freeze, covered with ice. Residents who were on the street felt an incredible cold. And a huge dragon appeared in the sky in front. This beast was spewing cold and spreading it everywhere. But at some point, it seemed to start feeding on the cold and energy from underground. Therefore, everyone near the tunnel had to turn around and run away, while hiding all the citizens and a mid-level sword expert had to carry the wounded. While the queen was running, she noticed something. Right in front of her stood the main character, who had gained strength and was about to go into battle. The girl noticed this and began to scream for him not to come closer and run back. And the young man stretched out his hands and refused, said that he could not lose what belonged to him and activated emergency resuscitation. Suddenly, his hand began to absorb all this energy, and the queen ran closer and told him to stop. A person cannot absorb so much mana. However, everything around immediately began to thaw, and literally in a few minutes, the energy was leaving the kingdom. Then the girl turned around and looked up. A huge loop of cold had formed above them, and a second later, this loop turned into nothing. Only one last projectile was heading towards the main character, and then it turned into a piece of ice. Finally, everything calmed down, the sun's rays enveloped the city. Only snowflakes continued to melt in the air, the danger had passed. Meanwhile, the queen was still next to the main character and could not move from surprise. In front of the day was a huge ice statue. The rest of the subjects also could not believe what was happening. One thing was good, the man, because of whom all this happened, turned into the same statue. Fortunately, Xavier and Chiruria were able to survive. They sat in shock on the floor near the pedestal and realized that the heart of the servant simply disappeared. At the same moment, the ice figure that remained of the main character began to crack at the seams. Meanwhile, people in the city slowly began to come to their senses and asked if everything was okay. They had to hurry and save the people inside. The mages who remained below also shouted that everyone was safe, but how did they survive in such cold? One of them raised his hand and said that he thought he was going to die when he felt his body freezing, and then suddenly the cold disappeared. He added that it was as if something had taken away all the frost. He did not yet know that the brown-haired man had saved them. And Xavier had already risen up and saw this whole picture. His eyes were filled with horror, and the girl behind was very scared. And the queen was also watching all this. She still could not move from surprise. Then she gathered her strength and nevertheless approached him. The girl was literally shaking with surprise and fear. Then she stretched out her hand and tried to touch the young man. And a moment later she completely grabbed his palm with her shaking hands. And suddenly the woman felt some knocks. It immediately dawned on her that the young man was not dead yet. So she turned around and shouted that this guy's heart was still beating. Xavier heard this surprise and couldn't even move. At the same moment, other subjects ran up. The queen ordered him to carefully carry him, and another to melt the ice with her mana. The main character himself was conscious, literally locked in his consciousness. He hung like a doll in captivity and thought that he was very cold. His teeth clenched, his eyes watered, and his thoughts were, what is this? What is he even doing here? And suddenly they came up to him and said that his heart was this shape. This is the only thing that still moves in his body, the heart. Then some strange drop flew up and said that he was still alive only because of this body, so he should be grateful. And when asked what kind of fucking monster it was, the drop got upset and started screaming that it was a heart, a cold heart. Then it turned upside down and showed him its shape, but the young man noted that it was an obvious ass. Zadie frowned and asked what the snowy ass was doing in his body. In response, he heard what a stubborn guy he was, and he still continues to insist on his own. At that moment, the heart flew even closer and said that it was here because it had absorbed it, although to be precise, it was the guy who had absorbed it. And then he raised his paw and added that it wasn't even funny. The great dragon had been accumulating strength for 100 days before absorbing the cold heart he had created. Even if he had sucked it out until his body exploded, does he think his strength would have decreased by at least 1/1000th? And suddenly the heart of the cold said that he felt a special power in him. He had a heart that looked like a dragon, and a tail and wings appeared around the main character. He was surprised and thought that one of his skills was half human, half dragon, so as a grandfather, the dragon also felt favor towards him. The heart flew closer and said that this was not all. This guy did not hesitate when he sacrificed himself, and this is amazing. Immediately, thoughts appeared in his memories about how he saved the workers at the cost of his own life. And so the droplet frowned and said that she wanted to watch until the end and see what such a person would achieve. Brown-haired sighed and asked what other sacrifice. He just did not want to be judged later. The droplet smiled and said that this was enough. Then she added that this was all, and thus attracted attention to herself again. Spewing out strange energy, she began to rise upward. And then she enveloped the main character with her power, and suddenly his body began to shine brightly. The status window immediately appeared, which became one with the sacred artifact of the dragon, the heart of the cold, but the skills flourish under the influence of powerful forces that freeze everything, and a new skill appeared, freezing time. Finally, the brown-haired man woke up in bed. He was very surprised and thought, what kind of time freezing is this? It's just incredible. And in the status window it was written that it can stop the flow of time. The caster can also designate an area free from freezing. The size of the frozen area is determined by the total amount of mana of the caster, and in the unfrozen area, time will go on as usual. He continued to lie for some time and thought that this option is relevant for 1 year. If the caster leaves the unfrozen area, the action will lose its power. It turns out that something like this is possible. Freeze time and build something at the speed of light. Immediately began to laugh with crazy eyes and received a notification that he only thinks about his construction. Then the young man clenched his fist and decided that this was an excellent insurance. Even if the beginning of the unfortunate fate could not be stopped, he could freeze time and try other options. The only problem was the 3000 points needed to use the skill, but the balance was 2665. Because of this, the guy was upset and thought that he had been too lazy to save them lately. He needed to pay more attention to this, because it would be nice to get some incredible special move. The problem he faced was, he turned around and saw someone nearby. The queen was sitting on a chair, and his loyal subject was sitting next to the bed. As soon as Xavier tried to pronounce his name, the young man shut him up. Then he showed that he needed to be quiet. Then he looked at the queen. The woman was still sleeping at that moment. The main character moved closer and said that he needed to listen to him carefully. He prepared the super weapon of this kingdom. It was the same as stealing a nuclear weapon from a country, and in any case, the death sentence was coming for this. Then he frowned and said that they had to get out of there. The blonde looked up and answered whether this would definitely solve the problem. It would be possible to earn a conflict with the kingdom. How was he going to fix everything? And the brown-haired man with shaking hands said that he had a plan. After all, everyone saw how he failed. In response, he heard that judging by his look, everything was already lost. Moreover, this was said by the queen, who woke up and added that it was too late to run. The main character immediately fell at her feet and began to say that he did not voluntarily absorb the heart of the cold. What happened was not his fault, and he received the question what solution he came up with. She lowered her eyes and said that she roughly understood what happened. The problem is that even if the wine and what is happening is a separate party, and it is this person who is responsible for borrowing and managing the heart of the cold. The young man was already starting to cry and thought that it was all because of this crazy idiot. After he looked up and asked what happened to him, in response he heard that it was the son of the former duke, although he survived when the cold disappeared and was subsequently arrested and burned at the stake. The queen immediately remembered this process, and she also said that this man was a pretty strong guy. Even during the execution he continued to laugh, but she assures that he turned to ashes in front of her eyes. Then she closed her eyes and said that it did not matter anymore. Then the girl smiled and said that she was glad that the main character was okay. This news surprised and confused him at the same time. The guy embarrassedly asked what it was, something with his heart because of that blue ass. The answer from the inside was that it was not an ass but a heart. The status window also intervened, which said that honestly, it really looked more like a flying ass. The heart asked what again, ordered everyone to shut up. And the brown-haired man lay on the floor and thought how noisy it was. You can go crazy like that. The queen at that moment spoke to him again and said that she regretted one thing very much, that she had not managed to find out about the blood magic that this man used. Even under torture he quickly recovered, and the confession spell was useless. She wanted to learn more about this and dangerous magic. Lloyd then looked up and said that he had heard something from him. This guy had stabbed him in the side with a knife soaked in purple mana, and for some time had been under the influence of the curse of absorbing darkness. The woman was very surprised when she heard this, and even more so when the guy added that in a place similar to a nightmare, the other he had spoken about ordinary things. Suddenly the girl stopped him. Then she came down and asked him to tell her more about it, and then she began to take off her glove. The guy was very surprised by what he saw. Her hand was also soaked in this spell. Night had fallen. The queen was moving around her castle. Then she lowered her eyes and thought about something. A strange energy began to leak out from under the door next to her. That's why the woman immediately went in that direction. She opened the room and saw something. There was emptiness, in the middle of which stood a girl and around lay corpses. The woman lowered her eyes and was very upset. Apparently, her murdered relatives were lying on the floor, and the girl in the middle was herself, who turned around and said that nothing could be changed. Then she turned around even more and added that her brothers decided to kill her. Her mother and father were also killed by these people, so her brothers did all this. And when the queen came closer, she saw her entire family in the reflection, heard that these people had always been kind to her, but it was all a lie. The eyes of the second incarnation were mad. The girl turned around and said that you can't trust anyone, you have to kill all of them first. Then she raised her head and shouted that Lloyd should do the same, because she knew perfectly well what danger this man posed. Letting someone into her heart again, had she really gone crazy? At that moment, the queen simply listened as they asked her if she was afraid that she would be betrayed again. And then she screamed that she thought people would respect her only because they considered her a merciful queen. All these subjects could stab her in the back at any moment, so she had to fight and kill everyone. The baby came closer and closer and screamed that they had to suppress them with fear and not allow anyone to stand up to them. And then the queen embraced her externally. She closed her eyes and replied that she shouldn't make such an angry face. Then she squatted down and asked if she understood correctly that the baby was sad and scared. They hugged for some time, and the queen told her that sometimes it was okay to be weak. And then she started crying. And then the second incarnation literally dissolved. The queen sat there for a few more minutes and thought about everything that had happened. And even being in her bed afterwards, she still couldn't let go of the thought of it. Finally, her hand acquired a normal shade and the curse was not the same. Alicia looked at it for a long time, as if she couldn't tear herself away. And then she remembered how not long before the main character said that he didn't know exactly how he overcame it, he just admitted the truth. He lowered his head and said that sometimes people harbor evil thoughts, sometimes they become weak. If they try to ignore it, heart problems will accumulate. And the girl came closer to him and said that this guy even knows about heart problems. He, without raising his head, replied that he only did a little research, but this disease can be worse than you can imagine. And then the queen thought about confessing. But now she was already lying in her bed and realized that this confession helped her too. Then she exhaled and said that she was ashamed that she was in his debt again. The next day, nobles were heading towards her, shouting that the trial of this man would soon begin. Members of the aristocracy had to come as soon as possible and said that finally something useful had been done after death. Another approached him and added no matter how the queen protected him, this would be enough to finish him off. In response, he heard that this was true. The young man neglected the management of the sacred object of the kingdom and became the cause of its loss. And then the duke began to laugh, said no matter what contribution the main character made, whether he was even of the lowest rank. After some time, the defendant was finally brought into the room. The queen stood up and said that from now on, following the sacred law of the kingdom, his trial begins. And she added that this trial is conducted at the legal request of the aristocrats. The House of Lords will personally prove his guilt as a jury. They looked at him like vultures. And the girl lowered her head and mentally apologized to him, thought that whoever she was, she could not ignore the law at will. At least she would help him avoid severe punishment. The young man himself at that moment simply stood and looked down. Outside the room was Sharuria, who shouted that this was simply ridiculous. There was another culprit, because of whom the hearts of winter were broken, and this man defended the city. Xavier then knew with her and answered that nevertheless, the Lord was the one who forced to take the heart of winter outside, and he is responsible for the fact that he could not stop the criminal. In response, he heard that it was far-fetched. Then the young man turned around and said that there was no need to worry too much, everything would be fine with the Lord, and the girl shouted that the House of Lords hated him, how could it be fine? Then his servant turned around and answered that the whole point was that the Lord said that everything was under control. The lords inside were extremely unfriendly. They said that it was necessary to listen to the defendant. He dared to ask for a sacred object of the kingdom. Their House of Lords and Her Majesty the Queen granted this request because of their faith in him and the mercy of the Queen. What can one argue about at all in this sacred court? At that moment, the brown-haired man decided to get something from his square. There was a bottle from under the enemy's blood. The man looked at it at first, did not understand what it meant. But the young man began to smile and show him this vessel. At first, the Lord did not get it, and then a cold sweat covered him along with the realization. It was this bottle that was handed over to the guard with the words that it was necessary to pour it out in front of the room, and where the heart of winter is, he, a humble soldier, will be paid well-deserved compensation. The Lord got angry and thought how this man could find a vessel in this house, and the young man himself with the face of a winner continued to show him the bottle. Then he remembered how he went down with his subordinate and said that it was absolutely safe here. The brunette definitely could not have entered here himself, apparently teleported, used his blood. Then he smiled and said that then there must be someone who opened the way for him. If they find this evidence, they will be able to cancel the trial. Most likely, one of the nobles did it, who hates him. And then he took out the guy's small animals and his cloak. He raised his hand and ordered them to go search. As a result, now in his hand was that very vessel. The Lord said in a trembling voice that in any case it was such a trifle, a betrayal. And while the guy was twirling the flask in front of him, he said that the control of the object and responsibility. Lloyd continued to make faces, and the man raised his head and saw something. That same soldier was standing above him. The thing is that before that, the young man came to the main character and said that he could not even imagine that something so big would happen, so he would help the gentleman who saved his life. And at that moment Lloyd was beside himself with happiness, and the Duke raised his head and said that he had not made a single mistake. Then he smiled and added that it was done, but who is the main character anyway? A living legend who made a huge contribution. And with incredible happiness, he began to say that the young man put so much effort into facilitating movement around the city, just a hero who stopped a man trying to kill Her Majesty the Queen, surprised the world, and created a beautiful garden. The Queen herself did not understand anything at that moment, and the main character literally kissed about protecting the Queen from the attack of the bone dragon, showed the whole world that the dragon became a servant of the kingdom, and began to jump in different directions, when the Lord added that thanks to this it was declared that the kingdom was the strongest in the world. Then he raised it in his hand and looked sternly at the Duke, thought that he would save him only once, because he knew what would happen if he let him down. And the man practically cried with a smile on his face and asked to let him say that this man was not just an accused, he was just a hero among heroes. That for some time, as a hero of the kingdom, the young man managed to avoid punishment, but could not completely wash away the guilt. He was responsible for negligence, and the construction continued and some huge stone was being raised from below. The big hamster worked and made every effort to lift it up. The young man stood nearby, thinking that every time the Queen calls him to help in the construction, he must obey. Of course, he is grateful for this, but what to do with time, which he already has little. Finally, the hamster held in his hands the object he was hunting for. The same status window appeared, where it was written that 12 parts of Toranga, a key material, bonus points awarded for achievements in excavations of legendary historical materials were added. The young man looked at the screen and was very surprised when he saw that he was awarded a bonus of 2,000 points. And then he realized that now the current balance was 4655. He began to rejoice, thought that this was cool, now at any critical moment you can use freezing. Then he imagined the Queen and thought that now that the Queen was freed from the curse, he hoped that fate would change, since one catastrophe had already been avoided. But of course everything could not be so simple, because in the number of lives he saved, it was still -1. In general, everything was fine while everyone was alive. So the brown-haired man smiled and thought that finally he felt closer and closer to the solution. After some time, he came to the Queen, who said that this was a very unpleasant man. She lowered her head and asked if the guy was leaving because he had finished work. The main character bowed and replied that he wanted to apologize for his tactlessness, but he could no longer postpone one very important matter. The girl simply remained silent in response. Then she scratched her nose and asked what was more important than taking a break and staying with her. The guy did not raise his eyes and simply answered that it was so. Then the Queen thought about it. Then she smiled and thought that it hurt her. But nevertheless, she agreed and let him go. Sladova smiled and added that she would wait for him back. Now the main character was embarrassed and even blushed. And then he thought about this strange feeling in his heart. Probably the winter ass makes him feel strange. Only the ass called him an idiot and said that this man really does not understand what is happening. After some time, the guys were flying over the sea on their dragon, and in his paws were stones that were taken out of the tunnels. They were immediately thrown there. and the stones landed in the water with a crash. The guy looked at this and decided that now everything is ready. If he goes down here, he can get neatly into the kingdom of mermaids. Then he turned around and turned to his friend, asked if he said goodbye to his girlfriend properly, and to the answer, well, it seems, he said really did not talk anymore. Xavier lowered his eyes and asked what could have been talked about at all. He was worried that he was eager to introduce him to her. The brown-haired man answered that his friend was pretending not to be interested. Then he raised his fingers and said that he was an expert in love affairs. He only had to look once and everything was clear to him. He was just a real pro in this matter. The blue ass inside got angry from these words and shouted that he didn't understand. He didn't understand anything. He was a complete moron. But his comrade simply remained silent in response to this. Then he remembered how the girl told him that one day, when his work was completed, she could become a real archmage. Then she smiled and promised to confess her love to him. The young man scrolled through all these thoughts in his head, and then the blush on his cheeks became even brighter. The main character saw this and began to be indignant, asking what happened. Did he really say something saccharine? How angry. And the blonde turned and said that it sounded as if he was just supporting him, and in response he heard that they were just jealous. It was sickening to look at him. Then Xavier exhaled and said that they needed to finish. What was their next destination? The brown-haired man leaned back and answered that they were heading to the southern step for another key ingredient. And when the servant asked if they were talking about the steps, then they needed local flame, he said that was true. Then he imagined centaurs and thought about a gang of steppe murderers. He also imagined huge concrete blocks and thought that after the Great Interracial War, the second key ingredient was in their hands. They needed to find it and get information about it. After some time, they were both already in those fields. The servant turned and said that it seemed that the area was too vast to explore on foot. The young man turned and said that it was impossible here on a dragon. Then he smiled and added that they would soon find them themselves. And then a huge column of smoke appeared behind him. Everything around was shaking. Silhouettes began to appear. The question immediately came up, who are these people? Centaurs ran up to them and shouted, how dare these people invade their territory, given that they knew who they were. The protagonist looked at him with disdain and thought that these centaurs were a little different from his imagination. Could this really be an adaptation of the novel? A moment later, they were already surrounded. The guy raised his hand and said that before introducing himself, he would like to ask about these sound effects. But the man interrupted him and asked again, what are you talking about? Could it really be about their battle cry? These people do the same thing when they get together to raise their spirits. The young man tensed up even more and thought that this was complete nonsense in this adaptation. Then he bowed down and said that he came to this land to meet the wisest centaur and ask him a question. In response, he heard that he really thought he was worthy of meeting the leader. Why would he talk to a two-legged person? At that moment, the brown-haired man smiled and said, what is the difference between two-legged and four-legged? He raised his head and added that he bets faster than them. Isn't that enough to meet the leader? The centaurs heard this and were very surprised. Then they began to shout that the man had challenged the captain of the guard. He went down to him and said that he would tell him the rules. The test subject determines the finish point. The winner is the one who comes first. The young man agreed and said that he knew their traditions well too. Then a servant came up to him and asked if he wanted him to participate instead, but the young man refused and said that as in the kingdom of the mermaids, if he couldn't cope on his own, he would be in trouble, and if his master won, he would get the laurels. The blonde was surprised and said that it would be difficult. He heard that the speed of a running centaur was comparable to the speed of a sword master. Lloyd grinned and said that only a running one. Then he looked at him sarcastically and explained that he was not going to run. Then he raised his hand and said that the finish line would be at that stone block 200 meters away. And the centaur began to shout again that he would make him feel the worthlessness of their kind. Finally, they created a running field for them and ordered them to get ready. Then they fired slingshots as a finishing sound. And the centaur took off, and the main character was far behind. His servant watched all this and thought that in this situation he could only win with some kind of trick, and immediately noticed how the gentleman took out his shovel. At that moment, it all dawned on him. The guy turned his back to the tower and activated the explosion. And then, thanks to the blast wave, he flew towards the finish line at incredible speed. And how was he able to overtake his opponent? True, the blow was so strong that even his back damaged this tower. And then he rolled down, and in an instant fell to the ground. The centaur saw this and did not understand what happened. The others also changed their faces abruptly. Finally, the brown-haired man began to come to his senses and tried to get up. Then he looked at him with wild eyes and began to laugh, asked who was faster here. All those watching could not even say anything, because it was simply an incredible speed of light. Lloyd continued to laugh and said that since he won, he should take him to the leader. And the centaur was horrified and refused him. Then the young man got angry and asked why. He answered in an offended voice that it was because the main character cheated. In the race you need to win by running. The guy listened to this and started shouting back that this is their high-speed tradition, and he is an exception, like a stick shoots once a year. The rival tried to answer something, but thought only that this person is very scary, and then someone from the country addressed him. A female centaur came up to them and said, "Is the head of the guard really scared of the ugliness and is publishing back?" Then the brunette pulled the straw out of her mouth and said that the fastest gets everything. This is their tradition. Is there even one word here? Mileage. The centaur listened to this and offendedly lowered his eyes, and the girl in the meantime turned to the main character. She turned around and ordered to follow her, decided to take him to the leader independently. At first, the young man did not understand anything. Then he grabbed his head and thought that now he understands everything. That's how everything turned out here. After all, he won. And together with his servant, everyone went after her. Javier turned around and said that it looked like his master was in a good mood. In response, he heard how to say, "It looks like he has already conquered this city," something like that. Then he looked at his companion and said that centaur women like fast men, so much so that if they have 2 or more suitors, they choose the fastest one. He literally beamed with joy, said that she had already fallen for him. The comrade turned around and replied that such a thing simply could not exist. While the main character was trying to explain to him, "Was I really jealous? Then it was worth it." Because he had always been so proud of his appearance, he got a hoof right in the stomach. And from the blow he flew back several meters. The woman turned around and said that no matter how fast he was, his face was quite sweet. It seems that at that moment the guy practically did not hear her because he was knocked out. A servant came up to him and said that it was worth looking at. It looks like she still does not like it. The brown-haired man looked at him and asked how he understood everything at once. Javier looked him in the eyes and replied that he had seen enough female glances directed at him before, so he knew what he was talking about. Lloyd listened to all this and simply remained silent. Then the brunette continued to lead them forward and said that she was already tired of this. The damn speed irritates her. She lowered her head and said that there must be something else besides her. The guys did not understand what they were talking about. Well, just at that moment they approached the camp. The largest tent in the distance was the chieftain's dwelling. The girl turned around and said that the chieftain was her father. This news surprised them even more. A couple of minutes later, they finally found themselves inside the tent. There they were greeted by a huge tattooed centaur, who said that he was glad to meet him, especially since this is a fast person whom his daughter recognized. All this time, the main character was actively looking at him. The old man could not stand it and asked what he was staring at. Here is the answer he heard: that nothing. I just wonder what kind of adaptation style this is. Then he bowed his head and said that he was a man named Lloyd. He had come all this way in search of the Tapo, a step that was once part of Aeteroa, a treasure trove of truth, if he knew anything about it. The man interrupted him and said that it was a good thing. Then he raised his head and looked at him very surprised. Then he asked if he could give it to him. In response, he heard that the guy was both lightning fast and shameless. Then he lowered his head and added that, frankly speaking, this thing was completely useless, but their tradition was to protect it. You can't just take it and give it away. The main character looked at him and thought that I didn't expect it to be so easy. His daughter intervened in the conversation, asking why follow some idiotic traditions. This was their dear guest from distant lands, why not just give it away? And the father raised his hand and said that his daughter was talking about kindness and progress again. It would be better to go away and run. Relieve tension. The young man then noted that there were clearly problems with the tribe itself and with the upbringing of generations. And the brunette turned around and asked her father if he knew about the legend of a man with the speed of light. Perhaps this was the man from that very legend. The young man turned around and said that he had heard about it, so it was not a joke. What kind of man is a Flash? He had heard that this is their legend. One day a man will come from distant lands, possessing crazy speed. She looked into his eyes and added that this man will be able to solve the problem of the centaur's speed limit. Her father also thought about it and said that if this was really a man from a legend, if, for example, he could solve the problem of their speed, because of which they had not set new records for a long time, then he would gladly give him this thing. The guy heard this and thought about how he could increase his speed, because these guys were already fast. In another place, in some ruins, it was deep night. It seemed that there was no life there, but only underground was an altar, and a huge vat in which the hand of a dead enemy was floating. Suddenly, the hand began to move, and then the regeneration process began. Finally, a body appeared, which was literally restored thanks to the hand. The guy fell to the floor. He lowered his head and tried to breathe. He still had no strength, but he managed to resurrect and mentally cursed his enemy. Then the brunette began to scream and blood poured from his mouth. And then he fell again and thought that again it was not a failure. The most ancient black magic did not help and did not work on him. This sorcerer was upset and thought that he even had to resort to resurrection and become a ghoul. What else could he do? There was despair in his eyes and in his head that he had to do everything in his power. And suddenly he heard that these pathetic attempts were pointless. Hadn't they warned about this from the very beginning? Then a silhouette of a man appeared in the flame, who said that all that needed to be done was to summon him to this world. A man in glasses appeared in front of the young man, who said that he would kill this man himself. And then he added that for this purpose the Targa Castle gave him an order to help study the forgotten ancient black magic. The brunette was listening to him attentively at that moment. A strange silhouette began to acquire a physical body and said that he understood what he himself wanted to do together, but he realized that the enemy was not that strong. When he heard this, he lowered his head and became very angry. The man in glasses saw all this and continued to say that if he came to their world, everything would become much better, but according to the rules of this universe, he could not physically cross the border of hell. Then he returned to the flames again and said that he needed to do him a favor, collect the necessary ingredients and summon him, and then he would be able to take his revenge. The brunette listened to all this and became even more angry, and the man began to smile and promised that if he put this chain on his soul, it would make him a slave forever and ever. The villain still listened to him and said nothing. Then he lowered his head and swore to the king of hell that he would summon him to this world. The guys then sat inside the dome and reasoned. The main character lowered his head and said that he had no idea what to do. He could force Xavier to train them and thus increase their speed. He replied that he didn't know that he wouldn't do it anyway. Centaurs want to become faster just by running. He looked at him and added that it was doubtful whether their acceleration would really be useful. Then he looked around and added as he saw they had a lot of wounded, both adults and children, who became victims of speed racing. The young man thought that if you think about it like this, yesterday the girl said that even if a minor dispute arises, a race is appointed, especially if they choose a bride among the women, centaurs, they just close their eyes and run as fast as they can. This is a terrible sight, literally a real house. And he also remembered the brunette's words about the speed devil, and that's not all. Then he thought that the legendary man with the speed of light should solve the problem of the centaur's speed, decide how to solve it. For some time the guy thought about how to make them faster. In the meantime, someone on the street called the brunette. Another centaur approached her and asked if she would just accept his proposal of marriage. The brunette turned away and did not answer, and the man said that he was pretending again that she did not like him. Then he made a nasty face and said that he was the champion of the centaur tribe. All women can't live without him. It's impossible that they don't love him, right? Then he grabbed her hand and added that she should stop pretending to be innocent and go on a date with him. The girl immediately kicked him with her hooves and shouted that she had already told him not to touch her. Then she came closer and asked why people like him who only believe in SCO are the most annoying of all. The man looked up and asked what else is needed besides speed. Even her father recognized him. Why is the only one not giving up? Then he grabbed her hands again and started shouting, does he really think that they will leave her alone if they find out how he behaves? Offers her to marry the next head. But someone put a hand on his shoulder. It was a young man with a strange hairstyle who told him to stop because he knows that she does not like it. The girl froze and recognized this man, and the man turned around and just started laughing in his face. Everyone around him started discussing that this sloth was getting into places he shouldn't again. He just couldn't get enough of it. And the blonde guy got as close to him as possible and asked again, hadn't he heard? Or didn't he get it? Had he broken him 8 times already? Didn't he know that sloths weren't allowed to speak? Then he pointed at the girl and told her to look at her. Even the gentleman refused to take his side. The young man simply remained silent in response. He heard how they were making fun of him and offering to look at this man, the only one who always loses to everyone. And then the main character realized something. He got angry and thought that he didn't like centaurs either. That same evening, a girl found Schumacher nearby. She came closer and said that she was very sorry. Then she lowered her head and added that if she had sided with him, the others would have had another competition. Suddenly, the guy turned to her and also apologized. Then he turned his head to the side and said that it was his fault because he was incapable of anything, so he couldn't even get approval from her father. The brunette came closer and started shouting that he knew it, and asked again why he was suddenly slower, the fastest. There was no one in the world faster than him. And Schumacher lowered his head and replied that he had never won a single match. The girl got even more angry from these words and started shouting that she didn't care about such things. She would marry him anyway. Why did she need her father's approval? Because she liked this man. And the guy just lowered his head and said that he didn't want it. Then tears started to roll down the brunette's eyes. Schumacher came even closer and added that no one would bless their marriage when he always lost, although he really didn't hate this guy and admitted that he was very fast. The chieftain's daughter had been listening to him attentively all this time. Then she saw how her beloved simply turned around and left. Finally, the guy said that his opponent was a real centaur, someone to be proud of, just as he was proud of himself. The brunette couldn't even respond to that. Then she just covered her face with her eyes and started crying. Suddenly, someone appeared behind her and asked what was going on. It was the main character, who smiled sarcastically and asked if he could listen. And when the guys were walking across the field, Sharon said that her lover was really fast, and she heard in response that it was so in the overwhelming majority. Then she turned around and asked how he knew, since she had never seen him, and the guy smiled and said that it seemed to him because he looked fast and he thought that the setting of this place might not have appeared in the novel, but it seemed that they pulled it out of the author's head of the Iron Knight. He imagined the car and thought that it was clearly not for nothing that they named it Schumacher. Sharon then lowered her eyes and said that it didn't matter how fast he was. Personal records didn't matter to anyone. If he couldn't win the match, then how big the difference was didn't matter. And Shat came up to her and said that since he was not using his power correctly in the match, he was probably nervous. But that was not the case. The same thing happened a few months ago as today. Memories immediately appeared in her head that the competition had taken place then. Everyone was shouted to get ready, and according to tradition, the two had an impromptu duel. As soon as they fired the slingshot, they ordered to move forward, and now a second later a child came out. The young man noticed him. Because of this, she had to suddenly start braking. In order not to knock down the baby, he flew to the side, and because of this he fell hard. When Sharon saw this, she was very scared. But the blonde continued to run and did not stop. Now the girl was walking across the field and said that her beloved was injured then, and the child was injured even more seriously. It is always like that. Then she looked up and said that the young man was very kind compared to winning the match and the wedding, and with her, for him it is more important that no one around him gets hurt. Lloyd looked at her and asked if so many people were injured, is there no one to solve this? Centaurs who have no one to compete with can't arrange some kind of rebellion. Here's what he heard, that this is not so. Centaurs live under tradition, follow them unconditionally. Then the girl got even angrier and asked what kind of tradition this is, an outdated habit. The guy smiled and said that there was no need to worry too much. However, there had to be a reason to save her, and she turned around and shouted that strangers might know what could be the reason for something like that. The main character grinned and replied that he did, and that they were all brainless idiots. Sharon just fell silent and immediately received a question: did he really read her thoughts? The brown-haired man came even closer and apologized, asked what her speed rating was. The girl answered that I was second place, her dad was in first place, but when he retired, that jock found his way. This made him think, so besides first place, everyone should listen to her, right? The brunette did not yet understand what this conversation was about, but said that it was so, it depended on many things. Even if he orders to forbid running, if the blonde or dad object, nothing will work. And then Lloyd came closer and asked her a favor, just to gather the nephews together. He frowned and added that he could eradicate bad habits and make her lover the strongest champion of his race. The next day came. Lloyd was sitting on a stump near the tent. A servant came up to him and asked what was going on, and the young man replied that he was waiting for the first hero of the picture. Suddenly, something appeared from the side. One of the members of the settlement was walking there. The guy licked his lips and said that he should come closer. Then he got up and went towards this centaur. A moment later, something strange happened. The main characters intended to push him with his shoulder and immediately received the question what was going on. After that, with an imperturbable face, he turned and looked at the centaur, and when he turned away, he got so angry that he could not contain his emotions, and immediately shouted, "Where did this guy go? If I lose to him, he will get 300 kicks in the back." And then he came closer and heard the young man shouting how a person could compete with a centaur. He replied that there was no such prohibition in traditions, so a duel could be held. Everyone around supported this idea, and the main character smiled sarcastically. Then he bowed his head and said that how could one ignore traditions? It was unthinkable. They had to be followed. The centaur replied that the opponent, called on the muzzle, chooses the finish point. Therefore, the guy raised his hand and pointed to the tree at the top, suggested moving along that route through the entire settlement, and received an affirmative answer. Sharon at that moment stood aside and did not understand what the young man was doing. Then she remembered his smile and his request that before gathering all the candidates in one place, it was necessary to prepare the ground. This would become a catalyst for their victory. She still did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the centaur looked up and said that the climb would be too great for him. Lloyd covered his face with his hand and said that in principle, if you think about it, then this is right, he can choose someone else. Then he looked him straight in the eye and said that there was one problem. According to tradition, you can't change the rules in the middle of a duel. The centaur agreed with him, although he was unhappy. And finally they fired a slingshot and announced the start of the competition. The guys immediately jumped up. The main character was on his hamster. Everyone around supported their fellow tribesmen, although the guys were walking nose to nose. A narrow road awaited him ahead, and whoever got there first would most likely win. And then the centaur saw how the hamster overtook him. Suddenly something terrible happens. The rivals collide with each other and fly apart in different directions. And the young man also flew off the hamster to the side. As luck would have it, he was thrown right into the injured child. The boy saw this and understood that there was nowhere to run. A second later, the main character's body landed down. Everyone around tensed up, began to discuss that they had a draw because both were eliminated. Xavier was surprised at this point and thought that his master had tried to change something by winning the race, But lost? How so? Meanwhile, the rest of the villagers were trying to bring the baby to his senses and asking what was going on, that he needed to come to his senses. The main character was lying unconscious on the ground. Night had fallen. The boy was still shaking and couldn't even hold a spoon properly. His mother looked at him with tears in her eyes and said that he had been in this state since the morning. Then she hugged the baby and asked what the traditions were like when their child was suffering. Her husband immediately interrupted her, ordering her not to talk nonsense that had happened to everyone. And the woman turned around and asked if she couldn't see that his child was shaking and crying, of course, that it wasn't him who had suffered. The man simply remained silent in response, and the baby was still crying and shaking. And because of this, the centaur got angry, but lowered his head and said that nothing could be done. That was the tradition. At that moment, Lloyd was watching their dialogue from the street, and he clearly liked what he heard. Then the guy turned around and left there. Finally, morning came. Everyone gathered in the square, where they began to discuss why they were gathered there, what happened. A sign hung over their heads, "Everyone's speed, isn't it unique? A man is a flash." Suddenly after that, a young man appeared there, who shouted that everyone who came was asked to sit down. A flash would explain everything. Among this crowd was also the beloved princess, who listened that yesterday's match showed not speed, no, some kind of nonsense. We must pretend that they listened attentively and go. That's what the other residents were discussing. And the main character was still crucifying himself in front of them and saying that one can think how a person like him can talk about speed, because it's absurd. Then he raised his hand and said that there is still something. He looked them straight in the eyes and said that these guys are actually absurd. They are all brainless maniacs, runners. The villagers listened in horror, that everyone is just narrow-minded. Lloyd also came closer and asked what are the consequences of maintaining their stupid tradition. Wounded, countless destruction, material damage, is this not a stain on the reputation of the nation? He looked around and said that yesterday he also participated in a duel. There would be no choice. It is a tribute to tradition. He was forced to run, and then, with tears in his eyes, the young man said that one child, as a result of an accident, received an injury that he will remember for the rest of his life. Then he looked at this poor kid and said that this is far from the first such case. Among all of them there is at least one centaur who was injured, but everyone has come to terms with it and lives for the sake of speed, for the sake of tradition. The boy's mother also listened attentively as the other centaurs shouted what a stranger could do. No one complained, and he had to leave. Then she couldn't stand it any longer and started shouting that she had a lot of complaints and that everyone living there was just savage. Then she asked what they had done to her child, to her boy. At that time, Lloyd stood on the stage and listened as they pounced on the woman and called her crazy, offered to banish her and asked what they had been protecting for 10,000 years. Her husband immediately intervened and shouted, "Honestly, that's right, everyone living there is savage. Are you really sure that everything is okay, that they really have nothing to complain about?" Another mother of the baby joined the discussion and started shouting that she would say honestly. She had enough. Her child's hand still hadn't grown. In response, she heard that this was all in the order of things and normal. Meanwhile, the kid was still shaking with pain and fear, while people around were shouting that someone was also tired of this. Their mother was hurt. Such traditions must be stopped. How can you even show them and be proud of them? Shouts of what to do with the leg. Someone remained lame and for life, down with such traditions. Against the superiority of speed, the kid raised his head and noticed something. The main character was standing above him and showing him a thumbs up. The little centaur immediately began to smile sarcastically and showed him a thumbs up in response. And the adults around were shouting that a new era must be started and such ridiculous traditions must be thrown into the fire. Javier was generally shocked and did not understand whether this was really Lloyd's doing. The thing is that the young man met this child shortly before the incident, handed him money and said that he needed to play something and earn a little, though in response he heard that his price tag would be more expensive. And then his time came to enter the arena. The arguments between the centaurs began. The shouting continued for some time. The inhabitants proposed to ban the running competitions. Someone shouted that this should not be done, and proposed to expel all these malcontents, called them traitors to the tribe, and proposed to destroy the tribe of bandits. And Lloyd just sat on a chair and watched all this. The centaurs raged, shouted that it was necessary to execute those who deny the spirit of the tribe. Execute, they were ultra-conservative. Others shouted that they did not need such a tribe, it was necessary to disband the tribe. This was already an extremely progressive wave. And the main character himself, who listened to all this, was Agrippa. At that moment, a brunette turned to him and shouted that she did not understand what all this was for. Let him just look at what he had done. The young man turned around in response and asked why he was blaming him. He simply said that the competitions are dangerous. No. And then it dawned on the princess that there was nothing to answer to this. Javier stood aside and thought that his master had started all this. Suddenly, someone appeared and asked why it was so noisy. Everyone turned their attention to him. The brown-haired man stood up and thought that the moment had finally come. The chief of the tribe appeared in front of them. He looked into his eyes and thought that the boss had arrived. And the old man came closer and told him that he had promised to solve the problem of their tribe's speed. What was he doing now? The young man bowed and said that he was in the process of implementing it. But the opinions of the villagers did not coincide, and therefore they were going through difficult times. The chief listened attentively as he said that one side wanted to run randomly at any time and in any place, and the other side wanted to get rid of this tradition. The guy also grabbed his chin and said that he had thought about it carefully, wondering what he should do. Then he raised his hand and said that firstly, it was necessary to establish speed rules, ban fast sprinting and impromptu competitions in the village. The residents reacted negatively, started shouting that they shouldn't be made fun of, better get lost, how can you judge so biasedly, who is this anyway that you can even find out here? Well, the guy continued and raised 2 fingers. Secondly, he smiled and said that it is necessary to build a very large stadium for running competitions, all the matches will be held there. Here the old man was already thinking when he heard that it was only worth thinking about, a place without any obstacles, a site only for running competitions. The brown-haired man turned around and said something interesting. He looked at Schumacher and said that suddenly someone thanks to this environment will be able to set a new unprecedented record. At that very second, the chieftain's daughter finally understood the essence of what was happening, and he looked at this centaur and also seemed to have guessed. Then the main character smiled and said that in this case the damage from the collision would disappear, but the record would be broken. Then he frowned and added that in this way the speed problem would be solved, and he thought that he would get what he needed. This time the inhabitants began to rejoice, shouting that everyone agreed that this was a great idea, and others began to shout that no tribe had a stadium. Suddenly the chief intervened, shouting that this was nonsense. He came closer and said that what allowed their centaur to survive until now was the running instinct, which instantly turned on in any situation. The man looked him in the eyes and said that the old tradition that saved them in the Great War once cannot be destroyed, it cannot be abandoned. And the guy looked at him in response and asked if the tribe now lives in times of war. The old man thought about it and said that this is Dania respect in history and ancestors. The inhabitants also reacted to these words. They began to shout that the chief is always right, only this must be changed, no more accidents, they must be prevented. And at that moment his daughter intervened, who shouted that even if dad is against it, it's okay, he will allow the construction of the stadium, and thanks to these words everyone began to support her. True, the leader supported the second part, which suggested that they go to their stadium and said that their tribe would be divided into 2 parts. The brunette thought about it and said that she simply could not do it. And the inhabitants continued to shout and asked the leader to kick him out. Others asked for permission to build a stadium. Someone else asked why listen to this guy at all. Then the man came up to him and said that thanks to him he could not turn back, asked if he was really going to finish the construction. The guy smiled in response and said that if he was allowed, he could start right away. Finally, the old man agreed. Then you looked him in the eyes and said that he was challenging him, a man with the speed of light. He frowned and explained that if he won, he would have to leave. And the main character smiled sarcastically and replied that if he won, he would build a stadium. Everyone supported this idea. Finally, the moment of the marathon came. The assistant looked at the gentleman and said that there would be no explosions. Riding a hamster was prohibited. He probably understood all the conditions. Did he really have any more tricks left? And the brown-haired man turned around and said that he would just run. Javier tensed up and said that from what he had heard, his record was 380 victories. It seemed that he had no chance of winning. But the guy continued tucking in his shirt and said that in this game he would have to go through a checkpoint and return back. He was challenged, so he would choose the checkpoint himself. Then he presented a map of where the northern border of the kingdom was, this crazy distance there and back of 600 kilometers. Then he looked at the assistant and said that this is exactly why human patience would be an advantage here. The sun was high and blazing brightly at that moment. Everyone gathered in their old age and supported their leader while thinking that people were the weakest animals. When they announced that they needed to get ready, everyone took their positions. The young man imagined a monkey and a man, thought that he was really weaker than Champagne. He looked at everyone watching his future defeat. He imagined a hare and thought that it was hard to find an animal among mammals that was slower than a man. He also paid attention to his faithful assistant and realized that there was one but. Then he lowered his eyes, mentally prepared himself. And when he raised them, he thought that people were much more powerful than they thought. And then they fired a slingshot and announced the start. The centaur and the man took off, or rather, only the centaur took off. And the main character remained on the starting line. Everyone looked at him and did not understand what was happening. Then the guy slowly got up, and completely calmly, without straining, slowly ran forward. His run was even more like a fast walk. It seemed that the turtle would have overtaken him now. Of course, the residents began to laugh at this and shout what was happening. The match can be considered over. It is immediately obvious that the two-legged will lose. Complete crap. Lloyd didn't pay attention to it, thinking that it was true, such physically weak people. But how could they defeat other wild animals and develop civilization? The thief meanwhile was running as fast as he could. The young man imagined him and thought that, of course, firstly because he was smart, and secondly there was something else. After some time, the old man began to slow down, and then he stopped completely, while the main character was still running. Thanks to the breathing technique and perseverance, he managed to keep up the pace, and all the way he thought that because of his stunning ability to run long distances he could conquer the whole world. Somewhere in the distance of the hills, heavy breathing was heard, and then the hero who was running appeared on the horizon. He had a red bandage on his head and he was breathing heavily, and he thought that he was not equal to the explosive power of four-legged muscular monsters. The guy ran with a light step and thought that by walking on two legs, he can save energy. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that he can also regulate body temperature thanks to sweat glands developed instead of fur. The hero remembered his adventures and thought that this means to visit hell and succeed in hunting, and such is the physical strength of the strongest predator on earth. Teardrop and the message were watching this, and when the uniform looked back and asked why he was talking to himself and whether he caught the blow, to which the notification said that this was the base, and the hero was indignant and asked why this was happening in his head. The protagonist tried to catch his breath all in sweat and suddenly noticed something. He noticed a man behind a stone and thought that there was a champion with 380 victories. At first he ran too fast. Lloyd made a terrible face again and thought that this was a match in which he had calculated everything from the very beginning. But then for some reason he was taken aback. A brutal tattooed man in sunglasses looked at him. The hero began to approach him and thought that this was a little different from what he expected, and in his plans he should have looked tired now. The centaur scratched his head and said that this was as expected. A long distance is hard and their species is fast, but they also get tired quickly. Lloyd looked at him with distrust and he continued, saying that he also knew, so he suggested a long distance competition and admitted that it was very smart. And then he also made an unpleasant face and said that there was one but, and he did not take into account the regenerative ability of his body. The protagonist was very worried after hearing this. The half-man rushed forward at great speed and said that they would see each other soon. The aristocrat looked at him with a frown and thought that this was an old scoundrel and now he was in trouble. Lloyd continued to run, and it was already night, and he thought that he should not worry and go at his own pace to the end and a new breath would appear. But then something confused the hero again. On the hillock stood that centaur with a pipe again and put 2 fingers to his temple, and then from there he moved them in his direction. From the wild run through the forest, huge clouds of dust flew up that obscured the entire area. The protagonist ran the same way and meaningfully remained silent. He was wildly disappointed and he cursed in his head and thought that this would be his end, and also wondered if he should use the Energizer skill, run a little more and take advantage of the potential explosion. Then Lloyd shook his head and began to dissuade himself from this thought. He gathered his strength and began to run more actively, thinking that he could collapse right before the finish line, because this was a battle for endurance and pace. The sun was shining brightly, scorching the area. The protagonist ran in the heat and was completely dissatisfied. He ran to the northern border of the kingdom, where his opponent was already waiting for him. The centaur looked down on him and said that he wanted to look at his face, but he made him wait too long. He rushed past the running protagonist. He in turn slapped the door and was breathing heavily, and then he ran back with the same terrible face. He raised his head and thought that it made no difference whether it was a stadium or something else. There was no need to choose this method and wondered how he could take the topo. The hero looked up and thought that he would steal it, because he did not have to solve their problems. But then he remembered the centaur standing in the field. The girl looked away and said that if the traditions of their people were a little different, and if they were born somewhere else, in another world, Shumao could have gone much further. He immediately imagined himself in his past life. The hero bit his lip and became more insistent. He raised his head up and quickly moved his legs, thinking about how unbearable it was. The guy tried to breathe evenly and repeated in his head the phrase that he needed to go to the end and open a new breath. The centaur sat down near a stone to rest. Confusion was visible in his eyes. At this time, the hero was running with all his might across the night expanses and shouting about new breath and that he needed to go all the way. He somehow managed to run past the half-man, who was just getting up from his knees. The four-legged one quickly rushed forward and thought that it was time to open a new breath. But then the old man suddenly ran out of strength. The hero was breathing heavily and was on the verge of death trying to catch his breath. Dawn caught the horse ass. He was completely running out of strength to run. He moved his hooves one after another, but then he suddenly stumbled. The man slid on his side along the ground for a couple of meters. The blonde began to try to get up from the ground and catch his breath. The racer could not get up and said that now everything was not as before and his endurance had completely dropped. The old man looked down and said that it was as if he was exhausted. The centaur raised his head up. He looked away and stopped for a few seconds. On this field some time ago his daughter met a guy. She seemed incredibly happy. The man tried to get up, gathering his strength into a fist, and thought that he knew very well who she really loved, but he could not ignore tradition just because she was his daughter. Horus ass accelerated while the hero ran after him and thought that they should protect their spirit and thought that he would take a break. Lloyd ran up to him, all red and exhausted, and he thought that this had to be done while he was gone. The centaur screamed again at the top of his lungs like a car. He again began to rush at full speed, breaking away from his opponent, and thought that he would prove his abilities to everyone. His fellow tribesmen were waiting for him at the other end. The boy with the mohawk pointed his finger into the distance and said that they were there. Sharon looked at what was happening with wild surprise. The guy standing next to her looked at it too. Their kinsman and the human were running on equal terms. The man in sunglasses gritted his teeth and tried to go all the way, but Lloyd was of the same opinion and was sweating all over. Behind all these half-human faces stood Xavier and kept a meaningful silence. Their leader was in front and everyone said that it should be so. The swordsman looked at it and thought that Kim had little mana. He continued to watch him suffer and thought that this man must have found a way to win, and his depleted mana was always restored with an explosion. And then the system suggested using the Energizer skill. But the hero had already gone crazy and was screaming all the time about new breath in the end. The messenger tried to call him, but it was useless. The Count's son ran as fast as he could and, sweating, screamed about breath in the end. Xavier looked at him in surprise and thought about new breath. The hero and the leader ran level and both did not want a dirty game. The protagonist opened his eyes and thought that it was so hard for him that he was ready to die and did not understand why this old man did not fall. The old man rushed forward and his back was visible. Hooves moved one after another, but suddenly he began to fall sharply. The hero ran ahead of him, but the leader jumped up again and ran with all fours. The protagonist tried to catch his breath, drenched in sweat, and in his head ordered him to fall. The old man clenched his teeth and thought that he would definitely win. Lloyd's leg went forward a little, hanging, and then it seemed to plunge into a deep puddle. He found himself completely underwater and could not move. The guy opened his eyes wide and thought that it was hard for him and did not understand where he was now. The designer watched the running old man from his water shell. At that moment he realized that this was his limit, and then he remembered his next dinner with meat and saw blood on his plate. He looked at his hand in his native world and saw blood there. His nose was actively dripping, and he was surprised, and his friend smiled broadly and called him a scoundrel, asked if he had any stamina besides money. Then the fair-haired man came closer and wiped his nose with a handkerchief, suggesting that he throw his head back, otherwise he would die from bleeding, then he would not be able to get a day's earnings, to which he suggested stopping there. Then his friend leaned back in his chair, and Kim apologized for the fact that during the treat, his nose started bleeding. Then the fair-haired man thought about it and meaningfully remained silent. Then he put his hand on the table with his elbow and said that he was interested from the very beginning, but it seemed to him that he was not balanced. The blonde moved his hand away and said that his grades were high, his head worked, and he had an insane willpower, and looking at him, he saw that he really had high self-esteem. Kim wiped his nose with a handkerchief, and he continued and said that he was strangely depressed every day. He looked away and said that it was like a person who came from another world and still can't adapt. The hero wiped his nose with a handkerchief, and he continued, saying that there are many such manhwas or anime in another world. A guy becomes the main character and a great person. But when he comes to another world, even the air is heavy, noisy, etc., to which Kim said with a smile that he had been quiet since childhood. But he only looked at him incredulously, pouring water on the handkerchief. And then he brought it to the protagonist's face and said that he would not be able to buy him meat now. He looked ahead with a wild face and said that his mom and dad were caught cheating a politician and the trial was in full swing, but they would be found guilty. Kim listened and watched attentively, and he continued and said that in a few days they would be penniless. The blonde still had a wild face and pointed at himself and said that his parents had the same face since he was a child and he was a born loser. And then he leaned back in his chair with a smile and said that from now on he had no money to buy anything at all, and he believed that he had no reason to see him anymore. To which he said that besides, he had no friends anymore and that he had done a lot for him. But his friend just smiled and said that friends are just a give and take, and then asked what he could learn by sticking to him. And then he scared the hero, asked him if he knew why he followed him, and said that the dark-haired man was very cool. Sitting at the table, the blonde reasoned and said that he lived in terrible and harsh conditions, but never gave up, and since he was a child from a rich family, he always got everything he wanted and therefore knows that if he found himself in such a situation, he would immediately be left behind. The blonde with a softer smile leaned back and asked how to become as cool as he was. But the dark-haired only looked away and said that he was not strong and just did the same thing every day, studied and worked, studied and worked. The friend pointed at him with chopsticks and laughed and said that he would wait. Kim looked away and he continued and said that on the day when he decides that he has become as great a person as he is going to return to order 10 servings of beef. Then the blonde leaned forward a little with a terrible face and said that he had decided to try now, to reach the end and open a new breath, and then asked if he could do it. Lloyd took all his strength into a fist and, opening his mouth wide, gathered himself forward. Xavier looked at him in fear. The hero took steps one after another and shook. He again tried to lift his leg, gritting his teeth. After the guy stepped on the ground again and all his muscles were already on the edge. The swordsman looked at him with alarm and did not understand where such fortitude came from. Watching him, the blade master thought that he always easily overcame difficulties. But for the first time, the hero did not resort to mysterious abilities, and this is mental stability that an ordinary person is not capable of, and before he thought that it does not matter who you are as long as you save the territory. But Xavier, watching him, thought that he wanted to know what kind of life he lived in his world. The head's daughter was very alarmed by what was happening and was breathing heavily. All the centaurs watched in silence, not making a single sound. Lloyd and the huge man fought with all the strength they had left. The hero clenched his teeth and was losing consciousness, sighing heavily, and then his mind went cloudy. He saw a line in front of him. The strip was getting closer to him, and then he opened his eyes and saw Xavier in front of him. The protagonist was lying on the ground without strength and steam was coming from him. All exhausted, Lloyd barely opened his eyes and asked if he had won. Then the blonde closed his eyes and said nothing, and then he looked away and saw that the leader was lying behind the line, and the designer then told him that this time the hero had won. He gave him his hand to help him get up from the ground. The protagonist opened his eyes and looked around, and from the side he heard the leader's voice. He spread his arms and said that their tribe would enter a new era. Everyone immediately began to rejoice. The hero turned up his nose and said that, as expected, he had planned everything and all that was left was to build a stadium and take the topo, to which his protector said that, judging by his appearance, something had gone wrong. Then he looked away and asked why he had not used his abilities, and at the end of the race it would have been easy to win. Then Lloyd looked away and meaningfully remained silent. Seeing the head showing his daughter's muscles, he thought about it. And then he sympathetically said that this grandpa had run sincerely, and he could not use them because he felt that it would not be fair. And then the message said that this was not so and that he had already used the Heart of Mana, to which he offendedly said that this was a passive ability. Then Xavier calmly exhaled and remained silent. The designer looked at him with an incredibly tired look. He bowed and said that it was time to start construction, and he would do everything he could, and called him young master. Then Lloyd was very surprised and asked why he had become so respectful. Then the blonde became a little more serious and said that it was because he was worth it, and thought that this man. Looking at his master's tired face, the swordsman thought that even if he had to die, he would protect him to the end. The action moved to the leader's tent, where the hero said that they needed to start building the stadium, but it would take about a year. Then he raised his head and said that they were too limited in time. And then he frowned a little and said that that is why he was going to use his powers to stop time in the whole wide world, except for this place. And then he said that, to be honest, he came to this world from another dimension and gained many supernatural abilities. While Xavier was watching him, he said that he said this because the tribe would have to stay in their native meadows for a while. The swordsman looked at him with wild distrust and thought that he could stop time, but he was even more surprised by how easily he talked about who he was. But in response, the centaur, like a real brutal man, did not understand anything and said that they could do what they thought was right. The swordsman was dumbfounded and thought that his reaction was amazing. The hero stood up with a shovel on his shoulder and got ready, and then he called up the skill window, after which the message suggested freezing time and stopping the flow of time using the powers of winter in his heart. The skill requires 3,000 RP, and he has 4,655 of them. And then it displayed a message asking whether it was worth using the skill. Lloyd raised his hand as demonstratively as possible and shouted about time. And then he poked his finger with all his might and ordered to stop. The power of winter is activated. Blue began to glow and emit effects. Mana began to flow to him, and he said that he was not actually winter and was offended. In reality, the hero threw his body back and was shaking and screaming. He began to arch even more and scream louder. The designer was shaking all over and did not stop screaming. The meadows looked virgin and untouched, but then a dome of ice suddenly appeared above them. Then Lloyd with an empty face said that it worked, but he said that it was not surprising. They walked across the field and there the reincarnated decided to start with a test. Outside the window, a cat wanted to catch a butterfly and froze. Then the hero began to get up leaning on a shovel and said that everything was going like clockwork, but the blonde decided to clarify what exactly upset him, to which he said that there was nothing bright in life. Then Lloyd raised his shovel and said that it didn't matter, because now they needed to finish the job quickly and the construction began. Xavier chopped the blanks without stopping. Many blades flew towards the field. In the opinion of our beloved protagonist, this was the first step, which was called a sword master class bulldozer. After that, he lay down on the hammock in front of the working blonde and asked about the sword master's bazooka hands preparing the soil. When the guard began jumping on the boards, his master called it step 3, when the sword master's feet pressed the earth. Then came step 4, when the sword master's union of workers demands negotiations, and Xavier said that it was very strange that he had to work alone. Then Lloyd started to get indignant again, and made a face asking why he couldn't do anything, since he was called a young master, and then asked about what objections there were when everything had already been said, and then asked about which of them was strange, and asked about what did he not like. The blonde got angry and looked away again, realizing that he had failed. Then the brilliant and irresistible hero decided to use Hippo to speed up the completion of task number 3. At the 5th step, the cunning copy of the Grinch decided to use Belle to make steel rods and concrete. The protagonist stood scratching his chin and thought about how they were gradually approaching step 6 and would lay the rods. The designer looked at the floor and thought about how this was a well-known method of continuous reinforcement of concrete pavement because it had a longer service life than others, and it was ideal for operating conditions on a dry plain. Then the reincarnated closed his eyes and thought that all the rods had to be well fitted in size, not skewed, well secured. And finally, he thought that they could use the help of the centaurs because of the considerable number of levels being laid. When the centaurs were called, they could not bend down to the ground and suffered. Then the hero thought that they were useless. He immediately frowned and thought that he could not. Then the reincarnated sprawled on the bench and made the sword master lay everything out himself. Xavier went to pour concrete, and it was a masterful pour. The 8th step was reinforcement, where the blonde laid huge canvases there. The 9th step was masterful sand filling. The hero raised his fist up while the knight worked tirelessly and announced the last step in masterful completion. The stadium was completely ready. It was a colossal job. Lloyd wiped the sweat from his face and said that 7 months of painstaking work were behind him. And then he put his hand on his hip, angering his guard even more, and asked him if he was a genius, because they finished in just 7 months. That's cool. Then the sword master clenched his teeth with all his might. He began to grind them, but he immediately ran away in the other direction. The message warned that he was now extremely angry. The hero smiled softly and watched him. Loud noise came from the stadium. The boss shouted that this was their Centaur Stadium and invited everyone to the first race. He spread his arms and said that they had their own stadium and new rules, namely no impromptu races, as well as a speed limit inside the village, and some welcome the changes, but he knows that there are also opponents of this decision. But then he said that there is one but. The head immediately frowned and said that nothing could be done because that was their choice. He pointed at his daughter and said that this would be the first duel in a new stage of their history, and a race for the right to propose to his only daughter, to which she immediately began to be indignant. But he did not listen to her and said that she was simply beautiful in anger, but she continued to stand her ground. The cool man announced the first participant of the Comanche team, who posed like a stupid person. The second participant was the calm Schumacher. Even the judge decided to belittle him, saying that he was weak, but we all perfectly understand where this is going. The bully began to pester his opponent and said that he saw him training in the meadow, and admitted that he was not lacking in speed, and in the village he was afraid of hurting someone, so he held back. The scoundrel made an unpleasant face and said that he was not the only one who did this, and he does not run at full speed for the sake of a duel with a redneck. The quiet guy calmly listened to all the insults directed at him, and then Lloyd reached into his pocket for something and said that this was enough, and it was necessary to save the fuse for the race. The hero raised his spatula up and ordered to get ready for the start. The participants took a ready stance, and the girl closely watched the start. Her father was absolutely serious. An explosion flew out of the protagonist's shoulder blade, and he shouted a call to start. And then their clothes flew off. All the observers had their cheeks stretched by the wind, and they did not even have time to turn their eyes and follow. On the stadium surface there were trails from the drift of hooves. Schumacher took a stance corresponding to all the canons of anime. He pompously turned around and, apologizing, said that there was no hurry and would not wait for him. Comanche was simply in shock and was already silent. And then the racer ran to his beloved and jumped to her. Lloyd was just about to look there and heard a question from there about whether she would marry him. Sharonan began to cry with happiness. She hugged her lover, jumping on him. Her father watched this with a happy look. But then the leader's daughter hugged her newly made man and announced to everyone that now he was her man. They both smiled and looked at the hero. He in turn covered himself with a t-shirt and smiled softly. Under the moonlight stood a tent. In it sat centaurs in black. The boy was watching the older man and he said that there was no other way out. He stood up and said that they were getting a divorce with the strictest look. The tired girl looked at him and said that she agreed, because she also did not know what to do next. The stadium was noisy. Words about the last race were heard from there, and the name of this duel became. The couple was warming up, and the announcer said that their name is Darling. We cannot be together anymore. The judge shot a stone from a slingshot and told them to go to the start. The hero was surprised to see this and asked what kind of name it was, to which his friend said that he seemed not to know because he was resting, and this had become a new trend in the tribe. She smiled while chewing a blade of grass and said that everyone had become so addicted to the feeling of racing around the track that they began to come up with any reason for a duel, and the most common one was divorce and remarriage. Then the protagonist looked at her skeptically and she continued, saying that after the accident stopped, everyone got into the swing of things, and by and large, it made no difference who got divorced how many times, and Lloyd at that moment was thinking that this really was the craziest race he had ever seen. And then the chief's daughter handed him a scroll and told him to take it. She pretended to smoke a blade of grass and said that he had solved their speed problem and that this was a map with the location of the promised topo. The hero very quickly stole the reward and said that he had not done anything outstanding, but would still overcome his shame and accept it, to which she said that he was truly the most shameless person in the world. But then he was interested in the words that he had no shame or conscience at all. After that, the dark-haired girl smiled and said that they had acquired a lot and thank you for that. Then Lloyd bowed and said that he was always happy to help and he had only done what was required. A notification came about the discovery of a new race and the receipt of 100 RP. Xavier looked at his master and was meaningfully silent. He looked away and thought that this guy Kim always acts in his own interests, but everyone ends up in the black, and then thought that he was completely different from the characters described in fairy tales. The centaurs said goodbye to them on the golden field. Then the swordsman also said goodbye to everyone and thought during this that and yet. He followed the reincarnated one and thought that he was the main character, and then he suddenly began to disintegrate into particles, which alarmed him. The protagonist turned around with alarm. The wind rose behind him and he looked at what was happening. His face expressed extreme anxiety, but then he heard Xavier's appeal and calmed down a little. The blonde tilted his head slightly to the side and asked what had happened to him. The protagonist looked at him with slight wariness and said that everything was fine and it just seemed to him that the swordsman looked just as calm and questioning. And then Lloyd, looking at him with slight fear, asked him to forget about it. He wiped the bridge of his nose and thought that he had started hallucinating because of fatigue or nerves. But then the guy took his hand away from his face and looked ahead. Standing in front of the wall, he said that they were on the border and now it was possible to unfreeze time. A notification came out about the removal of the time freeze. There was permafrost around the huge dome, and with a stupid sound, everything suddenly disappeared. The hero stood and meaningfully kept silent. He immediately got mad and asked what that ridiculous sound was, and the swordsman, lowering his head, told him that it was time to get used to it. But then Lloyd's heart began to freeze. He was immediately seized by a wild frost. The protagonist sat up abruptly, holding his heart, experiencing wild pain. He breathed heavily and thought about how for a second it seemed to him that his heart froze, and asked his ass on the contrary about what kind of nonsense had just happened. To which Winter said that the flow of cold air freezing space and time finds its entrance and exit, and he felt nothing when he released it, but having absorbed it again, he felt cold, to which he immediately asked if this was normal for him, and the blue one said that he did not know, but now this is not the biggest problem. The designer, holding his heart, mentally addressed the winter fillet and asked about what if he uses the time freeze again, to which he said that he had no idea, because he did not create himself. Then he asked him if he knew anything, and the inhabitant of the heart said that he was absolutely sure of one thing. He with a fantastically serious look said that calling him a winter bud is still okay, but you cannot call him a winter fillet, to which the hero said that he does not care and can call him even a winter hemorrhoid, and ordered to leave immediately. And he angered him by saying that he could easily do it, but he would not survive with his heart torn out. The protagonist grabbed his heart and thought that the only option was to endure every time he was frozen, and it turned out that he would not be able to get rid of it at will, to which his roommate said that the details could be found out from the one who would appear now. Xavier sat down next to him and, grabbing him by the shoulder, said that something was approaching, and when he asked what exactly, he said that he did not know, but the blonde became much more serious and said that he would not be able to stop such an opponent. The sky in front of the guys was clean and clear, and then someone huge dispersed all the clouds. The aristocrat and his guard were very scared, looking at this. A huge frost dragon sat in front of them and looked carefully. The hero saw him and immediately got scared and thought that the lizard was the creator of the blue fillet, and Winter got offended and said that he was a blue ass. The ancient looked at them and asked if he was the one who absorbed the heart of Winter and used its power to freeze time. The dragon's eye was yellow, and he said that he had to return it. Then Lloyd turned on the fool and asked if they were talking about him. Xavier looked at him with extreme anxiety. Tyrannus was silent and did nothing. The inhabitant of the heart waited for the next steps with horror. The huge lizard moved back a little and asked if this was true, and the protagonist said that he thought he was wrong. Lloyd said goodbye, waving his hand, and began to leave, wishing good luck in the search and saying that they would go, and he told him that he was apparently wrong. The hero and his companion had worried faces and their hearts were beating wildly. And then Tyrannus approached them and asked if they thought he would say so. The guys immediately bowed to him and the protagonist immediately asked him again what he was looking for. And when the dragon said that he was looking for the Heart of Frost, he said what he had not heard at first and said that he had it. The designer looked at him with displeasure and said that it didn't work, and Xavier wondered with confusion if he really wanted to get rid of him like that. The dragon came closer to them and said that the heart was a gift to a man named Michael, the founder of the kingdom, and asked how he dared to absorb it, because he didn't see him as a successor to the royal blood. He came even closer and said that he believed that he stole it. The hero said that he was not a thief, and even if he was not a successor, he also belonged to the royal family and was the future husband of a royal person. Tyrannus narrowed his eyes and asked which one. Then Lloyd made Xavier more worried than ever, saying that it was Queen Alicia. He asked if he could ask her. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he could do anything. The lizard tore off the ground and flew high into the sky. The swordsman rose from his knees first. His master followed him. The reincarnated one looked lost and wondered what to do and said that he would definitely go crazy. The queen herself at that moment went out onto the balcony and anxiously greeted the great founding god and asked him again. He looked at her and said that he asked if it was true that the man who absorbed the Heart of Frost would become her husband in the future. Then Alicia was stupefied. In the history of past years, in the myth of the birth of the Kingdom of Magenta, it is said that the divine dragon helped the founding King Mikhail. Before Alicia's eyes appeared the great Tyrannus. She thought that this would not go well for them or would bring a crisis to the kingdom, or maybe it was because of the Heart of Winter. The dragon addressed her as a descendant of his friend Mikhail and asked if it was true that the man who absorbed the Heart of Winter was her fiancé. The queen looked at him seriously. She asked the great dragon founder Tyrannus what he just said. He repeated that he asked if it was true that the man who swallowed the Heart of Winter was her fiancé. Alicia looked at him in shock. The dragon got angry and said that judging by her reaction, he lied to him. The queen frowned. He thought that Lloyd swallowed the Heart of Winter. Tyrannus got angry. Lloyd was caught. He lied and said that they were married. Alicia frowned and said that it was a secret marriage, so she was surprised. The dragon asked why it was secret. The queen said that it was because she was embarrassed. Tyrannus asked what she was ashamed of. Alicia put her hand on her heart and said that when she looked at her husband, her heart trembled and she even blushed. She was afraid that all the inhabitants in neighboring countries would call her the shy Queen Magentano, who blushes when she saw her husband. She thought, why does it sound so convincing? Alicia looked at the dragon and said that she gave the Heart of Winter to her husband. It was not stolen. The dragon was silent. He said that he believed her, and then he was gone. The balcony doors creaked. The vein on the queen's forehead swelled. She smiled nervously and thought that the next time they met, he had better be prepared. The hero and his knight looked ahead. A dragon appeared in front of them. Lloyd looked at him calmly. The dragon looked at him. Lloyd shuddered when he said that it was true. The guy smiled and thought that he survived. He did not believe it. He thought that he really was the end. The queen is the best. He will become her slave and do everything she wants. He is alive. The dragon said that then he will pull him out in an instant without pain. The hero looked into the void and did not understand what he meant. The dragon said that he was curious about where he got the dragon heart, an incomprehensible power that can absorb the Heart of Winter and stop time. He is a threat to the world order. His eye shone and he said that he would take it. Winter flew out of Lloyd. Xavier grabbed the sword. The hero stopped. He would regret it if he died. The Heart of Winter stopped. Then it returned to the guy. The dragon looked at him and told him to explain. The brunette stood up and thought that he succeeded, as expected. This dragon listens well to everything that people say, and he has an advantage. Lloyd cried and said that he was a member of the Dragon Club. The dragon narrowed his eyes and asked, is it really so? He answered that it was true. He can check it. Tyrannus looked at him carefully. A dragon appeared above the guy. Tyrannus said that it was true. This runt recognized him. Lloyd frowned and thought, how could he call the Dragon King a runt, as expected? This dragon is on par with the strongest in the world. If Xavier attacked him, he would be killed. The hero raised his head and said that if he killed him, he would not be able to avoid trouble with the Dragon King. Tyrannus frowned and asked, is he really threatening him? Can he endure the trouble with this runt for the sake of the world order? Lloyd looked at him pitifully and asked if this is the face of a person who can threaten. He has already accepted the fact that he will have to die. He said that he does not want to cause trouble to anyone after he leaves. Even if Mr. Tyrannus kills him, he would like to offer him a way to avoid conflict with the Dragon King. The dragon looked at him and said that it would be nice if such a way really existed. He can talk. Lloyd said that he could make a bet with him. If he won, he would just let him go. If he lost, he could take the Heart of Winter. The brunette cried and said that of course he would lose. But if he killed him and for the result of the bet, the Dragon King would not say anything. Tyrannus thought about it. Lloyd raised his fist and said how about he hit him in the solar plexus. If he vomited, then victory was his. He raised his head and said that of course this was impossible. but after death he would be given the title of the one who hit Tyrannus. The hero lay on the ground and said that he would also benefit. The dragon thought about it. The brunette cried the most sincere tears. Tyrannus agreed and said that he would also feel better after that because he had to kill an innocent person. Lloyd raised his face and thanked him for listening to the words of such a humble man. If he did not mind, then he could fulfill his one last wish. He said that he was a very annoying boy. What did he want? The guy folded his hands in prayer and said that he loved water since childhood and it would be nice to visit it now. He wants to celebrate his last blow and death by the water. The dragon agreed and said only it is necessary to be faster. He answered that there is a small river in that direction. The guys and the dragon walked forward. Xavier thought, does he really want to win this bet? It seems there is no chance of winning at all. The hero cried the most sincere tears. The knight pursed his lip and therefore does he really want to somehow stop him and run away? The dragon entered the water. He spread his wings and said that everything is ready. Lloyd did not turn to him, stood. He turned and asked then should he start. The dragon swallowed nervously. The hero rushed at him. He prepared his fist to strike. A system window appeared that the solar plexus shot was activated. Lloyd gently touched the dragon's chest. Tyrannus lowered his head and said that he did well and he was a funny man. He would be remembered for a long time as the man who struck Tyrannus. Suddenly, he vomited. A system window appeared that the blow would make any creature in the water vomit everything, from one blow to the solar plexus. Lloyd clenched his fist and said that he did it. He smiled and asked did it really take him. The dragon thought that as usual he was spending time alone. Suddenly, a glow appeared. He thought that he suddenly felt how time stopped. Tyrannus woke up and thought did he really feel the power of the heart of winter, who strengthened and used it like this. He looked to the side and thought was it really in that direction. Then he realized that the heart was inside a person. What kind of person is able to absorb it and gain control over time? The dragon stood up and thought that he didn't realize what he was doing. It was dangerous, so as soon as time went on as usual, he went to him. Tyrannus was coughing. He thought that he was going to vomit now after that man hit him in the solar plexus. Lloyd made a stupid face and asked what does that mean he won, how is that possible? The dragon was breathing heavily. He began to glow. Then he transformed into a human. Tyrannus looked up and asked how did he do it? The hero looked at him stupidly and asked really how? It was just a miracle, no less. The dragon frowned in irritation when he asked if he would spare his life. After all, he won the bet. Tyrannus wiped the remains of the rainbow from his face and said that dragons keep their word, so nothing can be done. Lloyd exhaled and thought that they were safe. He was pretty scared. His skills work steadily, like a sentence. As soon as the target enters the pond, it works without fail. A system window appeared that any living creature in the water vomits the entire contents of its stomach at once. Tyrannus said that this promise is only valid once. If he commits a crime and plunges the world into chaos, the heroes told him not to worry, he does not have the courage to do so. The dragon frowned and said that he was shameless and cunning, had abilities that defied logic. He did not think that letting him go was the right decision. Lloyd's eyes widened when he said that if he was truly evil and had ill intentions, his son would not have accepted such a person into his ranks. The guy asked if the Dragon King Berkey's was his son. The blonde looked down and said that he was. The hero looked at him with a blank look. The dragon looked at him with incomprehension. He began to approach him and called him father. He took his hand. Lloyd shed tears and said how hard it was for him. Tyrannus frowned and said to let go of his hand. This is disgusting. The man said how hard it must have been for him. The hero rubbed Rainbow Dash over his hand and repeated that he now understood what difficulties he was experiencing. The dragon said that it was not easy for him. Suddenly a tear flowed down his cheek. He wiped it away and asked where the tears came from. The man told him to cry. The brunette continued that maybe it was not obvious, but he felt that his son was lazy, selfish, cruel, and yet he was so strong. The boy cried and thanked him for all his 1,000 years of work. Tyrannus looked at him in shock. He hugged the hero. The great dragon cried on his shoulder and said that no one told him this. That bastard, little dragon, he really tried to teach him how to be a real dragon. How much humiliation he suffered. Tyrannus said that he was like this because of his bride. Even his beloved daughter took his side. All efforts were in vain. Xavier watched as the dragon said that they were just having fun and no one cares about him. No one understands. For them he is just an old dragon. Lloyd said that this happy family blossomed thanks to his efforts. The man opened his eyes in shock. He burst into tears even more. Tyrannus cried. The hero smiled ominously and thought that the dragon who wanted him dead was now dead. The knight heard an ominous laugh. He sat on the grass and thought maybe he was wrong to consider this man the main hero of his world. What if he was a bad guy after all? Once he said that he had not done anything particularly bad, but now he was no longer sure. After a while, the guys were lying on the grass. The dragon said that it was a great shame for him. A man made him cry and even hugged him. He replied that he always considered sympathy a useless thing. Tyrannus looked at him. He sat up and asked if his name was Lloyd Frontera. Right, he confirmed. The man closed his eyes and said that he would die soon. The hero looked at him in shock when he said that the heart of winter was gradually freezing his body, so he did not have long to live. He mentally addressed this heart and asked if he really was a murderer who was going to finish him off. Then she replied that it was very rude and in general he didn't know this and it was he who absorbed it. The brunette jumped up and asked if there was any way to fix this. He can't die now. The dragon thought about it. He looked at him and said that his heart was frozen, so he needed to melt it. For this he had to absorb the Eye of Summer, which contains the power of fire. Lloyd opened his mouth and thought that this was a divine relic of Queen Magentano. Would he really have to bat his eyelashes in front of her again? He asked how much time he had before complete rigor mortis. The man closed his eyes and said that somewhere around 5 years, maximum 10. Lloyd looked at him in shock. He exhaled with relief and said that this was enough for him. He would have time to finish earlier. Tyrannus looked at him and thought that he had incredible fortitude. He continued to amaze him. Surely his son in the heart of winter noticed it too. He asked what he needed to finish. The hero replied that it would take him a long time to tell. The dragon said not to leave out any details. He smiled and said that he would help in any way he could. After some time, Lloyd said that he wanted to prevent the prophecy of broken destinies that he saw in a dream, so he was collecting the parts of Aotearoa. Tyrannus smiled and said that he had 2 of its components, Horaki and Takapuna. The hero looked at him in shock. He bowed and said that it might sound impudent of him, but could he give them to him? He replied that he picked up these trinkets in the ruins of the Demon Lord's castle and simply used them as a pillow, so he did not mind. Lloyd smiled and thought that this was luck. He was constantly worried about the thought that he needed to collect 5 parts. He thought that he had collected 4 parts almost in an instant. The last one was Kaiora. Tyrannus thought about it and said that it seemed that Kaiora was with Berkes. He closed his eyes and said that he was studying space-time movements and teleported things back and forth and mentioned that he had once sent Kaiora too. Lloyd frowned and thought what kind of dragon it was, what other dimensions. Tyrannus said what kind of place he had named. Suddenly he remembered. The hero was struck by his answer, the dragon named Sol, a mountain peak on one side of the southern plains. Lloyd thought that he had finally gotten Tapo. A system window appeared that he had received the legendary Tapo core material, a PR bonus of 22 points. After a while, the hero thought that with the help of Tyrannus, Tapo had instantly been transported to the Mermaid Kingdom. He thought that he had immediately received the other 2 remaining materials there. Lloyd thought that Horaki and Takapuna were obtained. A system window appeared that he had received the legendary Horaki main material, a PR bonus of 24-0, and for Takapuna 26-0, so he had 89.55 PR in total. Tyrannus looked at the hero and asked if he should send them to the Mermaid Kingdom too. He answered no. The hero bowed and said that his help had been a great favor to him up until that moment. He answered that it was not that difficult. The brunette smiled and said that he did not dare to bother him anymore. He could just watch the actions of this humble man. The dragon asked if he was sure that in order to get Kaiora he would need Berkes' help. This guy would not be easy to move. The hero answered that in this problem. He smiled predatory and said that he was a master. Tyrannus was taken aback and thought that looking at how he took on him and got what he wanted, maybe this is really possible. What a scary person. Lloyd screamed and called Yang Yang to him. The dragon flew out to him. It landed in front of the heroes. Tyrannus looked at it in shock and wondered if he even called the bone dragon. His eccentricity knew no bounds. He pursed his lips and thought that this man could destroy this world in an instant if he wanted to. The man looked ahead and thought that he still chose another. The dragon turned to Lloyd and said that the phenomenon of restoring fate is not easy. Even Berkes with his mighty power can do nothing about it. He smiled and said that he believed that he would see it through to the end. The hero smiled. He and his knight rode the dragon. Xavier asked if Berkes would help him cross over to another dimension. He usually doesn't do anything annoying. He replied that he has a plan. The lazy have their weaknesses. The knight looked ahead. He looked at the boy and asked, Seoul is his hometown, isn't it? Lloyd looked at him. He asked him why he thought so. He replied that when he heard about Seoul, his face changed. The hero looked ahead. He smiled and said that his homeland is Frontera now. The guy said that he misses him. Everyone is doing well, right? After a while, the man in armor took a step forward. The warriors looked at the settlement. The red-haired one frowned and said that this is the village where treasures of gold and silver are stored. His comrade frowned and turned to Edith, who was the 3rd prince of the Principality of Arios in the south of the country, but failed in the rebellion and is now the leader of a group of thieves. He said that if he conquers this village, he can create a new country of his dreams. The guy smiled and told his comrades to move forward, destroy the village and cut off the head of the lord. The barbarians ran, their leader shouting to burn all the houses. They were met by orcs. Everyone ran and shouted that there were orcs there and there were a lot of them. They needed to retreat. Edith frowned and asked why the orcs were wandering around the village. He replied that he didn't know. They were walking around freely there. The guy frowned and said that it didn't matter. He gave the order for the 2nd block to penetrate the estate through the northern forest. There were elves there. The barbarians looked at them in shock. The elf looked at them with disdain. One of the men stepped on a flower. She loaded her bow and asked if he had mixed something up. The sounds of a fight were coming from the forest. The former prince asked why the elf was frying meat in the village forest. His warrior replied that he didn't know, but it looked delicious. The man roared and said that he couldn't retreat, they had to attack with all their might. They ran to the village. Kuga entered the room and said that a group of armed thieves had come. Greg told him to speak formally or informally. He said that it was difficult to respect people. The guy reminded him that he was very polite with Emily. Greg looked at him and asked who had come. The orc replied that a bunch of thieves. The guy said that it was great, the guinea pigs had come themselves. The missiles flew at the thieves. Edith looked at them in shock. There was an explosion. All the warriors ran in panic. Greg clucked that he had succeeded in the flight. Corgidus replied that it was still better than last time. He would continue to help him. The man frowned and shouted that he was the prince of the abyss. They would not retreat just like that, and they were demons. His knight said that they would be with him to the end. Corgidus turned to the dragon and told him to send them home. Greg was surprised that he was a dragon. The old man added to be faster since it was time to return to class. Solita sent a fireball at the thieves. Screams were heard. The villagers watched as the prince retreated. Steam was coming from Edith. He said that he was the prince of the abyss and one day he would return and destroy this entire demonic territory. He raised his head up. In front of him was Yang Yang. The guy looked down in resignation. The villagers looked at the dragon in shock and wondered where he came from. A hero was sitting on it. He looked at the thief and asked what he said. Would he come back? The villagers realized where the dragon was coming from. Edith looked back. He fell to the ground. Lloyd thought that later the thieves began to call their territory the demon god's territory. The guy went down to the ground. He went to the building and said that it was time to open the door to Soul. Berkey's was lying on the couch. After a while, the skeleton walked forward. The skeleton musicians walked down the corridor. They tumbled into the dragon's room. The evil spirit played a solo on the lute. The others powerfully supported her. Berkey's was sleeping. The skeleton played the violin. The noise from them was heard all the way to the street. Berkey's opened his eyes and said that it was noisy here. He looked at the skeletons. They were blown away by a wave of energy. A bone landed on the guy's boot. He waved his hand. Lloyd screamed. He screamed shrilly. The house was warped from the volume. Javier protected his ears with magic. Berkey's was wiped off the face of the earth. He came back to his senses. The hero stood and waited for applause. He smiled innocently and asked how the Dragon King was doing. He looked at him in shock and said that until now everything was fine, until his black hole started making sounds. The brunette looked at him and asked if he liked their alarm sound. He answered that because it was noisy here every morning, he wakes up in. Berkey's frowned and told him to wait. He thought that he had not called the child and was just sleeping. The dragon's eyes were glowing. He screamed that he had not been able to contact his daughter for several months. Because he had gone, he would kill him. Lloyd raised his eyebrows and said that honestly woke him up, as promised. Didn't the Dragon King said only to make it so that he could contact the Dragon Queen? He remembers his promise. As for the means of communication, the Dragon King had to come up with it personally. Berkey's looked at him in shock. He leaned back on the couch and said what should he do now? It's crazy, what's wrong with him? The hero came closer and wanted to offer an option. He shouted, does he really have a way out? The brunette said that if he was busy because he was catching a villain. Berkey's frowned when he said that this villain from another dimension used all sorts of strange abilities, traveled around the world and committed various dirty tricks. The guy spread his hand and said that he, as a righteous Dragon King, could not watch this and pursued him day and night and eventually caught him. Lloyd pointed to himself and said that he was that villain. The dragon looked at him. Then he blossomed. He smiled and said that it sounded great. There was a chance that she would praise him. The guy said of course, the Dragon King could tie him up and drag him straight to the Dragon Queen. Lloyd smiled and said that he would play the villain very well. Javier frowned and thought who he was trying to fool. He didn't need to act. The hero smiled sweetly. Berkey's looked at him. He turned away and asked what he should do this time. The guy bowed and thanked him. He raised his head and asked him to help him find Kaya and Soul. The dragon frowned and asked what it was. Why did he turn away and say that he remembered something like that? It was the material for the Pearl of Truth. Lloyd thought, did he really know that the Pearl of Truth was broken? Didn't tell him anything. The dragon reached into his pocket and said that he could send him, but not to the exact place. He would give him something that would help him find him. He said that it was a dog for detecting anything. When he brought in Kyora's magic pattern, it would tell him the direction. Lloyd asked if dragons didn't have an obsession with cool things. He said that he didn't know about others, but he was fine with it. He held out the magic hammer, then cursed and asked why he wasn't getting it. The hero thought that he got angry easily. Berkey swung the hammer and chanted forward in force. The hero thought that since he created a dimensional shift, it would be something on the level of brother and before that old man, a half-dragon. The king threw the hammer. A portal was created on the floor. Javier put his hand on the master's shoulder and said that it seemed that he was still not used to it. He stepped on the portal and said that in any case, they need to act. They stood on the portal. The dragon told them that this is the magic of traveling there and back. The boys sank lower and lower. Berkey's told them that if they stand on the wheel of change transfer opened in that world, they will return back. The boys sank deeper and deeper. The dragon looked at the hero and asked, "Is his home in Seoul?" He asked again. He said that his body will sleep peacefully in that world, so he should forget about even thinking about visiting it. If they get close and something goes wrong, everything will be destroyed. The boys disappeared into the portal. After a while, they began to appear. Soon Lloyd and Xavier were standing on the street of Seoul. The knight thought that this was Kim Soo-ho's homeland if he decides not to go back and stay here. The hero looked ahead. The blue-haired man thought that even if he had to use force, he would return it back. Suddenly he looked at his hand and thought that it was strange. The mana disappeared. He thought, can't he really use it in this world? The guy turned around. Lloyd walked forward and said to go. It seems to be that way. Xavier walked forward and thought that if a dangerous situation happens. Suddenly the sun blinded him. Cars flew in front of them. Xavier coughed and thought, what kind of air was this? It was like the air in hell. Lloyd walked forward and said that they should buy clothes first. They stand out too much. He replied that the more important thing is that his mana is gone and if they get into trouble, the hero told him not to worry. That can't happen here. Xavier looked at him. The brunette looked ahead. He was stressed. Kyora is the last key ingredient of Aotearoa. As far as the hero knew, this artifact can change its appearance depending on the environment. If it really is in Seoul. Lloyd was rummaging through the trash. He smiled and said that now they have clothes, not the first freshness, but it will do. Xavier looked at him and wondered if everything is okay with him. He did not look very good. Suddenly the hero's heart ached. The knight frowned. The policeman pointed at them and shouted. He frowned and asked if they knew that what they were doing was stealing. The brunette raised his eyebrows and said that he had asked him to stand guard. He apologized. The policeman asked who they were, foreigners or cosplayers. They should go with him to the station. The guy smiled and said that there was a misunderstanding. They were employees of a collection agency. The policeman asked what collectors do, rummaging through trash cans in stupid costumes. Maybe he should call their company. Lloyd smiled and said that he works so hard day and night, protecting their streets. There is of course a little here. He held out his hand with gold. The guy smiled and told him to take it for himself for ice cream and keep the change. The policeman looked at his hand in shock. He held out handcuffs and said that he was an ugly cosplayer. He was under arrest for attempting to bribe a person on duty. The hero looked at him with disappointment. He threw the gold. Lloyd jerked and ordered to run. He frowned and said that here too he was considered ugly. His knight asked, is it a problem? The policeman picked up the gold from the floor. He was shaking and said that he could not believe it. He wanted to become a noble policeman, but failed on the first day on such a trifle. He frowned and said that justice will prevail. He will put him behind bars. He addressed all the posts, said that ugly cosplayer thieves are running away. The man frowned and shouted that he sees them. Lloyd asked why them first. Another policeman ran after them and said that he sees ugly cosplayers. The hero shouted that he did not even see their faces. How so? He said that one has an ugly back of the head. The guys were breathing heavily. Xavier turned around and asked why it was impossible to buy clothes for gold. He answered that they don't accept such cash here or it will take a long time to evaluate their currency. The hero suggested that he go back to the portal, taking some things with him. They will move when it gets dark. Even in different clothes they stand out a lot. Xavier turned around when Lloyd was breathing heavily. He looked sick. The knight looked at him and said that even if he had no mana, he couldn't be that tired. What happened? He stood up and said that the air was just heavy. They needed to change clothes. The guy looked at him carefully. After a while, the puppy barked. Xavier said that it reacted to that direction. The puppy barked towards the tower. The hero asked if the artifact was really in Tower H. Lloyd frowned and asked if they really had to disassemble this colossus. The man said that they were no longer in cosplay, but he recognized it by its ugly back. The guys ran away. The hero frowned and shouted that they couldn't get there in a straight line. They would have to go around through a mountain path. Xavier looked at him and asked what they should do to hide his ugliness. He shouted how he knew. What question he asked, that's the answer he got. After a while, the brunette was breathing heavily. It was hard for him. Xavier looked at him and asked if he was okay, if they should rest. He said no. He walked forward and said that he was Lloyd Frontera. He wouldn't give up that easily. The guy fell to his knee. It was very hard for him. He smiled and apologized, saying that he was tired of clutching his heart. Xavier ran up to him and asked if his heart was bad. He asked if he felt sorry for him. The knight looked at him and said that he felt that something was wrong from the moment they came to this world. Lloyd was breathing heavily and said that everything was fine. He held his heart and said that in this world he was like this. Everything was alien and scary to him. Everything was fine while his mom and dad were nearby, but when they were gone, his mental state worsened. Xavier looked at him when he said that he had not been here for a long time and therefore forgot this pain. The hero said that during their first meeting in Frontera, he was not himself because a lot fell on him at once. But when he realized that that world was similar to his and he himself, without realizing it, changed, he became more confident, purposeful and stubborn. He smiled and said that now he could see the real him, a pathetic, unremarkable loser with many mental deviations. Javier asked what happens that while he lived here, he constantly blamed himself for this. The hero looked up at him. The knight looked at him and asked, did he just sit idly by, complaining about everything? He lowered his head. He said that he wanted to do something, but he couldn't. His parents poked at him, then went bankrupt, and then he was left all alone. How could he act so irresponsibly and leave his child? Everyone just turned away from him, not understanding how hard it was for him. Lloyd lowered his head and said that his mom and dad were really wonderful people. In order to understand this, he had to lose them. He said that then he began to study, work, do everything to survive. The hero cried and said that he did it so that his life would be direct proof that their efforts were not in vain. Javier leaned over and said that the master was not to blame. Who put this burden on him? He replied that it was himself, and even if it was not his fault, he was still a nobody. The boy closed his eyes. He stood up and said that it seemed that he worried in vain. The knight went on and said that here in Seoul or on the continent of Laurasia, for him he was one person. He turned around and said that even when he made a fuss about an ugly face or cried bitterly on his knees, he still remained true to his word. Lloyd looked at him through tears. He lowered his head. The hero wiped his tears. Javier turned around when he was called. The brunette smiled and said that he would lead them. The knight smiled. After a while, the dog barked. Lloyd asked if this was really the same Kaiora. While the creature sniffed the locks, he said how to find one out of so many. The dog licked its lips. He said that everything was clear. The hero raised his shoulders and said that this fence was Kaiora. He frowned and thought that perhaps she was dropped somewhere nearby during construction and she changed her appearance lying next to this fence. Couldn't they have chosen another place for construction? Javier looked at the master and asked what was hanging on the fence. He replied that these were like love locks. Now this place is one of the most popular among tourists. He said that couples come here, hang locks and swear eternal love to each other. The guys walked away. The hero said that there was a problem. In such a crowded place it would be difficult to get Kaiora. They better hide and wait until night. Javier looked at the master. Lloyd looked away. He looked at the people. Suddenly he remembered how he and his parents went to this place. The guy took the lock in his hand and said that these are not just locks, this is a memory, an oath. He looked at the castle and said that when you miss someone very much, maybe one day thanks to her you will be able to meet this person again. The knight looked at him. After a while, the guys were sitting on a bench. Javier said that it was great that they were there. He looked ahead and said that being here he suddenly became interested in what kind of person he used to be. The brunette looked at him and asked what difference it would make to him who he was after they dealt with the land of Frontera. Javier looked ahead and said that it didn't matter to him, but he was just curious, that's why he asked. He told him to finish. They have a purely business relationship, so it's better not to cross that line. The hero looked ahead and thought, are they really going to hang around here forever? He thought maybe he's not a human after all. The guy raised his eyebrows and thought that he really wanted to ruin their pleasant memories since they interfere with his plans. He thought, why are people happy and excited when they hang these locks? He looked ahead with a blank look and thought that this was very boring. Lloyd thought maybe he just wanted to go back in time. His eyes widened. Javier looked away when the master called him. He was all distorted and said that he didn't want to be human anymore. The guy looked at him in shock and thought that this suddenly made him so angry, now he couldn't be stopped. He smiled. The hero walked forward and said that they should finally disperse these freaks and collect what they need. The knight replied that it would be done and thought that this image suited him better. The guy shoved everyone with his shoulders and told everyone to step back. The place was closed for inspection. They took hold of the fence. The hero gritted his teeth. The guys raised the fence. Lloyd walked forward and said that they hung everything here. It was impossible to do an inspection, and if they break up in the future, then will they have to tear them down or something? Maybe he should take this junk down for them in advance. He looked ahead. They asked him, does he really work for a bridge maintenance company this time? The policeman struck a superhero pose and said that the fighters for justice were already here. They frowned and shouted that evil would not stand before their thunder of punishment. The men crossed their arms. The redhead fired and shouted forward. Javier prepared to attack. He threw his cap aside. The girls looked at him in shock and thought, are there really thieves on bridges? The guy was beaming. The girls took a photo of him. They posted on social media that thieves had broken into the tower in Seoul, but they were handsome. The guys walked forward. Suddenly the police appeared behind them. They shouted at them to surrender. Anyway, the whole country was already behind them on the internet, the hair club, and asked if he should deal with them. He answered, just leave them. Lloyd frowned and said that they were definitely faster than them. After all, they were already hardened by all this dirty work. They rushed forward. The red-haired asked what kind of speed this was. The green-haired frowned and said that these two idiots also knew the area well. He answered him to be no panic, they can be easily tracked if you type in the search handsome bridge thief. He shouted that they were at the gates of Gwangwamun. They ran forward, the purple-haired, and shouted they were just here. The captain answered him that they almost caught them, they have nowhere else to hide. Xavier looked at the hero and called him. He asked if he would regret leaving his homeland. This way, he can distract them for some time, and he can stay. He pulled up his pants and said no, he has already met his family. The brunette looked at the sky. He said of course there was one person left whom he couldn't see, but he would show up when he wanted to meet him. The blonde was smiling. He was told how to finish helping in another place. He replied that if they needed him so much, then let him come and take him. The man showed an alley and said that some perverts were throwing a head party there. The woman said that they were innocent. The policeman thanked them. The super squad appeared at the alley. The red-haired man shouted that they were cowards and let them come out. Suddenly he looked forward in shock. On the ground there was a portal, clothes, and a note. The portal was shrinking. Then it collapsed. The policeman approached the note. It said that they thanked them for their efforts. The men asked, I wonder who these guys were. After a while, Lloyd and Xavier were breathing heavily. The brunette was silent. The knight looked at him. He was shaking all over. The blue-haired man watched him carefully. The hero laughed evilly and said that they finally had all the ingredients. A system window appeared that Kaiora had been received. All the main ingredients for Aotero had been collected. The hero received a bonus of 28 points for this. He smiled and said that this was a reward from fate. She was spoiling them very much today. The man looked forward. He had an exhausted look. He took a step forward and thought that when summoning the King of Hell to the earthly world, you need to clearly formulate your wish, and depending on what exactly you ask for, the appropriate tools will be given. The man walked into the cave and thought that if you want to send death to someone, first you need the body of the one he offended. He walked forward and thought that in accordance with the wish of the King of Hell, right in this cave. The brunette frowned. He looked at the headless body. The man thought that this is where the very body is. Helcaros thought that studying the highest black magic to save his family, this man met his sad end at the hands of Lloyd Frontera. He took the skull in his hands and turned to Ruffalin. He smiled and asked if he knew how the bastard who did this to them was doing now. Helcaros said that many people began to believe and worship him, respect him, everything that should have belonged to such talented heroes as them, this bastard took for himself. His eyes glowed and he said that only luck allowed him to find a strong assistant, as well as gain the trust of the king. Is it fair that they were left with nothing, this bastard, so that they could not return to their former appearance? Helcaros smiled and shouted that it was time to rise. The skull began to glow. The man offered to collect all their accumulated hatred and condemn it to such a sad fate. Ruffalin laughed. The man looked at the skull and thought that the cup was ready. Only the second ingredient remained, and it was the insane fear contained in this vessel. The skull glowed. Helcaros looked ahead and said that fear causes war. He smiled and said that if war comes, the king will also go crazy. The man turned around and said to follow him to the capital of Magenta. The hero tore off the lock. Lloyd smiled and said, what is this? A symbol of eternal love? Are they kidding? We need to properly smash everything here. Smash it to pieces. If he doesn't have it, then they won't have it either. He tore off the locks and shouted to abandon each other. Abandon. Say goodbye to your beloved Mion. Say goodbye to your Hessen. Xavier asked if he really decided to become the main villain. He answered that he was doing justice equally for everyone. Parting. The fence was cleared. The hero wiped the floor and said that he still needed to take it with him. The voice asked why he was doing this. The fence began to glow. The guy covered himself. The artifact returned to its original form and fell to the floor. Lloyd looked at it in shock and said that it was Kaiora. A system window appeared that they had obtained the main legendary ingredient Kaiora, a bonus of 28 points. Congratulations, you have collected all the ingredients for Aotearoa. The hero stared into space. He pursed his lips. Xavier looked at him. The guy raised his hand and shouted that it was time to head straight to the next stage. He walked forward and said that their next stop was the Mermaid Kingdom. It was time to finish this quickly. The knight exhaled and thought that it would be nice to rest for a while before moving on. He smiled and thought that although this was not his style, Lloyd walked forward and thought that he could get everything he needed. The octopus waved at them. The brunette swam forward and asked the knight how many hardships they had to endure. He said that they built a suspension bridge in the capital, a railway to hell, an ice road for the orcs, a cable car in the desert, a bathhouse in the Mermaid Kingdom, and even a sports stadium in the field. The hero took a breath and asked why all the cool tasks go to everyone but him. Xavier looked at him and asked if he was saying this because of Aotearoa. Of course it was a shame to build something like this in some Mermaid Kingdom, but they had a treaty with them so nothing could be done. He looked at the guy when he said that there was another way. The hero smiled and said that he had figured out a way to take Aotearoa for himself and build it for them. Xavier frowned. The brunette asked why he was staring at him like a flounder, again thinking to himself that he was a bastard villain. Had he ever laid a finger on anyone? The knight remained silent. Lloyd turned away and said, well, yes, there were a couple of times, maybe even 3 or 4. They swam up to the mermaid kingdom. The queen said that her friends, the freak and the gentleman, were really able to collect all the rare ingredients for the treasure vault. She smiled and said that they provided them with everything they would need to build it. They could also accommodate all the inconveniences of their kingdom. Lloyd bowed and thanked her. He said that they would do their best. It was a great honor for him to build this structure for a kingdom that traces its history back to myths. A tear fell to the floor. The mermaid queen frowned and asked why he suddenly cried so bitterly. Lloyd began to sob. He wiped away his tears and said that nothing again there would be no merit for them. She replied that this was not true. They were good friends of their heroes. If they only told them about any of their problems, they would definitely help them. The hero remained silent. He said that there was a small problem. It was very painful even to hear that they would have to build a great repository of jewels in the mermaid kingdom. The queen asked him what he was talking about. They had originally agreed that the repository would be built on their Earth. Xavier looked at the hero when he said that he didn't mean that once the construction was completed. He looked ahead and said that the scoundrels blinded by their greed would try to appropriate the jewels for themselves and declare war. He only had to think that such a peaceful and beautiful place would face a sea of more deaths. The mermaid looked at him in shock. The guy bowed and said that there is a contract, so they will begin right away. She interrupted him and told him to wait a second. She frowned and said that is it really necessary to build a repository of jewels on their lands? He replied that no, most likely on any territory that will be located deeper than 70 meters. The woman looked at him and said that it might be better to build it somewhere else. The guy smiled. They walked forward. The hero smiled and said that they agreed that the vault would be built on his territory, and the mermaids would have unlimited access to it. Cool, he sorted everything out, didn't he? He really doesn't want to bring such a big danger to the mermaid kingdom. The knight narrowed his eyes when he said that he didn't lie at all, he only spoke the pure truth. Lloyd looked grimly ahead and said that even if it wasn't from the heart. The blue-haired one exhaled. He asked what, is he judging him again? He smiled and said no, in the end, everyone was happy so everything is for the best, right? The brunette extended his hand and said that he finally thinks in the right way, now he agrees that they are alike. Xavier looked at him. He gave him a high five. The knight said that one way or another they will be able to find a way to close the portal to hell in the jewelry vault. They high-fived each other again. The brunette looked ahead and said, this is Lake Capua, an ideal place to build a storage facility, quite deep and spacious. He looked at the beaver and asked the lake master if he thought it was okay to start building. He shouted a sound. The guy took off his clothes and said okay, then they will measure the area. He jumped into the lake. The hero scanned the bottom and thought it was just right, spacious, flat and solid. He called up the simulation mode and thought that he was told that the Pearl of Truth should emit energy in case of an attack. He needed to check how true it was. The green pyramid began to vibrate. Lloyd frowned and thought about what was going on. Energy began to swirl around the pyramid. The hero thought that he had not been lied to after all. A green whirlpool appeared in the lake. The water shot upward. Lloyd frowned. The water rose above the mountains. It began to wash away houses. The hero gritted his teeth. At this time, Xavier was peacefully communicating with the animals. He looked at the brunette who came out of the water. He was frowning. The knight handed him a towel and asked what happened. The guy screamed and asked when he would retire in peace. He went ahead and said that he was free for now. He had a lot to think about. Lloyd got dressed. Xavier exhaled and thought that he did not want to argue and it was better to leave him alone. The knight walked around the city. He looked around and thought that everything had changed so much here. A couple of years ago there was nothing here except a poor village. Suddenly he saw someone calling his father ahead. Children were running to hug Bayern. The blue-haired man thought that the children who went to study in the capital received an excellent education there. He looked the other way. The guy thought that orcs and elves usually do not get along with each other. However, on the lands of Frontera, apparently everything is different. Kuga stood with his back to him and apologized to Miss Emily. He said that it was because of him that she had to do this. Emily showed her biceps and said that everything was fine. She really enjoyed spending her date pumping up her muscles. Even a weakling like her could become strong with a little training. The girl ran away from the orc and shouted at him to try to catch up with her. He laughed and said that it was against the rules. Xavier looked at them suspiciously. Then he smiled and thought that this was quite an unusual sight. But if you think about it, muscles are good. The men smiled and shouted that the installation of the giant statue was ready. Salita picked up the figurine and said that he had finally finished his dragon. Corgidus asked if he was serious. He had already decided that it was a slime. Xavier thought that everyone was striving for their dream. He thought that they were solving the problem of hunger and helping each other. He walked forward and thought that all the people here were living happily in such a peaceful place. The guy looked down and thought, what about the hero? He thought, when will he be able to come back here? Marbella said that she was worried about her son. After so much time he returned home, but he was always sitting in the library, so they could not even properly celebrate his return. She looked at her husband and said that she always did not have the courage to ask what he was working so hard on. He looked very busy. Father said that he also did not know where to start how to ask him. He smiled and said that the young man who was such a child not long ago finally took life into his own hands. Glorious heroes always work for the good of their homeland. That's why sometimes it seems. The woman smiled and said that he seemed like a completely different person, didn't he? Her husband looked at her. He said that she felt it too. Marbella replied that now he doesn't even call them mom and dad. Since that day everything has changed, the manner of speech, behavior and face. There was silence. Arcus stood up and said that apparently he didn't just take life into his own hands, but also became a different person. He opened the door and said that he needed to at least cheer him up a little, which means it's time to finally do it. Marbella exclaimed the formal suit of the head of the Frontera family. He replied that she was right. Usually it is passed on only when the heir becomes the owner of the estate, but their guy has long proven that he is worthy of it. He smiled and said that he wanted to get the suit so much that he went through such a thorny path. He will definitely be glad to have it. Lloyd walked forward. He smiled and thought that he was a genius. It was necessary to build in the lower reaches of the Frontera River and with the help of a dam and escape the flood. The guy walked forward and thought that now he would make a simulation. Arcus said that he was just in time. Marbella looked at him and said that they knew that he was very busy, but they were quick and to the point. They had a gift for him, he asked again. The father smiled and held out the suit. The hero looked at him in shock. The brunette smiled and said that it looked very stylish, he would wear it carefully. He walked forward and thanked them, said that he had a rather urgent matter now, so he would try it on later. Arcus extended his hand and asked doesn't he remember what kind of suit it was. When he was little, she said that his grandfather looked very cool in this suit and wanted to get it. The guy had already gone far and said that he remembered, thanked them for not forgetting, and left. Arcus said that he had never seen his grandfather. After a while, Arcus looked at the knight and greeted him. He greeted the count and countess. Marbella looked at him and asked how his rest was going. Xavier lowered his head and said that idleness only made him more anxious. She asked how that was possible. He must be very tired, because he had faced many problems. Arcus looked at him and said that he had always wondered how the two of them constantly traveled and did not rest. Could he share a secret? The knight replied that it was quite difficult for him to explain it now, but as soon as he sorted out his thoughts, he would share his experience. The man smiled and said to be sure to let them know later. By the way, does he know where Lloyd is now? The guy replied that he is now in the Frontera River. He looked intently at the man. Arcus darkened and asked really their son, is he really alive? Xavier looked at him in shock. Silence fell. A drop of sweat ran down the boy's cheek. He said that it was unexpected. Why did they suddenly think that? Marbella looked at him and said that the Frontera family has a special dress suit. Lloyd once really wanted to get it, but now he doesn't remember anything about it. Arcus looked at him and said that then he decided to ask if he saw his grandfather in this suit, and he answered as if at random, like he remembers his grandfather. He looked down and said that like his wife, he also felt something was wrong with him. From the day he started working actively, his behavior, speech, facial expression are completely different from their son. Xavier looked at him nervously when he said that he had been with him since that day. He has better intuition than any other sword master. He couldn't help but feel strange changes in their son. The man said that he sincerely tried to do everything for the benefit of their land, so they will always be grateful to him for this. However, he raised his eyebrows and said that they are worried about what is happening to their real son, so they ask him to answer honestly, is their son really alive? Xavier pursed his lips in panic and thought that the master really died. He lowered his head and thought that although he was reborn, but in what century and where exactly they do not know, for the count and countesses it is the same as losing a child. The guy thought that the real Lloyd lost a fight and almost died in the mud. He thought that someone drove his soul out of his body, and now another creature has taken its place. Xavier frowned and thought that if they knew the truth, they and Kim Suho himself will not be able to live as before. He thought that however, he cannot lie about his parent. The knight gritted his teeth. Arcus looked at him as he apologized for hiding it from them. He lowered his head. Arcus and Marbella looked at him in shock. The blue-haired one said that in fact, with a stone face he said that the gentleman has a brain injury, so his memory and thinking are in a critical state. The parents looked at him in shock. Marbella asked what it meant. Her husband asked him to explain it to them in more detail. Xavier with a stone face said that as they probably know, he doesn't like him. He doesn't like him either. As soon as he grew up and joined him in training, he often made fun of him and mocked him, once even gave him a wooden sword. He extended his hand and asked if everything was clear from this. The Earl asked for forgiveness. He replied that I have something to apologize for too. He showed his index finger and said that one day, that very day, the gentleman, and now late at night, and then they ordered him to find him. The guy with a stone face said that he thought about where he could go and went along the obvious path. The knight remembered how he followed him. He then thought why he always had to mess with this bastard. It was annoying. Arcus and Marbella looked at him in shock and asked did he really say that. Xavier with a stone face answered that he had been bullied since childhood. Can't he sometimes get a little angry? The Count and Countess burst into tears. They thought they didn't even know that. The knight said that when he met him halfway, the gentleman, as always, swore at him. Lloyd said how tired he was of him. Why did he need someone like him? Xavier said that suddenly he said the following. He said to go home already, although wait, he doesn't have a home, then he can just die on the street. The knight said that at that moment he could no longer tolerate his humiliation and hit him on the back of the head with his sword. The Count and Countess looked at him in shock. Xavier with a stone face said that after he calmed down and thought for a bit, he decided to shake him and he woke up. Lloyd looked at him in shock and said that it seemed that he had completely lost his memory, but he clearly remembered what an idiot he was. From tomorrow he would become kinder to people. The blue-haired man knelt down and said that this was a very commendable decision, but if the barons and baroness find out that he hit him, they will execute him. He confirmed this and said that he would not tell them anything. Xavier looked at the Count and Countess and said that this was how it was. The wind blew. The guy pulled out his sword. He went out to him and said that it was a sin that he hit a nobleman with a sword. He must decide for himself with his life. Arcus and Marbella told him not to dare. The man frowned and said that what happened was not his fault. The girl said that he made a man out of their son. The brunette said that he alone had dealt with such difficulties. They were very grateful to him. The blue-haired man smiled. Lloyd appeared from behind and said that he had urgent news. His father asked what happened. He replied that the conversation was quite long, so it was better to go inside. He passed by his knight. The hero smiled nastily and asked, "Is there Xavier not a little boy anymore?" The blue-haired man showed a thumb up and said that he learned this from him. After a while, Lloyd asked not to be too surprised at what he was about to say. He frowned and said that recently he often had dreams about how people died in their slavery. He asked the Dragon King who was sleeping in the next room about the visions, and he replied that it was a prophetic dream. He also said that it was possible to avoid its fulfillment if they built the Pearl of Truth, but in order to build it they need to build a dam on the lower reaches of the river. His father looked at him and said no problem. The guy asked, do they really have no questions at all? Marbella replied that they had heard a more shocking story earlier, so they would not be surprised anymore. The man smiled and said that they had always noticed how he tried for the benefit of their slavery. However, he took everything on himself and asked for only a little support from them. Lloyd smiled and said that from them it was enough for him that they were healthy and happy. The hero picked up a shovel and told everyone to listen carefully. They were starting the first big construction project in the history of their lands, which had never been done before. Without long introductions, if they did everything as he said, everyone would remain safe. They must trust him. A system window appeared, that thanks to the power of his words, the skill of oratory appears, a complete turnaround. A call to the furious zeal of the inhabitants of the county, the #1 employer, the best avoider of debt, the leader of the poor. The guy looked at the pop-up windows of the system. A system window appeared, that he received the skill of oratory, complete trust. Lloyd smiled and thought that as always, whatever he did, everything was for the benefit of the cause. He extended his hand and told the first team to start building the dam and the Pearl of Truth. They must show him the warmth that comes from the depths of the earth. We dig, cut down and tear everything out. He transferred his hand to the second team and shouted, take, carry, and put, and dig without stopping. Then he shouted to the third team, an army of limitless power, skeletons holding posters with slogans recycling all night, more work. To the animals he said that they are responsible for the giant equipment. Then he turned to the fifth team and said that they are in charge of technology management and replenishment of resources. Lloyd looked at the knight and said that all the other difficult tasks are his. He asked why he is the only one on the team. The hero shouted that all the tasks are his. Everyone raised their hands and shouted that they will work for the good of their county. They will begin construction. The frame rose higher, through the clouds, the first government house in the sky. The worker asked what was written here. Gabriel is the chief administrative officer in heaven, Seraphim, the highest angel, the closest to God. He could barely read what was written there. His employee said that it said illegal construction on the lower reaches of the river, the beginning of the construction of Aotearoa. The angel replied that it was so blinding that nothing could be seen at all. He frowned and told him to wait. Wasn't it about the Pearl of Truth? If it were built, then war would break out again and riots would arise. The employee replied that this information came to them from the Dragon King. He figured it out while they were still preparing materials for the construction. Gabriel said that he was a small reptile. Why is he like that? The angel asked if it was possible to build such a structure so easily. His subordinate replied that according to observations, they chose a place where there was a small chance of successfully building the pearl. Raphael, director of inspection of the earthly world, an angel with a human body, said that he would immediately begin to eliminate the construction. Lloyd shouted, listen to everyone carefully, although it is hard to believe. He frowned and said that he can stop time. From now on for a year during construction time will be stopped. People looked at him in shock. The guy wrote his head and thought that as he expected, They do not believe everyone will be surprised if he suddenly stops time. A system window appeared, that to whom the effect of praise is absolute trust is now in effect. The man cried and said that Lloyd can do everything in the world. People began to shout that he can do everything in the world, he can even cause a flood, he controls a bone dragon. Xavier looked at them. People shouted like crazy that Lloyd can do everything in the world. The hero raised his fist victoriously. The knight thought, is everything okay with the inhabitants of this city? A system window appeared, that 3,000 points are required to stop time. A bubble appeared over the city. The hero's heart froze. Xavier looked at him and asked if he was okay. He answered, well, no. He smiled and said that he was so excited thinking about the construction of the pearl. The brunette thought that an incredible amount of complex calculations were done in the design of the dam. Of course it was beyond his knowledge, but he could edit and modify everything with his modeling skills for the perfect design. The hero thought that he needed to create a waterway to drain the area where the Pearl of Truth would be built. You will begin a full-scale construction of the dam. He thought that since there are technical limitations, the Spanish Tela Dam is used as a model. It is a legend created in the Middle Ages and still performs its function. Lloyd looked down and thought that the most important structure of the Pearl of Truth is progressing point. He smiled and thought that everything is going without a hitch. Soon his people will be rewarded for all their hard work. Suddenly he heard a voice saying that he is a grief singer. Can he hear it? The hero frowned and thought that it was the voice of the Dragon King. He said that yes, it is him. He should quickly go to him. He frowned when Berkey said that this was an unrealistic emergency. He might not be able to build the Pearl of Truth. Lloyd rushed to him. He ran to the dragon. He was lying down and said that his neck hurt so much and asked to massage it a little. The guy frowned and said, why can't he build the Pearl of Truth? What kind of emergency is this? Berkey's, without turning around, said that his neck hurts extremely. If he doesn't massage it, he will get angry and break everything. The brunette grimaced and thought what a bad person he was. His eyes were burning. He asked the neck, you say? He answered positively. The guy frowned and thought that he would thoroughly need it. He activated mana. Lloyd gritted his teeth and thought, how dare he disturb busy people because of such crap. He began to strangle the dragon. He said that he did not ask to just be stroked. The hero's pupils narrowed. He thought that this dragon was being bred. He would gladly try to crush this screeching monster again. Lloyd launched a powerful attack on his neck. Berkey's, without turning around, said that he couldn't do it. His strength was not enough. He was disappointed. The brunette grimaced and thought that he was bringing him out. A system window appeared, that a new skill had blossomed, an incredibly ugly person. A system window appeared, that when he gets angry, laughs or cries, he is incredibly ugly. Anyone who sees this face will turn their head and say, ugh, what kind of face is this? The hero thought what kind of skill this was. Before he came to this world, he was sexy. A system window appeared, that before, even the grass was greener. Berkey's turned to the hero. He said that now he will go against fate with the Pearl of Truth, and then what? The guy asked what he meant next. He asked what he was going to do with the pearl. He replied that he would destroy it. The dragon looked at him. The brunette gritted his teeth and said that such a structure would only give him a headache. It would prevent him from enjoying an endless vacation, doing nothing and having fun. The dragon turned away and said, "Foo, what kind of face is this?" The hero thought that it was all because of him. Berkey smiled and thought that the Pearl of Truth will never be used wrong. This man is really a hopeless dreamer. The guy was still trying to give him a massage. The dragon told him to leave. He replied that he still hadn't heard his screams. A system window appeared, that he had brought his mana to the limit. Lloyd grimaced and thought, that's enough. What did she come up with this time? A system window appeared, that the level of the mana heart skill was increased. He became a first level ball expert. The brunette raised his eyebrows in confusion. A system window appeared, that he had received the passive effect of the Sword Master Syndrome. All his senses become extremely sensitive. The dragon looked at him and asked what was wrong with him. Is everything okay? The guy froze. The question of whether he was okay pierced his ear. He fell to the floor and screamed. The Dragon King asked, does he really have a ringing in his ears? He answered, no, Master Syndrome. Berkey's turned away and said that he congratulated him. The hero walked along the corridor and thought, what the hell is this? He still has a lot of work. That's why he did not want to become a sword master. He frowned and thought, should he use glasses today to raise his mana heart level? No, he needs glasses to prevent his fate. Xavier looked at him and asked, does he really have the Sword Master Syndrome? He screamed. The brunette turned away and told him to be quiet and not to talk. The blue-haired man smiled happily. He clenched his fist and said to go into silence, to find the end of his too sharp feelings and focus on that, not to pull them to himself until he placed true silence inside himself. The hero was bleeding. His knight laughed and said, good luck. The brunette replied, is this really an encouraging expression in his opinion? Does he really want to die? The guy frowned and thought that with his eyes, even the small imperfections on Xavier's face. The knight smiled. Lloyd, does he really have no imperfections? What a bastard. Why did he take a cool pose? He thought that he made fun of Xavier a lot for his advice, But still, he was an experienced man, so they did not sleep for several days while he helped him get used to the new sensations. So several months passed. The hero thought that the construction of the dam and the Pearl of Truth was nearing completion. Xavier looked at the master and asked if he was okay. He was talking about the Master Sword Syndrome. Even though he was in training, he seemed to be coping. The guy turned around when the knight said that he forgot everything and spoke too loudly. He apologized. It was not his intention, but if you think about it, this is a kind of training. He replied, enough already. What is he laughing at him? The blue-haired man replied that this was a misunderstanding. He is very worried about him. He smiled and said that it was sincere. The hero said that he saw his sincerity. His face twisted and he said to wait and see how terrible the abuse of power by employers is. Lloyd turned to the music and said, what is it? Who turned on his barrel organ? He was blinded by the light. A man appeared in the sky. It was an angel. The hero looked at him in shock. Raphael said that he was pleased to meet you. His name is Raphael. He is a civil servant in the heavenly world and the chief inspector general in the midst of people. He came here to deliver an executive order. The brunette frowned and thought that he was strong. The angel pulled out a folder with papers. He adjusted his glasses and said, executive order. Engineer Lloyd Frontera immediately cease construction of illegal buildings in Aotearoa and destroy everything built. Lloyd looked at him in shock. The townspeople looked at the angel. The elves' faces were unreadable. People bolted with weapons in their hands. Watching them, Raphael told them to obey the wolf of the sky and immediately destroy Aotearoa. The guy frowned, indignantly asking why the hell he should do this, and then demanded proof that there really was an angel in front of him. The man, looking at his book, asked if he really didn't believe him, even looking at his wings. Pointing at Xavier, the brown-haired man exclaimed that he also had them, and then he was an angel too. The white-haired man, looking at the knight, noted that his face really looked like an angel's. The protagonist looked at the one lowered to his comrades. Then he again looked angrily at the angel and asked how he could believe that he really was the will of heaven, and why should he obey so easily now if he had previously put so much effort into building it. The angel closed his notebook. Then he waved his hand. Something flew from the sky towards him. A huge hammer appeared in his hand. Then a light swirled above his head. It formed into a sparkling halo. Lloyd nervously fluttered. Revealing himself in all his glory, Raphael asked if he believed him now. The man gritted his teeth and muttered that it was a golden hammer of punishment, just like in the Holy Scriptures. Looking at the white-haired man in the sky, he noted that this was indeed an angel. Remembering the box, Raphael said that it was not so, and this hammer was called the Universal Hammer for official duties. The guy waved his hand and indignantly asked why on earth the construction of Aotearoa became illegal. He exclaimed that knowledge simply will not be destroyed, and this land is their property. The rich angel opened his notebook, answering that the Pearl of Truth of Aotearoa is an anomalous artifact that looks into the world beyond the heavens and reveals heavenly secrets. And in order to get it, on December 6, 307 according to the mythical calendar, at 6 a.m., the Great Racial War began. Shaitan and his companion listened to him say that the death toll was 4,370,000, the injured 27,820,000, and the total damage was estimated at 400,720,094,000,000 gold. The man slammed the notebook shut, saying that accordingly, Aotearoa was called an illegal construction, and if he did not destroy it immediately, he would do it himself. The protagonist clenched his teeth in anger. Pointing at the angel, he loudly asked what kind of dictatorship this was, and then said that he was filing an appeal. He perked up when Raphael said that appeals were accepted through prayer, and if his prayer was sincere and pure, it would be forwarded to the Civil Affairs Department. Lloyd asked if this was really possible, to which the angel replied that heaven was called to ease the hardships of earthly life. The guy immediately fell to his knees. He folded his hands and began to pray, saying to himself that he must protect the precious people with the power of Aotearoa, and then asked to hear the prayers of his slave, who did not want to lose his loved ones anymore. A man sat at the table and listened to him through the phone, saying that absolutely all the inhabitants of the territory, whose lives are full of memories and happiness, had gathered here. He said that this was sheer despair. The brown-haired man listened with a displeased face as the protagonist said that his people should be healthy and have a pot of honey for their old age. He abruptly hung up, refusing. The protagonist perked up when Raphael conveyed these words to him. He asked why, to which the angel said that the prayer was not sincere. Lowering his head, he ordered to destroy. The guy frowned, saying in response that this would never happen. The white-haired man darkened. He raised his hammer above his head, saying that in this case he would do everything himself. The angel rushed to Aotearoa. He swung his weapon. The brown-haired man stretched out his hand and shouted. Suddenly, a green light appeared out of nowhere. Xavier appeared in front of Raphael. The hammer was aimed straight at him. However, the boy blocked the blow. A shockwave spread in all directions. The protagonist screamed loudly, mentally cursing the Master Sword Syndrome, making his ears ring. Raising his weapon in front of him, the blonde man introduced himself as a knight of the Frontera County and said that anyone who invades the territory must leave it. Otherwise, with anger on his face, he said that this person will be punished. The angel's face darkened. Someone was running along the ground. The red-haired boy stopped, looking at Aotearoa. He raised an eyebrow in confusion, thinking about what he came for, how he felt an incredible amount of mana. Looking at Raphael, he mentally noted that his mother told him that angels always adhere to the rules they set, and the fact that he appeared here with a hammer only means that he is going to destroy everything here. Solita bared his teeth, flashing an evil look, and exclaimed that in that case he would never be able to marry, and if they joined forces with the Supreme Master, then there was a chance. A man appeared on the grass behind him, telling him to stop because they were in trouble. Tyrannus, folding his hands on his knees, said that if anyone harmed heaven, hell, or the dragon, then a great war would begin. Imagining an outbreak on Earth, he said that the planet itself would perish. Looking tiredly ahead, the dragon said that the world only works when they turn a blind eye to local intrusions and minor damage. Browsing down, Solita asked who he was anyway. The locals began to scatter in different directions at the order of the brown-haired man. Looking at Javier, the angel called him the Supreme Master and said that he was warning him that if he did not leave right now, it would be considered a crime of obstruction of duty. Looking at him with angry eyes, the knight asked if it means that all they need is to do their duty. The hammer darkened on him. The guy flew back, avoiding the blow. Looking at this with his mouth open, the protagonist thought that his comrade was very cool and then wondered if this was an instant victory. Javier attacked with a sword. The angel's nymph flew apart into a glowing strip. She reflected the attack. Lloyd clenched his teeth tightly under the shock wave. Swinging, the blonde screamed. Bright light accumulated in different directions. The glowing halo and the parquet compressed at great speed. He froze in shock. The man opened his mouth and said that it was not too late. Heat, holding a hammer in his hand, told him to stop and surrender, following the will of heaven. The brown-haired man screamed loudly, telling his friend about the simultaneous attack. The guy pursed his lips when he was asked to cover his ears. The protagonist with a glowing eye opened his mouth. He took a deep breath. While Raphael was distracted, Javier created two disc heads. Frowning, Lloyd screamed loudly. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He fell to his knees, holding his head. The knight shook himself, puzzled. Watching the arcade with empty eyes, the boy muttered that he really wanted to not hear anything. He thought that due to the amplification of sounds by the Master Sword syndrome, he felt Seta disgusting, and the two could not hear their own song. Javier became sad. The angel frowned and asked it was, noting that it was very similar to the screams of an ancient devil. At that moment, the knight attacked him. Nimbus parried the attack again. Raphael swung his hammer. The boy flew back, avoiding the attack. With a loud scream, he rushed at the enemy. His face turned white. The man took the weapon away, saying that it was useless. Blocking a huge number of attacks, he said that the angel's halo was an absolute blessing. Opening his mouth, he said that as long as his soul was pure and righteous, the ring would protect him forever. He hit Javier. He flew to the side from the blow. Looking at Aotearoa, he thought that this could not happen. Suddenly, he fluttered up before the collision. The knight grafted himself onto the angel again. Two hit him with his hammer again. The guy landed right on the side. Opening his mouth, he screamed loudly in pain. Raphael landed next to him. He looked thoughtfully at Javier. He lay unconscious. Looking at him, the angel asked him not to wake up yet. Turning around, he walked to the side. The blonde opened one eye. When he began to sneak up, the man froze. Sharply turning around, he exclaimed that he told him not to wake up. The guy threw sand in his eyes. Closing his eyes, the angel screamed loudly, calling him a cowardly creature. His halo glowed red, awarding 10 penalty points. The blonde darkened, hearing that he received a penalty. Swinging, Javier smiled evilly, saying that it meant that he was able to stain his soul after all. Lloyd, watching, opened his mouth in shock, wondering if he was always this cool. The guy attacked. The halo took the blow again. However, it bent under the onslaught. The angel, holding his head, screamed in pain. He suddenly fluttered, avoiding the attack. The blonde jerked to the side when he tried to hit him. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking that he now heard a whistle. Meanwhile, the angel and the knight continued to fight. Frowning, the brown-haired thought that whatever it was. Javier bared his teeth when blood flowed from the cuts. There were wounds on Raphael's body as well. Lloyd closed his eyes. His knight blocked the blow with a hammer. The man said. The guy opened his mouth and screamed, demanding that they stop this right now. He was sitting on his knees, attracting their attention. The brown-haired man began to cry, telling them to stop hurting each other. The fair-haired man's eyes widened in surprise. Traces rolled down the protagonist's cheek. Looking at him, the angel asked if he would take down the Pearl of Truth. Lloyd replied that only if he promised him something. He continued to cry, screaming that if fate was not restored through the Pearl of Truth, then the most beautiful people in the world would become deeply unhappy. The locals looked at him in surprise beyond the ravine. They also appeared behind the trees while their master was screaming that it was absurd for him to not care what would happen to him, and then demanded that these people simply be made happy. With sadness on their faces, the residents listened to his words that in exchange the angel could take his life. Tears continued to flow down the guy's cheeks. Raphael frowned. He apologized with a sigh and said that unfortunately he couldn't help him with that. The brown-haired man hung his head. Surrounded by blue screens, he muttered that in that case, the negotiations had failed. Multiple screens showed bonus RPs he had received from the favor of various people. His total RP was 26,071. The next screen said he could level up as a sword master for 26,000 RP. The protagonist wiped away his tears. Suddenly, his expression darkened and he turned white while smiling. The man opened his eyes, seeing the light. Lloyd's body was enveloped in a blue glow. With a smile on his face, he told him to listen to his song. The angel and the knight looked at the boy. The blonde man wondered with a puzzled expression if this was really a sword master. Raphael looked at the brown-haired man and asked him not to take the sin of interfering in heavenly affairs and become a criminal. He added that he had the same power as the great master he knew well. The main Hertz pursed his lips and muttered that with the power of a sword master, and then began to sing. Xavier clenched his teeth because of the energy wave. He covered his ears with his hands. Meanwhile, a glow appeared around the dragon. He moved to the moon. In the forest, birds were sitting on the branches. Fish were calmly swimming in the water. Fluffy wings spread out. A fish jumped out of the water. Lloyd began to move his hands. Black and red energy flew out of his mouth. It enveloped Aetero. Then it moved on. People screamed loudly, covering their ears. The system noted a decrease in attractiveness. The same thing began to happen to the rest of the inhabitants. Blood flowed from their ears. The energy went to the forest. The protagonist looked at the angel. There was horror on his face. In the forest, birds fell to the ground. Fish floated to the surface of the water. A drop of blood flowed from Raphael's nose, and he cursed. His halo immediately turned red, denying the receipt of 480 penalty points, adding that the maximum number of penalty points was exceeded by 300 and during the punishment period he was deprived of all his granted powers. The man froze in confusion. Suddenly his wings began to disappear. He lowered his head, and then raised his printed gaze. The protagonist stood in front of him with a shovel. Xavier appeared behind him. The angel pulled his hands to his face. Taking off his glasses, he asked them to calm down a little. A moment later, his loaf of bread with a shovel in the face. Raphael began to fall backwards. The knight hit him with a sword. The man began to fall in the other direction. Many blows fell on him. The brown-haired man smiled madly. The blonde man gritted his teeth, darkening. Their weapons approached him again. He saw the light. After a while, everyone found themselves in the Frontera estate. The beaten blonde man lay on the bed. He looked away. The protagonist was sitting next to him on the couch, noting his awakening. He looked at him with kind eyes, saying that he didn't think he would wake up at all and added that he had been looking after him all night. Looking at him, the angel said that he was going to destroy the pearl, but he didn't understand why. Lloyd interrupted, saying that this didn't make him a bad person. He smiled sweetly, saying that the only bad thing was that their values were different, and that he didn't think that someone was bad and someone was good. The man turned around, thinking about his words. He remembered how the two guys attacked him. Suddenly, Xavier abruptly opened the door. The protagonist began to hold him back while he said that he should die and demanded to let him go. The face screamed, telling him to stop because he was an angel. After kicking him out, he closed the door. Wiping his forehead, the guy smiled sweetly again and called his comrade very hot-tempered, noting that he had a hard time restraining his cruel nature. In reality, the knight himself held the master back while he screamed that he would kill the angel. Raphael looked at him with tears in his eyes. He knelt down and thanked him, calling him a good man. The brown-haired man muttered that it somehow came naturally to him. He smiled slyly, mentally noting that according to the plot of the novel, he was not pure but naive and that it was very easy. Looking at the man, the main character asked what would happen to him while the punishment was in effect. Raphael replied that he had lost his angel powers and would not be able to return to heaven. Taking out his phone, he said that thanks to it, he was able to at least maintain contact, but Lloyd asked if it was a smartphone, but he replied that it was not a smartphone. The guy said that it made no difference. He half closed his tired eyelids and asked if he would try to take down the pearl again. How would his punishment end? The blonde man lowered his head and said that it was the decision of heaven, and it must be carried out eventually, because it was inevitable for the maintenance of order on earth and in heaven. Looking at him, the brown-haired man asked if it was really all for the sake of peace. He asked if it was violence, noting that they were forcing people to follow their decisions, guided by the fact that the pathetic people of the rowing world knew nothing. The man's eyes widened. The protagonist crossed his arms, saying that it must be that before he simply carried out his official duties like a sword because it was right and such was the will of heaven. He He asked what people of his position thought, though. Lloyd asked him if he had ever heard of it in small terms and if he had changed his mind. Raphael lowered his eyes when asked if it was true what he had said, that the heavens were burdened with the burdens of the earthly world. The guy asked what about those people who had accumulated a lot of grievances because of the decisions of the heavenly court. The blonde became sad. Bowing his head, he said that his interlocutor was right because he had never heard what people said. The brown-haired man smiled and asked why he didn't stay here and learn more about the earthly world. The man immediately smiled and asked if that was okay and if he wouldn't cause any inconvenience. The protagonist replied that he might feel pressure, noting that he hadn't been very attentive. He took out a stack of papers. Smiling darkly, Lloyd said that if he signed this contract and did him a few favors, he would gladly let him stay. With a wide smile, Raphael began to sign the contract. A gloomy guy loomed over him, thinking that this would solve several issues at once. With a sly smile, he mentally noted that with its help he would be able to take the Queen's Eyes of Summer. Imagining the blue insides, the brown-haired man thought that this was so that his heart wouldn't stop. The sun was shining over the city. The beaver on the dragon's head screamed loudly. The man rose sharply from the bed. He pulled his shirt over himself. Zamer adjusted his glasses. Then he smoothed his blonde hair. After a while, Raphael was running down the street. He ran around surrounded by animals. He greeted Mr. Deer, Rabbit, and Squirrel, and also noted that the songs of the respected sparrows, as always, cleared the sky of clouds. The sparrow sat on his shoulder and began to sing. The man asked if he really wanted him to sing with him. He muttered that he was a little embarrassed because his singing would not be as beautiful. He opened his mouth. The blonde waved his hand, starting to sing. The locals smiled, saying that every morning the song of this angel alone warms the soul. Blank and his comrade smiled sheepishly, saying that they had once heard it only once, but now it has become their daily morning ritual of raising energy. People also noted the difference from Lloyd's singing. The brown-haired man also smiled and confirmed this. He turned to the gentleman and began to apologize for his impudence, saying that his singing a couple of days ago was so terrible that they all still had nightmares. He added that now everyone was finally calmed by the sounds of his song. The guy said that he already realized that honesty was pouring out of him, and then asked him to stop saying the same thing. Frowning, he noted how this Raphael annoyed him. Xavier said that he was jealous of the fact that everyone loved him, but it was understandable, because an angel is much better than the eternally informing demon from the very last circle of hell. The brown-haired man looked at him and asked if he was really comparing him to a demon now, and then reminded him that the angel was against them. The knight replied that one way or another he had already melted the hearts of all the inhabitants. They looked at the man surrounded by animals, and the main character mentally called them traitors. He frowned when his comrade asked why he didn't kick him out if he didn't like him. Lloyd replied that he had already signed the contract and that he wouldn't need it anyway. He said that Raphael had to do two things for him. Earlier, he had pointed his finger and asked to tell him about the plans of the heavenly world after the Pearl of Truth was built. The man, sitting on the bed, replied that it was no problem and that this magic smartphone quickly and reliably transmitted all the news of the heavenly world. He asked to note that the magic phone was much cleaner than the earthly ones. The guy noted that such a remark suited his image quite well. He showed two fingers, saying that he needed to make sure of something and asked if he could prove to everyone that he was an angel even during the punishment. The blonde, having created a halo and wings, asked if this proof sounded familiar. The brown-haired man asked if all his powers had been taken away from him, noting that he was just the spitting image of an angel. Raphael said that his abilities were no longer available to him, but his appearance was completely preserved. The protagonist smiled slyly. He said that before he told all the details of the plan, he must promise him that he would cooperate with him in any way. Walking with Xavier, Lloyd said that he reported that negotiations were currently underway in the heavenly world regarding their stubbornness, and while the higher ones were conferring, time could not be wasted, and until they finished, the issue with the Pearl of Truth needed to be closed and they should be torn to shreds and rights. He smiled slyly, saying that Delove was there for a couple of hours and everything was ready. The guy looked back with displeasure when his friend said that this, of course, did not concern work, but he still wanted to say. The knight stopped and said that he considered the capture of the master much better than that angel. The brown-haired man frowned and said that it was very unexpected, and then asked why such a sudden confession. The fair-haired man, approaching him, noted that however, the opinion itself is truly terrible, as if the sounds of an accident and the screams of the devil from the depths of hell were heard in a wave, which gave rise to the original chaos. The protagonist asked why he became a poet and asked him to speak smoothly. Opening his lips, the guy noted that this is why he does not particularly like singing, is constantly ashamed and reproaches himself when he sings in front of others. Looking at the frozen Lloyd, he said that despite this, he is not embarrassed to sing at the top of his voice in order to save himself, overcoming his shyness. Xavier closed his eyes, saying that if there is the most majestic song, then this will be it. The brown-haired man's eyes widened. Curling his lips, he fell silent. The fair-haired man raised his hand in protest when the gentleman said that he was crazy and replied that he was not going to listen because he was impressed just imagining it. The protagonist frowned. As he began to walk forward, he said that it was even for the best because sometimes he got goosebumps from his antics. His smiling face was reflected in the river. The night was also forging. In the reflection of the water, they both looked different. The bird flew over Aotearoa with a loud cry. She dropped an ice cube. It began to fall down. Then it landed on the top of Aotearoa. Water flowed down from the top of the building. The system noted the readiness of the Pearl of Truth Aotearoa and that the protagonist received a large reward of 85 ORP for architectural achievements. Lloyd pointed his finger to the side, ordering the gates to be opened. Water began to pour out of the dam. The system then noted that this was the first dam in the history of Laurasia, as well as receiving 15 ORP. The total RP was 10,071. Water began to surround Aotearoa. Then the building completely sank into it. The guy sank into the water. Looking at the glowing pearl, he mentally noted that it was time to find out the answer. Brown-haired extended his hand. A bright light came from Aotearoa. Then a voice came from her, saying that she, who always spoke only the truth, Aotearoa. Brown-haired looked with puzzled eyes, thinking that it was immediately obvious that the bastard who created this thing tried to adjust the settings. Aotearoa asked if he wanted to ask her a question, and then noted that nothing is free, and first he will need to tell one of his secrets. The protagonist grimaced and asked what secret they were talking about. Aotearoa said that it was a secret that no one knew except him. Lloyd put his hand on his chin and began to think about the fact that Javier already knew his true identity, so this secret would not do. He wondered if everything would be considered a secret. The guy pointed his finger and said that when he returned to land, he would do his business. He would meet with a piece of paper and roll it into a thin, sharp tube, and then insert it deep, turn it 5 times to the right and 5 times to the left and repeat all 3 times. A beam shot up from Aotearoa. A blue light appeared in the sky above the townspeople, on which it was written that the Pearl of Truth was in touch with them and told everyone the secret of the brown-haired man. The main Hertz covered his face with his hand in shame. He looked at Javier in shock when he asked him how deep he would insert it. Lloyd shouted, telling him to just forget about it, and then asked what he was doing here next to him. The fair-haired man darkened, answering that when he activated it, a large wave arose, and then added that he was worried about him. The guy frowned, wondering what happened to him lately, thinking that it felt like he was already saying goodbye to him before dying. Aotearoa said that now he could ask what he was interested in. Brown-haired pursed his lips. He frowned and raised his head, saying that he came here from another world, where he worked all his life and in moments when he could die or get into trouble, he saved himself, but trying to escape from his fate, it always comes back again. He asked to tell him how he can stop this vicious circle. Aotearoa lit up. A whirlwind appeared for her. Oak enveloped the protagonist and his friend. Brown-haired found himself in the darkness, and Aotearoa said that this was a space for their conversation, where only he and she, and only he alone would be able to hear the answer to this question. Lloyd frowned, thinking that her speech had changed. Aotearoa said that he was a creature that should have died a long time ago, but was still alive. A drop of sweat ran down the boy's cheek, and then she added that he also took the place of the protagonist, which originally belonged to Javier. Aotearoa said that this world is trying to return fate to its previous course, to kill Lloyd and return the role of the protagonist to Javier. However, he became a god, because of whom the world cannot find its protagonist, which led to a serious mistake. And although fate has disrupted the course of events, it still strives to return to the original scenario. And if he wants to stop fate and calm the world, he needs to restart history. And for this he needs to determine who exactly makes the protagonist. The boy listened carefully to her words that if one of them dies, then history will restart. He fell to his knees. In reality, his comrade grabbed his shoulders. Aotearoa said that there is no other way. Looking at the shocked face of his master, the knight asked him to breathe. The brown-haired man remembered his past self, thinking about how he worked non-stop, cherishing the hope that one day everything would get better. The scared Javier kept asking him to breathe and asked if his heart hurt. The protagonist in the past told himself to hold on, because one day everything would get much better. Cold sweat ran down the guy's cheeks while he asked Lloyd to come to his senses. Meanwhile, the brown-haired man reached for the light, thinking that there was barely much time left. At this time, Javier held his hand on his chest. The light in front of the protagonist went out. He opened his mouth in horror. The guy continued to press on his comrade's chest, asking him to breathe. The protagonist, opening his mouth in shock, wondered that since he has 2 lives, what will happen to him when he dies, and what will happen when he dies for the first time. Aotearoa answered that this is only a special event, the resurrection of the protagonist. He asked if it would not be if he got to soul. He was told that this is not death. A frosty crest crawled over his heart. Winter stirred, wondering why it was freezing so quickly, and whether it would be possible to stop the process with mana since he was a sword master. A system screen appeared next to him, saying that this is a mental illness, and when its symptoms appear, nothing can be done. Lloyd froze with horror in his eyes. Aotearoa said that she wanted to repeat everything again. She noted that either Lloyd or Xavier must die. The guy began to cover his tired eyes. Aotearoa said there was no other way out. Suddenly, a huge blue field appeared over the area. A moment later, it burst. Gritting his teeth, the guy held his chest. He was lying in his room, mentally calling the messenger. Sprawled on the bed, the brown-haired man mentally asked if he had brought him here to torture him, but he remained silent. He, with a gloomy face, asked who they were and whether this was all a simulation that they were just watching and laughing at. They apologized to him. The main character grinned, asking if they were having fun and calling himself an unhappy person. Winter, pursing his lips, listened to his thoughts about how nothing could stop him, and he would achieve everything he wanted because he was Lloyd Frontera. The guy went limp. At this time, Xavier was talking to his parents at the door, who asked if he was still exhausted. The knight answered in the affirmative, saying that he believed that he had overdone it. The woman with a sad face asked if there was a way to deal with the troubles in the territory. The fair-haired man smiled and answered affirmatively, noting that this was precisely why the Lord could afford to rest now. The brown-haired man's eyes were fixed on him. The guy looked into them. The man waved his hand and asked him to take care of his son. Then they left. Xavier lowered his head. Then he entered the room. Approaching the bed, the knight said that he did not know what answer the Pearl of Truth had given him, but he believed. Hanging his head, he called the Lord a man who finds answers. While the brown-haired man's heart was becoming increasingly covered with ice, his comrade said that for this, first of all, one must live. Opening his tired eyes, the protagonist listened as he was asked to wait a little longer. Xavier, looking at him, said that he would make him get out of bed. Then he headed for the exit, wondering if he would be able to accomplish what he was trying to do. The boy pursed his lips, mentally telling himself that he would succeed, because he knew the key. Many situations from Lloyd's life were following him like a shadow. The blonde thought that he had seen this countless times. His gaze went wild when he mentally called himself Lloyd Frontera. Raphael, looking at him, answered that there was news and that they say that the heavens are going to send Mr. Dole back. Standing in front of him, the knight asked when approximately this would happen. The angel said that it was unknown for now because meetings with the authorities could take a long time. The blonde began to breathe. He grabbed the candelabra. Next, he made a cross on the wall. With a wave of his sword, the boy lit the candles. Watching what was happening, the blonde asked what he was doing, and he replied that he was praying. The boy glanced back and noted that he had said earlier that if the prayer was pure and sincere, it would be accepted as a civil complaint. Closing his eyes, he began to mentally say on his knees that there was very little time and began to forgive him to return it more humbly. Meanwhile, the angel, removing the phone from his face, shouted that this prayer was so pure and desperate that it simply could not be ignored. His colleague asked if he was the owner of the building. Then they both jumped back from the phone when Xavier began to ask again. A portal appeared in front of the guy, and he noted how easy it was. Looking at the blonde, the knight called him with him. The angel turned away offended, saying that when he gets to hell, he will be reprimanded for swearing, and he is a little scared. He began to scream loudly when the blonde dragged him to the portal. The guy, throwing an angry look, reminded him that he signed a contract for cooperation with the receipt of the Eyes of Summer. Opening his lips, he said that now they are just heading for him. They both began to move upward. After a while, it appeared in front of Gabriel. He adjusted his glasses, speaking of recklessness, and then noted that he knew that Mr. Xavier was a man of very noble blood. The knight's face darkened when he asked if nobles did not file complaints, adding that he spoke as if only indecent people did. At that moment, the angel's halo flashed red, announcing that the remark just made could belittle the complainant. The old man looked at the guests, saying that he must apologize and asked them not to take his words seriously. He added that if he knew how dangerous the Pearl of Truth is. Xavier, beaming, answered that he acknowledged, noting that the Pearl of Truth is a task that should never be built, and the decision of heaven about the sense is justified 10,000 times. The man gritted his teeth, asking if they were going to tear it down. He answered him in the affirmative. The guy darkened, saying that it was conditional. Putting his hands behind his back, he said that first he had one question, and then asked when they found out that they were building the Pearl of Truth. The old man replied that it was around the time of the Heart of Winter incident, and that they had received a report from the Needle that construction had begun. The blonde man slammed the table. He approached the old man and asked why then they only notified them after construction was completed and why they had not told them not to build beforehand. The man turned white with fear and began to mutter that it was not so, and that they did not think that they would actually gather all the materials. Looking at him with an angry gaze, the knight noted that they had decided to start doing something if something were to happen. Horror appeared in the angel's eyes. Xavier, darkening, asked if this was true. The old man hung his head and answered in the affirmative, because an angel could not lie. The boy bowed to him and said that as compensation for the costs they had incurred due to the negligence of the heavens, they asked them to postpone the demolition until the phenomenon of fate restoration was prevented. The man adjusted his glasses and began to say that he did not understand anything. The blonde man became even more gloomy, asking how they were going to ignore such a situation when many people had suffered losses due to the negligence of the heavens. He asked if this was really the kind heaven that eased the burdens of the earthly world. The angel grabbed his head, saying that instead of again, they would take care of everything. The boy bowed again and thanked him for understanding, after which Gabriel thought that angels always recognize lies. Looking at the shining knight, he wondered if he was really that grateful. The blonde man, holding up 2 fingers, noted that there was one more thing. He pointed to Raphael and said to convey the revelation to the royal family through him and ask him to give the Eye of Summer to Lloyd. The man's mouth dropped open in shock. He slammed the table, shouting that such a man could not be forced even by force. He noted that they had already finished talking about compensation for the time and effort spent. Opening his mouth, the knight said that it was a defensive measure and now they were demanding compensation for the damage. Putting his hand on his chest, he said with an angry face that in fact, because of the conflict with heaven, he was so scared that he could not sleep for several days and received a mental wound for which he wanted compensation. The old man opened his mouth again, realizing that it had planned to steal everything from the very beginning. Seeing the bright light, he wondered if all his words were true and thought that since the pain was so great, it could not be left uncompensated. Seeing the innocent smile on the guy's face, the man thought that he was going to invite him to heaven after death, but he was definitely a complainer from hell. The palace was illuminated by the bright sun. Lloyd on the bed, opening his eyes tiredly, allowed to enter. A maid entered the room. Sadly hanging her head, she apologized for interrupting him while he was resting. The guy started to get up, saying that everything was fine. The brown-haired girl handed him an envelope. When he took it, he heard that it was an invitation. With a smile on her face, the girl said that she and Kuga were getting married. The main character looked at himself drawn on the postcard, while the maid said that this was a special invitation especially for him because it was thanks to him that they were able to meet. Lloyd opened his tired eyes. Emily, smiling sweetly, also added that thanks to the master, these lands are filled with happiness and they are all very grateful to him. The guy opened his mouth. He smiled softly and thanked her for her kind words and then began to mentally apologize to everything. The brown-haired man stood up when the maid mentioned that she would bring him a new blanket now. He said that he wanted to open the door for her himself. The protagonist mentally noted that he hoped that they would all be happy. Standing in the doorway, he congratulated the girl on her wedding. Then the door to his room closed. Lloyd sank to the floor next to her, thinking that now he could do absolutely nothing. And then he remembered the words that either he or Xavier must die. Lowering his gloomy gaze, the guy thought about his comrade, noting that the protagonist did not die. His heart became increasingly cold. The brown-haired man's eyes widened. He bent over on the floor and screamed. The protagonist, exhaling a puff of steam, thought that there was still one way out. His room began to be enveloped in darkness while he thought about the fact that the secondary character could die. Suddenly, the system told him that this cannot be done. The guy tiredly looked at the blue screen. Words appeared on it that he had not yet fulfilled his wish. Then it was said that he must live because while he was alive, he could do anything. The blue screen began to disappear. A weak light enveloped the brown-haired man's body. He was left alone in the room again. The protagonist fell asleep. Meanwhile, a giant monster emerged from the water. A man watched him through the window. He looked at a huge number of monsters. The fortress stood on a hill hidden under the water. There, at the bottom, cross-shaped structures were installed. Their center began to crack. Walking quickly, the Sultan looked at the servant, indignantly asking who dared to attack his lands. He replied that, in all likelihood, this was a group of pagans who passed off dreams as servants of God. He noted that it was difficult to resist them and that they indiscriminately set fire to palace buildings. The monster rushed after the animals in the forest. The elves aimed their arrows at him, indignantly asking where these creatures kept crawling out from, and noting that if this continued, all the animals of the forest would disappear. Meanwhile, the queen's advisors stood before her, telling her what was happening. She frowned and wondered why so many strange events were happening at once. At that moment, Xavier was racing on a huge dragon. He, on foot in his paws, was approaching the palace. When he landed, the queen was informed that the knight of the county of Frontera was asking to meet her. The girl asked if he had come alone, without Lloyd. Xavier knelt before her and formally greeted her. The red-haired man on the throne remained silent. She propped her cheek with her hand and asked what he was planning. The guy looked at her with a puzzled look. Alicia frowned. The knight looked at her with a pitiful look. The queen turned away from him and asked what business he had with her. The fair-haired one said that it was nothing, it was just that too much rhubarb was produced in the lands of Frontera County, so they thought about its usefulness. While the girl looked away, he said that they would like to wholeheartedly help Her Majesty in military development. She thought that she was going to teach them a good lesson for taking advantage of her in the marriage. Suddenly, a bright light appeared to the side. The red-haired one perked up, hearing music. In the air, she saw a silhouette hovering. It was Raphael with wings and a halo above his head. The queen's advisors opened their mouths in shock. She, gritting her teeth, asked if this was really an angel. The blonde one, looming over her, could not decide how to address her and began to mutter that he was carrying the will of heaven. He waved his hand and said to pass on the eye of summer to Lloyd Frontera. Then the angel immediately disappeared. Only a cloud of dust remained behind him. The girl bared her teeth, thinking that this was very suspicious, and she would not be surprised at all if this was the work of the main character. She turned to the knight and asked him to be honest with her. Seeing his shocked face, Alicia wondered if she was wrong in her assumptions. A frightened advisor ran up to her and exclaimed that if this was God's will, then she needed to urgently prepare the Eye of Summer. The other advisors with frightened faces began to exclaim that this was her last weapon, because the heart of winter was no more, and the words of that angel must have been a lie. The men started squabbling among themselves, where she told the group that there was definitely an angel, and the others that even if it was true, they did not dare to disturb the well-being of their kingdom. The old man, with his mouth open, shouted that the blonde man most likely lied about the will of heaven in order to destroy their country. He was asked if he had read the Bible and noted that angels cannot lie. Xavier frowned. Earlier, he had been asked if he was asking to moan to the heavens. The man, adjusting his glasses, noted that they, angels, could not lie, so he simply could not fulfill this request. The guy standing in front of him said that it seemed that he did not understand everything, and then asked what exactly was a lie. He said that there was no need to say that it was for the prosperity of the kingdom or to avoid a curse. Glooming, the knight ordered to simply say that the Eye of Summer must be handed over and then no one would deceive anyone. Now he was kneeling in front of the queen. Hanging his head, the blonde mentally noted that everything turned out as he planned. While Alicia was perplexedly rubbing her chin, he thought about how he only had to make her believe it. While the bright sun illuminated the dome of the palace, the girl said that she hoped that Xavier would answer honestly. Left alone with him, she asked if the angel's revelation was an evil plan of Lloyd's. Bowing his head, the fair-haired man said that it was. The red-haired woman sighed and asked if it meant that the games were over, since he confessed right away. The knight, without raising his head, said that he feigned surprise in order to avoid the minister's glances. Sitting on one knee, he asked how he dared to deceive Her Majesty's insight with his rude behavior. The queen noted that his flattering speeches were very similar to his face, but it was good that he at least did not expose himself. The guy looked away and said that it was so ugly that he could not even. The girl, gloomy, noted that she was already on the verge of such a thing. Continuing to sit on his knees, Xavier said that despite the fact that it was the young master's plan, the angel was still real. The red-haired woman agreed with him. He asked if she had any doubts. The queen asked who could deceive the sacred dragon of the founder. She, narrowing her tired eyes, suggested getting straight to the point and asked why he needed the Eye of Summer. The blonde pursed his lips. Still without raising his head, he said that the young master was now on the verge of death. Alicia's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, a maid with a mistress stood near the protagonist's room and said that they had brought him something to eat. Without opening the door, Lloyd thanked her and asked to leave it outside. The girl replied that she had to pick up the dishes from the last meal, to which he said that he would do it himself later because now he was busy. The maid looked at the blonde. She put the tray by the door and asked to call her if he needed anything. They left. There was a lonely tray on the floor. After a while, the door opened a little. The guy took the tray with all its contents. Having put it on the floor with the rest of the same, he sank to the floor. The brown-haired man hung his head. At this moment, the red-haired girl frowned, asking about the phenomenon of fate restoration. The knight, looking at the floor, replied that Verkis, the dragon king, son of Tyrannus, the sacred dragon founder, told them that all the changes the young master made to fate were trying to return to their places, and to prevent this, the pearl of truth was needed. The girl thought about everything that Lloyd had prevented. She opened her eyes wide, wondering if all this was really going to return to its place. The protagonist was sitting in a dark room. There were beasts hiding behind his collar. Teapotong pressed himself against the cheek of the dowel. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared next to him. On it, a photo of Mr. and Mrs. Frontera appeared. The mouse frowned with displeasure. When the guy put the beasts on the floor, they began to mutter displeasantly, and he apologized, saying that he was very tired. The other two beasts began to pull his ear and hit him on the shoulder. The brown-haired man muttered that he understood everything and that they should not be locked in a stuffy place. After a while, they were all walking along a bright corridor. The protagonist began to hear a voice saying that it did not mean that someone was worried about something, and then added about health. He recognized the Countess's voice and thought that no matter how he restrained the feelings of a sword master, from such a distance everything could still be heard. Lloyd stopped. The man asked if she had noticed too, after which he said that Xavier told them that he was just resting, but this guy just did not know how to lie. The blonde smiled and agreed with him, saying that it was exactly the same before. She was sitting at the table in front of her husband, saying that the knight told them that the work changed after he hit his head, but she knew that he helped them for the sake of the man who received the body of their son. The guy's eyes widened in shock. clutching his chest, he began to cough. The man opened his mouth and said that Xavier was trying so hard to help, probably because that person was really trying hard for them. The woman smiled, saying that it was true, and that person was not bad, so they needed to wait a little longer until he recovered and prevented all the misfortunes on their land. Looking at her husband, the blonde said that maybe then he would tell them the whole truth. The man smiled back and said that in the future it would be so. The brown-haired man rushed down the corridor. He looked ahead. After a while, he opened the door to his room. Folding the blanket, the main character mentally noted that he must live. He began to eat bread. After a while, the Dao was sitting at the table in front of the open window. Frowning, he thought that he must live in order to tell them the whole truth later. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl sat at her desk, noting that Lloyd knew that the squirrels before and after, but he would not be able to convince the ministers with a ridiculous request, and so he sent an angel with a revelation. She said that she agreed, but the problem was how to resolve the conflict between supporters and opponents of the revelation. Xavier, bowing his head, said that there was only one person who was capable of doing this. The queen, propping her face with her hand, added that now he was dying of a cold heart and was unable to resist. The knight looked up at her when she said that he was the only one who could stop the restoration of fate. Alicia noted that he needed to get back on his feet so that he could prevent trouble in the kingdom. The girl grinned. She smiled and said that making a talented person work was her specialty. The blonde grinned. The protagonist sat on the bed and meditated, thinking that he could not be alone and needed to give those willing to accept a helping hand. Looking at the animals in front of him, he mentally thanked them, thinking that it was all thanks to them. And then he thought that he should clean his room or wash himself, and then Lloyd clenched his teeth, wondering where he should start. He thought that first, he needed to survive, and he was happy to find a way to face his destiny to get the Eye of Summer. The guy grinned, thinking that although he had a plan for this, the negative thoughts that nothing would work out kept coming back. Meanwhile, a dragon flew up to the castle. The brown-haired man turned around. Xavier was standing in front of the Count and Countess, saying that an important guest had arrived, and it would be nice if they went out for at least a minute. The man asked him who had nailed him to them. He and his wife opened the front door. Red strands of hair swayed in the wind. The girl said that this was their first meeting, although she had heard their names before. She grabbed the hem of her skirt. The queen bowed slightly and said that she was the one who promised to marry their son, Lloyd Frontera, Alicia Termina Magentano. The husband and wife froze. Suddenly their faces darkened. They immediately fell to their knees and began to greet the girl. She cast a narrowed glance to the side and asked the queen's husband if it was so. The protagonist was standing in the window on that side. His eyes widened in shock. The sunset covered the building. The girl sat relaxed on a chair. The man and woman broke out in a cold sweat. It was the same with the guy. The red-haired one tried the tea. Covering her lips, she called it delicious and asked where they got the leaves. The blonde jumped up when she called her mom. Frightened Marbella, opening her mouth, screamed that she did not steal them. Her husband tried to correct the situation, saying that his wife had misunderstood. He exclaimed with a stupid expression that he stole them and that he deserved to die. The woman asked if the leaves were really stolen. The brown-haired man began waving his arms, asking them both to calm down and saying that he would tell everything himself. The queen, looking gloomy, asked if he would tell everything from beginning to end, and then asked if he wanted to say that he used the engagement to the royal person as an excuse. The count and countess turned white. A second later, their souls left their bodies. The protagonist waved his hand and called them, asking them to listen. He grimaced guiltily and said that the engagement was just an excuse. The souls of his father and mother left their bodies again. Covered in sweat, Lloyd turned to his comrade, mentally asking what he was thinking when he brought her here, and then asked for help. Xavier looked at him. A second later, he turned away. Tears streamed down the guy's cheeks, and he screamed in his soul. Alicia put the cup on the table, suggesting to stop joking and asked the hosts of the house not to worry. She said that she would tell them the truth. The husband and wife listened with frightened faces to her words that due to one circumstance or another, their son took the royal treasure, but it was given to the family of Magentano Terranius, the sacred dragon founder. The girl closed her eyes and said that when the dragon accidentally met Lloyd, he asked how the treasure ended up with someone not of royal blood. The man and woman continued to listen with frightened faces that then their Stan lied and said that they were married, and he was also a member of the royal family. Realization came to the Count and Countess. Mentally finding themselves in space, they thought that everything was even worse than it seemed. The red-haired closed her eyes and said that for lying to the priest, the dragon must be punished. The gloomy Arcus opened his eyes wide. Bowing his head, he began to talk about punishment. The queen looked at him when he said that he thought that even death would not be enough for such a thing. The brown-haired man watched his father carefully. The count fell to his knees and said that Lloyd was his precious child, and then asked to punish him instead of the main character. Lloyd's eyes widened. Marbella knelt down next to her husband and asked to take her life too, but to spare their child. Stumbling, the Lord ran to them, asking them to wait, while thinking that he was not their son. He knelt down in front of Alicia and exclaimed that they were not guilty of anything, and it was all him. He frowned when the Count told him to shut up, and that parents should always be responsible for their children. The brown-haired man asked him what he was talking about. Angrily looking at the man, he noted that in any case, he was not theirs. The girl interrupted him, saying that it had become hot. Looking at the gloomy brown-haired man, she noted that she had heard that he had lost all his strength due to illness. The red-haired woman smiled sweetly and said that, however, when a goal appeared before him, he went forward to the very end. The protagonist listened with a puzzled face to her words that by punishment she meant the following: sacrificing life is inappropriate. The queen touched a curl of hair with her finger. She leaned towards Lloyd and asked how about making a fake marriage real. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. A moment later, he grimaced. Alicia flicked his fingers on the nose. Pointing at him, she noted that she was telling him to marry her, become the king consort, and work together with her for the good of the kingdom. The Count and Countess listened with incomprehensible faces to the girl's words that their son should use all his abilities for this. The brown-haired man darkened and said that he refused. His frightened parents perked up when he said he didn't want it because the red had always demanded too much. She closed her eyes and said that this was exactly what she expected. Throwing a glance at the protagonist, the queen told him to leave the dispute between the supporters and opponents of the angel's revelation, which said to give him the Eye of Summer, as a peacemaker. Lloyd's eyes widened in confusion, thinking that he hadn't done anything like that. He looked at his comrade. He shrugged and turned away. The guy opened his lips. He stared at one point, thinking that it was he who had to find a way, and he had to do something. He called himself an unintelligent idiot. The brown-haired man pursed his lips, thinking that it wasn't him. He imagined Xavier, his parents, the queen, and the animals behind him, mentally noting that they did all this. Alicia looked at the protagonist when he asked her not to worry. He smiled smugly and said that he would clear up all misunderstandings.
That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.
Hello everyone, did you enjoy the explanation? If you did, then please like, share and subscribe the channel. Don't just watch anime and manhwa, learn from them, take motivation from their story, become the main character of your own life, and treat everyone with kindness. For the time being, sayonara, bye bye.